ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀ kí n gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún lè dé ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrí gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jó ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú Odògbólùkẹrẹ Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgbọ́n ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ.
Ayandaba, 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 one ayandaba, 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 so baby subramia. Subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemege, Anamana, Wana mejemo, Anamu, Karatuba dodiri tukuma tukutuba dodiri ndemo, Eguma wego. Para tuba dodiri tukuma tuku tuba dodiri ndemo obodo jisike nubo seruna oyibo
it is everyone befere
ayandaba 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 so baby subramia Soko sunu baby subramia Soko sunu baby subramia Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa ega panto mo. Yeah, dia bugame. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba. So baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
As Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna togabu.
And there it is right there. Erin koja eron and fokwalu. So there it is. No more profound saying you will ever hear than that. No more profound saying you will ever hear than that. Erin koja eron and fokwalu. So an elephant is too big an animal to be shooed away with a stick. So there it is. Erin koja eron and fokwalu. So I don't know. Did you see Patu Tommy dancing in the background? That was going back a few years. See how the books have turned around suddenly. The same Patu Tommy. I'll play it again. It's just about a few seconds. The same Patu Tommy, who was the backup singer, the backup dancer to Tinubu as the main turn. He's now telling us that Tinubu is an act of evil, and that is politics. That is politics. So no permanent friends, no permanent foes. Only permanent interest. So I'll play it again just so you can see Patu Tommy dancing in the background. And very quickly, fast forward 3 years later, he tells us that this same Tinubu, who he was a backup dancer to, is now an enemy of the state. He's wearing a bluish outfit. You can't mistake Patu Tommy. Watch this again. Right, so did you see him there? That was Patu Tommy. Also, don't die in their war, as Dele Farotimi, who we're trying to get on, but it's still proving a bit difficult, would tell you. I think that's the name of his book. Don't die in their war because they all belong together. So, pardon me. So don't die in their war because they all belong together. As soon as you're dead, they just converge at whatever gentleman's club that they converge at and order a pina colada as they toast to a good life. So there it is. Don't die in their war. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. We need the numbers propelling up. Seems to somewhat have plateaued, but so we will not be deterred by that. We continue to push till we get there. So click on the like button. That's a call to action. So an invitation for you to do something. So do that. Click on the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. And then the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that invites you into the studio to come and participate in the conversation. So all those three things, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. That brings you into the studio space to come and participate in the discussion. So all that funky stuff. So do all those nice things. And of course, the $ at the bottom of the comment section, we have the anticipation of a minimum of 5 super chats with every single session. This one no different. So you start us off on our way to that 5 super chats. So we have the anticipation of 5 super chats per session. So all that great and funky stuff. So do all that great and funky stuff as I present you the talking points. So do all that great and funky stuff as I present you the talking points. Alleged 109 billion naira fraud. I thought I won't be tried. Ex-attorney and ex-accountant general of the Federation, Ahmed Idris. So there he is right there. So this guy now, you remember that soon after the Buhari administration, this guy was installed as a traditional ruler somewhere in the north, and he thought his immunity was packed in that because traditional rulership in the north also comes with a religious leadership as well. So immediately he came out of our office, he went and hid in a traditional and religious stool in the north, hoping that will insulate him from the hands of the law or the arms of the law. But alas, no. Alleged 109 billion naira fraud. I thought I won't be tried. Ex-Accountant General of the Federation, Ahmed Idris. The immediate past Accountant General of the Federation, Agf Ahmed Idris, has said he was under the belief that he would not be prosecuted in relation to the alleged 109 billion naira fraud, over which he's now being tried with 3 others. Idris said he elected to cooperate with investigators from the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, and provide them with all the information they wanted to ease their investigation with the belief that he would not be prosecuted. So, I mean, if you are culpable, then what will lead you to that belief is the thing. So if they find that your hands are very deeply embedded within the till, why would you? What will lead you to the thought that, unless he had done a plea bargain with them, or if he had left to that assumption all by himself, then it's a very stupid man indeed. The immediate past Accountant General of the Federation, Agf Ahmed Idris, has said he was under the belief that he would not be prosecuted in relation to the alleged $109 billion fraud, over which is now being tried with 3 others. Idris said he elected to cooperate with investigators from the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, and provide them with all the information they wanted to ease their investigation with the belief that he would not be prosecuted. The ex-AGF said this in one of the 13 extrajudicial statements he made to the EFCC investigators, which have now been tendered before a high court at the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, where he is being tried with others. He said in the statement dated May the 25th, 2022, all along, I have cooperated with the EFCC officials and have volunteered information to demonstrate my commitment to make the information as easier, or that should be easy, but as easy and speedy as possible is what I should say. Any statement I have made before, and I am making now, are based on my first assumption, belief, and understanding that by being open and aligning myself with statements made by the principal suspects, such statement would not be used against me and eventually lead to my trial or prosecution. In view of the foregoing statement, I wish to accept the met figures of 13.2 billion naira I am confronted with, and subject to the reservations expressed in this statement. His lawyer, Chris Uche, SAN, had objected to the admissibility of the statement, claiming that his client was hoodwinked by the investigators to make the statement, which contained some admission. So it is the duty of our investigators. It is the duty of investigators to hoodwink suspects. So they will con you into making an admission, which will, good evening to you, Monemo. They will con you into making an admission which you may not ordinarily make by yourself. So it is not, they have to ease information out of you, don't they? So quite, what does it even mean hoodwinked? So it's just a ridiculous nonsense. In view of the foregoing statement, I wish to accept the met figure of 13.2 billion naira I am confronted with, and subject to the reservation expressed in this statement. His lawyer, Chris Uche, SAN, has objected to the admissibility of the statement, claiming that his client was hoodwinked by investigators to make the statement, which contained some admission. So whether they hoodwinked him or not is not the issue. Are the statements, are the admissions true and factual, and have the investigators done investigation to ascertain, to determine that those admissions are true and factual? So if those spaces hold true, then it doesn't matter if he was hoodwinked or not. If he was hoodwinked, then more fool him. Idris, his former technical assistant, Godfrey Olusegun Akindele, a director in the office of the AGF, Mohammed Kadu Usman, and Gezawa Commodity Market and Exchange Limited, said to be owned by Idris, are being tried by the EFCC on a 14-count charge bordering on stealing and criminal breach of trust to the tune of 109 billion naira. At the last hearing in the ongoing trial within trial, being conducted to ascertain whether or not Idris offered the statement voluntarily, Uche insisted that the investigators promised his client that he would not be prosecuted. So that is not duress. You know, that is a sleight of hand. That's not duress. They did not beat or force the information out of him. They coerced the information out of him. And that is exactly what investigators do. They coerce information out of you. How else do you think they do it? Would they just sit you down and say, did you do it? You yes or no, and you say no, and then they say, be on your merry way. That's not how it's done. They will use acts of subterfuge, sleight of hand, abracadabra, to elicit information out of you. If they hoodwink you, they hoodwink you. So long as they didn't beat the information out of him, or they didn't threaten the information out of him, so because that would be duress, then that is fair game. At the last hearing in the ongoing trial within trial, being conducted to ascertain whether or not Idris offered the information voluntarily, Uche insisted that the investigators promised his client that he would not be prosecuted. But one of the investigators who interrogated the ex-AGF, Mahmoud Tukar, denied Uche's claim. So it's your word against us, isn't it? So it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. If you made the admission and they found facts to corroborate those admissions, then the guy is going to kiri. No questions. Tukar, the immediate past head of chair monitoring unit of the EFCC, testified as the second prosecution witness in the trial within trial on March the 20th. He said, "We did not promise him anything," Tukar said in response to Uche's claim. Earlier, when asked by the prosecuting lawyer, Oluwaleke, something or the other, if he promised Idris that Idris, would not be prosecuted, Tukar denied ever making any promise to the former AGF. Tukar said, "I never did. And as the head of the unit, I can answer authoritatively that the first defendant was a senior public servant. He knows that it is not within my capacity to make such promises because my duty is just to investigate and report my findings." So that again goes on to verify they cannot promise him not to prosecute because the EFCC is not a prosecuting service, it's an investigative agency. So the prosecution actually goes to maybe the Attorney General of the Federation or those sort of legalized departments. But certainly, so they do all their investigation and then they submit it to the legal people to determine if it's sufficient enough for a prosecution. So it's not even within his authority, the FCC, to promise him that he would not be prosecuted. It would not be prosecuted. Tukar said, "I never did. And as the head of the unit, I can answer authoritatively that the first defendant was a senior public servant. He knows that it is not within my capacity to make such promises because my duty is just to investigate and report my findings." In all the statements he wrote, he was cautioned And part of the cautionary words is that whatever he writes may be used as evidence in court. Another EFCC operative, Hayatuddin Suleiman, who was, how come it's only advocates? Anyway, it's only advocates and everything in Nigeria. So I was going to say, how come it's only advocates in the FCC? But under the Buhari administration, it was advocate wall to wall, wasn't it? Another EFCC operator, Hayatuddin Suleiman, who was part of the investigation, had, whilst testifying as the prosecution's first witness in the trial within trial, also denied that any promise was made to Idris. So there it is right there. But it's not so much the investigation or the prosecution, but really it's the recovery. So how much of these monies are actually being recovered? That's the question that Nigeria, yes, we want them punished, but we would like our money back, please. So we want them punished, of course, but we would like our money back, please. Edo Guba, Shaibu, OSHIOMOLE will join forces to support APC. This is Okoye. So all roads leads to an APC governor in Edo State. That is the only... Pardon me, a gulp of water there. All roads lead to an APC governor in Edo State. That is the only intelligent reading of that space. So the PDP are completely out of it. One, the way Obaseki handled the Philip Shaibu matter, so that's already got them up in arms, and the party is hemorrhaging from within, especially in Edo State. So it is all over the place. I think they actually had about 3 candidates contending for legitimacy at some point in PDP. So they're out of the water. And Olumide Apata, he would have some sparkles, but it's not sufficient enough of an entity to win that governorship. So everything aligns now to an APC governor in Edo State. Edo Guba, Shaibu OSHIOMOLE will join forces to support APC. This is a character called Okoye. The convener of the All Progressive Congress APC Southeast Coalition, Francis Okoye, has said that the impeachment of Philip Shaibu as the deputy governor of Edo State would affect the People's Democratic Party PDP's chances in the 2024 gubernatorial election. Okoye claimed that those who are not happy with Shaibu's impeachment will show their displeasure by voting for the APC candidate, Senator Monday Okpebolo, and his running mate, Dennis Idahosa. I would have thought that Dennis Idahosa would be the lead. I think Idahosa is a more prominent name in Edo State, it's enough. But it's a real leap of faith to come to that conclusion anyway, because the fact that disenfranchised Shaibu supporters may not vote for PDP does not then automatically lead them to voting for APC. Do you get it? The disenfranchised, because of course, supporters, and he will have some supporters, of course, the disenfranchised Philip Shaibu supporters, they're unlikely to vote for the PDP, but it's not an automatic leap that they would go for the APC. There's an equal chance that they will go for the Labour Party, which is the flavor of the month in the Nigerian political cycle. Okoye claimed that those who are not happy with Shaibu's impeachment will show their displeasure by voting for the APC candidate and his running mate. Okoye shared his thoughts during an interview with our correspondents. The APC chieftain said he believes Shaibu would openly or secretly support the APC in the forthcoming election. So yes, I think Philip Shaibu is actually in court, and I think the case is due to be heard well before the governorship starts, because the election is in September, and the case is due to be heard well before September. But the chances of him getting anything, there's a good chance, one, that they will just defer the case until after the elections. And however that case goes, the time has already passed for him to have any meaningful impact as a principal within the forthcoming Edo State election. So the only role now for Philip Shaibu is the role of a spoiler. But who does he spoil for? The APC or the or the Labour Party, and I'm sure that Adams OSHIOMOLE already making moves. The APC chieftain said he believes Shaibu will openly or secretly support the APC in the forthcoming election. The politician explained that both the impeached deputy governor and former Governor Senator Adams OSHIOMOLE will align and work together for the emergence of the APC. He said, the impeachment is a big minus for the PDP in Edo State and a plus for us in the APC. Philip Shaibu is a product of the APC, and the way he was impeached did not augur well for a section of the Edo people, and I believe he will openly or secretly support the candidate of the APC. And we all know that Philip is a very strong man in Edo politics, and his brother OSHIOMOLE, and to his brother OSHIOMOLE. So events in the next few weeks will indicate both Philip and OSHIOMOLE are aligning once again to support the APC candidate. So that's the goings on there. So hell hath no fury like a politician scorned. Hell hath no fury like a politician scorned. So let's go on from. Hell hath no fury like a politician scorned. Let's go on from there to this one. Shaibu's private residence security post demolished without notice. So they're stripping him bare and stripping him naked. The security post of the private residence of the impeached Edo State governor, Edo State Deputy Governor, Comrade Philip Shaibu, on Sunday, April the 14th, demolished without notification by a team from Government House Benin and Edo Ministry of Roads and Bridges barely a week after his removal. While Shaibu was in office, the security post by Benin Golf Course in the government reservation area GRA was always very busy, but it became deserted immediately after last Monday's removal of the deputy governor. Members of the demolition team, backed by fully armed police and operatives of the Edo State, without notice. What does it say for me? Members of the demolition team, backed by fully armed policemen and operatives of Edo, without notice at security network. I don't know what that means actually. It's badly written. So let me just abandon that. It doesn't cohere with anything that sounds like a language. Let's move on from there to this. OBJ Obasanjo, Goodluck Jonathan, Yar'Adua, Buhari named as Tinubu gets a tough request. So I think this is a request actually asking that the government publishes all the loans that has been taken by the country from 1999 till date. The socio-economic rights and accountability project, SERAP, has called on President Bola Tinubu to disclose the loan arrangements obtained by past administrations from 1999 till date. In a statement on Sunday, April the 14th, SERAP urged President Tinubu to direct appropriate ministries, departments, and agencies to provide the organization with copies of the loan agreements obtained by the government of former Presidents Olusegun Obasanjo, Umar Yar'Adua, Goodluck Jonathan, and Malam Buhari. Added to this, the organization is demanding that the president issue the spending details of any such loan, as well as the interest and other payments so far made on the loans. So I don't think this is an unreasonable request, actually, and this comes under that Public Information Act that is now embedded within the Nigerian statute book. So would they publish, though? That's the thing. Even more, SERAP called on the Tinubu-led administration to establish an independent audit on the spending of the loans obtained by the government of former heads of state and to make public the findings of any such audit. So yes, they should do this actually. Publishing copies of the agreement will prevent and combat waste, corruption, mismanagement, and abuse in the spending of public funds. No one should be able to pull curtains of secrecy around decisions on the spending of public funds which can be revealed without injury to the public interest. So there's no reason why those monies should be shrouded in secrecy. So therefore, they should be released. It says Tinubu dragged to court over a missing 3.4 billion IMF loan. So there it is. So I concur with that. I agree with that. So let me take you to this space. I'll probably just give you a few more as headlines, and then we'll see if there's anybody in the room for the conversation to take place. Bobrisky, EFCC reacts to videos of prominent Nigerians abusing the Naira. So having now jailed Bobrisky, we are expecting the prisons to be full. Because you cannot, the law is not isolated and created only for Bobrisky. So having now jailed Bobrisky, we expect now the prisons to be filling up. On Sunday, April the 14th, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, said it is difficult to prosecute old cases of Naira abuse after the commencement date of its Special Task Force Against Naira Abuse and Dollarization of the Economy on February the 7th, 2024. So, I don't know quite. In a statement on Sunday, Dele Oyewale, the EFCC spokesperson, reacted to viral videos on social media showing some notable personalities in the country abusing the Naira. So I think the daughters of Buhari, the sons of Dangote, everybody, they all abuse the Naira, but they brought you well to go arrest them. Recall that on Friday, April the 12th, mixed reactions trailed the 6-month sentence of Idris Okuneye, popularly known as Bobrisky, after being convicted for the abuse of Naira without the option of fine. Bobrisky, a popular cross-dresser in the country, was arraigned before the Federal High Court in Lagos by the EFCC for Naira mutilation, an offense punishable under the Nigerian Constitution. While some lawyers posited that Bobrisky should appeal the judgment because he's a first-time offender, other Nigerians, however, were of the view that the judgment was right, considering that Bobrisky was not the first victim. Reacting, all right. So they're asking them to sweep them all up. Essentially, what that means. I'll just give you a few more headlines, and then we'll take it from there. Now I have to read this one out. DSS arrest El Rufai's political associate Aisha Galadima. So I wonder if it's any relative of Bubada Galadima. The Department of State Services, DSS, has arrested Aisha Galadima, one of the political associates of the immediate past governor of Kaduna State, Malam Nasir El Rufai in Kaduna. Galadima's arrest, it was gathered, followed a post on her Facebook page criticizing the incumbent governor of the state, Senator Ubasani. It will be recalled that I don't think criticizing the governor is sufficient enough reasons for the arrest. There must be more substance to it than that. It will be recalled that Governor Sani recently disclosed the heavy debt burden left behind by his predecessor, Nasir El Rufai. The female politician was picked up by operatives from her Kaduna Tudun Wada residence on Sunday afternoon. One of Aisha Galadima's brothers confirmed the arrest in a telephone conversation with an online platform. Aisha has just been arrested by the DSS at her Tudun Wada residence, the unnamed brother said to the online. I don't know quite what to make of that. It won't be just for reasons that she criticized the governor. Otherwise, we'll all be in jail. So let's go on from there to this. Plenty of room in the studio. Anybody that wants to jump on. Labour submits 615,000 Naira minimum wage demand in fresh proposal. So that's just ridiculous, isn't it? 615 million. All right. Let me land it on this one. Actually, let me land it on this one. This is a clip somebody sent in of purportedly Abiola's wife declaring a Yoruba nation state. So let's watch about 3-4 minutes of it, and then we'll kick off the conversation. all right, let me give you a bit of audio. Let's give it a bit of audio.
Ìtúsílẹ̀ àwọn ohun àmúṣọrọ̀ ògo àjogúnbá dábàjẹ̀mú pẹ̀lú orúkọ Ọlọ́run alágbára wípé èmi yóò sin àwọn ojúlówó ọmọ Yorùbá ti orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá olómìnira nípa lílo àwọn agbára olórí ìjọba ìdílé ti orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá olómìnira tiwantiwa èmi yóò olóòótọ́ sí orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá olómìnira tiwantiwa àti àwọn ojúlówó ọmọ Yorùbá lápapọ̀.
All right, so that goes on for a bit. Ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè dúpẹ́. Anyway, ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè, that means the president of the country. Ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè Dúpẹ́ Onítìrí. Kí ni àwọn oníyẹ̀yẹ́ yìí fi Yorùbá pè gan? So yes, Dúpẹ́ Onítìrí. I'm not quite sure she's in this particular clip, but apparently our new president now in Yoruba land is the wife of MKO Abiola. So all that funky stuff. Let me send the link again. Anybody that wants to jump on. Spaces in the studio needs to be filled. Let's play the Kegite music, kick off the session. Where is the Kegite music? First, the Kegites.
Only water, where is Sima? Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé ṣódìyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Failati kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀, the cockroach of the heavens don't crow yet. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So what is Abdul Mumini? She says, stop calling her wife of Abiola. She's an adulterous woman, a very flirty and smelly distributor. So I'm not quite sure what that means. But there is Ganiyu. Not Ganiyu, Abdul Mumuni, high on whatever it is as usual. Joining us, Prince Daddy. Always like when Prince Daddy is here. Thomas in the house. Good to be in Thomas's company. And Dewale turns up as well. So good to have you, gentlemen. Let's kick it off with you, Dewale. As we
one man before you kick off with how are you? Good evening, everyone.
I'm good.
What, let me speak on the just a few minutes on this Yoruba. One man, what are these people?
Quite a few people have been sending it to me. They sent me about 3-4 clips of some ridiculous woman declaring herself president of Yoruba land.
One man, we are not a ridiculous person in Yoruba land. Are they going in the direction of the Biafra declaring country, declaring stupid money? These people are just ridiculous human being, woman.
But why now, though? When a Yoruba person is in power, that's the question. Why now?
Woman,
because essentially Nigeria is a Yoruba nation now with a Yoruba president.
Did you just call me?
No, I did call you, but Thomas wanted to quickly speak on the. Have you been following that we have a new Yoruba nation now, Dewale? So that's we're headed by Abiola's wife. So finally, the Abiolas make it into power.
I saw the video. I found it a little bit amusing that you have. Honestly, yesterday I was listening to the show when it was being discussed, but I found it a little bit ironic that a woman, the agitator for the Yoruba nation, the serious ones, I'm talking about Professor Akintoye, seems to have disowned or distanced themselves from this woman. And for her to have taken this audacity, have this audacity to declare independence, to me, it's just a charlatan. It shouldn't be taken serious. I don't support it.
Yes, but why now though? Because we heard of that run on the Oyo Secretariat yesterday, and then today she declares herself along with this Baba Onirugbon. She declares herself the president of Yoruba land. So what's in play? And the country has a Yoruba president already. So there's something in play.
That is height of ridiculousness. What you have playing out is that it's trying to use that opportunity of where we have a Yoruba man as a president, so we can do whatever we want to do, or we can do whatever we feel like doing. We don't think our brother is going to stop us, and at the end of the day, but I don't know. I don't think they know.
Why did she try it under Malam Buhari if she really had the cojones? Not that a woman has a cojones.
For somebody like that woman who sounded educated, to have used his time for something ridiculous like this shows. And those people that were wasted, I think I saw two cops at the back of that police van in Ibadan. I'm not so sure if they are dead or they are alive, but I also saw some people with the police uniform or something in the fatigues thereabout. For them to have used their time and been, led astray by this woman, is unfortunate. But to me, it's ridiculous. What they're agitating for is not achievable. I said it somewhere earlier yesterday that the unity of the country in the Constitution says it's non-negotiable. So anybody found on the other side agitating for secession or anything is a genuine issue, and there will be no mercy. Whether Tinubu is there as a Yoruba man or Igbo man or Hausa man, they will be dealt with. You need to go and ask. I think what she's trying to do is to make herself or put herself in that position of Nnamdi Kanu and his brother, Yoruba Nisoma, what is his name? Sunday Igboho, is trying to put ourselves in that same box so that she will be seen as an hero. Maybe I'm just speculating here. Maybe that's what she's trying to do, so that at least if she come out this way, then the authority will start paying attention to her and she will become more popular. Or probably trying to fleece other people, because all those uniforms that they wore yesterday, it wasn't done.
If she's Abiola's wife, I'm not sure that she's in it to fleece people. Who would she be looking to fleece?
That woman that I saw in that video is not a rich woman. None of those Abiola wives would say that they are rich. They were just depending on that poor man. I even wonder, why would Abiola even have something to do with this kind of a woman? So that means that man has no control over where his stick is staying.
It was a no philanderer now.
I mean, it was ridiculous. I mean, he was known to have slept with an Oba's wife anyway. But the point I'm trying to make is that this woman should not be taken serious. He should be arrested. He should be arrested for leading those gullible people, into their death, into their
Actually, do you think they are doing this because Tinubu is there, because they know they will not be arrested?
And that's why I'm, trying so many angles of, what could prompt him, prompted her to have, done this, by coming out. And I even saw somebody the one you are playing there is someone being sworn into an office or something like that. So it's more of a copy and paste of what is it called? The Namdekano / EPA is replicated in the southeast. All this is just for attention's sake, nothing more. It's not like they are doing it. I mean, in the entire Yoruba land, I can count how many people supported this notion of Yoruba being an independent nation. Because the same problem that is facing the country as a whole, or even the entire continent, is still going to be linked the same Yoruba, because we have people that have greed mindset, that are myopic in their thinking, and they will still bring it into that nearly independent country if it even comes to be, because we are greedy.
All right, Devali, you have the floor, but I think Thomas wanted to run a brief commentary on that, and then I'll run you through the topics.
Yes,
Thomas, you wanted to.
Yeah, thank you. Adewale, thank you for that interjection. Yeah. One man, you are a Yoruba man, I'm a Yoruba man. I have somebody close to me, which always like this Yoruba nation something. He's a very close person to me. I don't know their end game. As Adewale said earlier on, this is a task that will not be fulfilled maybe in my own lifetime. It's not going to happen. They should stop disturbing themselves. We Yoruba are Nigerians. Why are they doing all this ridiculous something? Woman, they are tarnishing me as a Yoruba man image. Doing all this ridiculous something, following some past
Thomas, I'm not sure if you are speaking for yourself there, because if I had a magic wand and when I was given I would have Yoruba as a country outside of Nigeria. I would. I'm not sure. And then my ideal scenario would be have a Yoruba country and then annex Togo and Benin, which is also an extension of Yoruba land, and then just have that, people of
Woman,
I don't object to Yoruba nation. No, I have to tell you that.
Woman, as for me, as a typical or your man, I'm not object to Yoruba nation. But this is something that cannot be. It's not achievable. It's not achievable. We are Nigerians. Nigeria will. Adewale said earlier on, the unity of Nigeria, it is not negotiable. They should forget about all this Biafra nation. So if Igbo thought we are talking against Biafra, I'm a Yoruba man. This is my face. I'm from Okeo, Kajola local government. I don't buy Yoruba nation something. I want Nigeria to be one, and this is what I want. But all this ridiculous something they are doing, they are just tarnishing my image. Declaring, I saw sometimes ago they said they have their money now. They are singing the national item. It's just ridiculous, one man. I'm not object to Yoruba nation, but it's not achievable. It's not going to. They should just wake up from their slumber. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, one man. My wife said it's achievable.
It is and also desirable. It's achievable and desirable. If you look at Niye's logo, there you'll see that a lot of people want Yoruba nation. With Niye as a prime, you see, I want a Yoruba nation. Yeah.
No, yesterday I told you about Dupe Onitiri. It's only that Thomas sometimes has not taken time to think about the union of Nigeria. You see, it's just like when you marry and you are saying the solution of this marriage is non-negotiable. That means you have to work towards it. It cannot be on autopilot. So, that of Nigeria, yesterday you mentioned that there is a projection that in the next 50 years, there will be maybe, is it 50 trillion or 14 trillion dollar economy?
Yeah, 13
And I
point
mentioned,
something trillion, yes.
Okay. And I mentioned that, well, it's good, it's achievable, but how can we get there? How can we get there? Because if one regime or if one government is struggling, making every frantic effort to get it there, and the other government comes around and just look at it that there is no money that one cannot spend, you see, it makes it very difficult. Very difficult. So, I was listening to you talking about was it the accountant general? Or the SERAP that says they should publish some papers or whatever. You see, I will advise, or to me, I would prefer that they negotiate and get some of this money.
I think one man will come back to you. This is just the beginning.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm very sorry.
Okay.
Let me just
Okay.
that's all right.
Yeah.
Let me just round up one man. Then you go to Adewale. Then we can start it up. To me, it's ridiculous. It's nonsense. Is every adjective that can even think in my head now. It's ridiculous. So they should come out of it. They should snap themselves in the head.
Why do you find it ridiculous? Is it because Tinubu is already president? Do you think this will?
One man.
If it was a Buhari presidency, would you say Yoruba nation is ridiculous?
One man, you know me. I'm one Nigeria. You knew me from beginning.
Yes.
I don't buy anything Yoruba nation. You know that is my politics. I don't get it. Why? Let me speak.
I think we prefer your wife to you, actually, because we are getting more sense from her than we are getting from you. And if she wants to be with our people,
She will not let me talk. Just go on with Adewale. She's a Yoruba.
No. Land your point, and then we go back to Adewale.
So it's ridiculous. I don't get it. They should just stop it. One man, all these nation, all these, it's not going to happen. You search your head, search your heart very well. One man, they will just be doing all this ridiculous, like the Biafrans doing their ridiculous thing. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent.
You know one thing, one man.
Yes.
We need to be realistic in our approach to things. Sometimes we use emotion to react to things that happen. Of whose mandate is that woman claiming to be the president of the Yoruba nation? Where has it been heard that a woman lead a nation as prominent as Yoruba? Someone was trying to use the analogy of a marriage as
she's doing it on the same authority that makes Simon Ekpa the Prime Minister of Biafra land.
Okay,
it's just by proclamation, yes.
That level of delusion, or should I say / confidence that they have, it's more than when somebody is intoxicated and is saying, "Look, I can do this, I can do that," and that person doesn't even have the power to move a common simple stone on the floor. But the point is that she's not acting on anybody's mandate. There's nowhere the entire Yoruba land comes together and say we want to. None of the Obas, none of the kings have been publicly declared that they are in support of this. When Sunday Igboho was gallivanting around, drawing support.
What do you think the sentiment is in Yoruba land for this? Do you think
it's something like people fantasize about, but they know it will not come to reality.
No. Before we go to the prospects of it being real or not, do you think the broader Yoruba space would like Yoruba nation? Do you think that's what Yoruba people want?
As a Yoruba man, I think
Is that what you want? Yes,
an
let's start
average,
from you.
if it happens, an average Yoruba person would not mind.
Would they
But
celebrate it?
I think to some extent, well, I don't want to jump the gun here, but it's something that we know that it's not going to come to fruition, to full reality, right? Except if Nigeria goes to war against each other, taking arms against one another, and that is not upon instant. But to say that we are going to sit back and say we are going to negotiate when you have a Yoruba man in charge of the affair, it's just not going to happen. But I mean, with all these memorables and all those symbols being projected and people fantasizing about heat coming into being, it's just something that maybe Yoruba would really like. That I wish we have our own language being used as official language and stuff like that. But the way we found ourselves, this is not a marriage. Nigeria is not a marriage. Okay, the elite and the ruling class are the one deciding the affair of the country. Ordinary person like you and I have no say until what we are practicing is democracy, and we are not used to having democratic system, and that is why it's clashing with our culture. All right, even if we have that Yoruba nation today, how are we going to elect our leaders? By voting, when we already have a cultural or traditional means of selecting leaders in the past, right? Were being destabilized by the European. So, but going back to this Yoruba nation of a thing, it's just, to me, it's something that I see as people that are maybe trying to fleece their gullible ones, because it seems somebody must have been pumping money into them, thinking about this. But I just see it as being delusional. Some people just wake up and it's trying to live their dream, but they are living in a la la land. The ruling class is not going to let that happen because they will use every machinery of the state against you. There are some people that the government will not take serious, but I tell you this: if this woman is going to become a problem for Tinubu's administration, they wouldn't mind wielding the biggest stick on her.
Yeah,
on her.
but Tinubu is an Abiola man, though.
Because an Abiola man doesn't mean somebody will just come and start, making trouble up and down.
It would take something for Tinubu to move against Abiola's wife.
Don't say that. This woman has been declared not persona non grata in that family. Maybe you don't know. It's not like she's the inner carcass of Abiola.
Yeah, but she still carries the name.
Because there are a lot of Abiolas out there. Okay, because she's Abiola doesn't mean that the family is going to stick their neck out for this charlatan of a person. No, Abiola knows. I mean, the family knows who is who in the family, not just somebody who is parading ourselves around. It's unfortunate, but I don't think Tinubu or any of this ruling class is going to sit back and watch this playing out. No, because what happens in the southeast is not going to play out in the southwest. We know how we rein ourselves in, and we talk to ourselves. And Sunday Igboho has learned a lesson because, for now he's quiet because he knows that, dear la lulu, how do they say it in Yoruba language? So he knows. So so he knows that, look, there's at times you have to keep your mouth shut, and at times that you need to come out. But who doesn't have my consent.
Dewale, it'll be curious to see how the Yoruba public actually reacts to this. Because it's like a testing the waters sort of a move, isn't it? So how the public react to it will tell you what sort of legs, what sort of momentum will be behind it.
People in Ondo State, all those people living in those far inner Yoruba land, not those who are already, compromised, those ones in Ibadan, Lagos, and all. I'm talking about those.
I think you not want to you might want to interject you.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
No, sorry. I just want to say something. Yesterday when one man asked me about the whole thing. And I told him that Onitiri was a factional leader that just came in because people followed her to a point. And when they realized the way she was going, that she wants to take things violently, people started going back. And if you look at the whole thing, she even declared that she is the president, while that man there is the interim leader. Now, there is even a video of her declaring that they've taken Yoruba nation since 2022, which is called the Ominira. Now, and I mentioned yesterday that people that are genuinely into this, they've already declared that they are not in support of all this shenanigans. She is the one. And to be sincere, we were looking at it that possibly she is being sponsored. Because this is not the first time. There was a time, maybe last year or 2 years ago, that about 7 of them went to radio in Ibadan to take over. And that resulted into another thing. So it's like, we don't know who is sponsoring her, possibly to be able to tag or to prescribe Yoruba Nation as a terrorist organization, which is never. So coming out like this, I look at the whole thing, I said, these people, they must be deranged, or possibly they are delusional. So because this is not the plan for the Yoruba Nation, not to even take anything by violence.
Is she part of the wider Yoruba Nation narrative?
The point is she came in now, and like she came in through one of the media guys. They call him Omoluka, and having heard of Abiola's wife, not knowing that it's just Abiola's concubine, not even a wife. So, but you know the name of Abiola, she came in with that name, and she was embraced. So she's supposed to be working with Baba Akintoye, the professor, but all of a sudden she hijacked the whole thing, and said, "Oh no, this is the way they have to go about it. They have to get 5 million names and signatures and all those stuff." Nobody, till tomorrow, nobody knows what she used the 5 million signatures and names, what she used it for. Nobody knows. So,
is it a United Nations requirement, this 5 million?
That is what she said, that they are going to get it and they are going to take it to the United Nations. But, you know, people started looking at it, that this is not possible, the way she wanted to go about it. And then she doesn't want to be subordinate to anybody. You are just coming in. Yoruba Nation has been in existence maybe 4 or 5 years or more. Then you just came in with on the name of Abiola, and then you wanted to take over. You hijacked everything. She actually divided the Yoruba campaigners. But eventually, some of them realized the truth and they started retracing their steps. So in this case, it's not even Yoruba Nation. The lady is not Yoruba. She said it's Ominira 2022. If you listen to her video, I was even trying to send her video to you today on Instagram, but it couldn't go. I don't know why. So I wanted to send it with the other one that you just played. So please, what we are saying is, this is not Yoruba. Yoruba don't, or as Omoluabi, we don't go by violence. No, it's not Yoruba at all.
But the Yoruba Nation narrative itself, it seems to have petered down. No, I won't say peter out, but it seems to have petered down somewhat. It doesn't have momentum. Nobody remember when Akintoye was never out of the news. Now he's disappeared. Sunday Igboho has had a change of heart, and everybody just seems to, they've all gone back. Now that their son is president, they don't care anymore.
No, it's not that they don't care, but they don't want, it's like they don't want to rock the boat. Looking at it that, okay, maybe we can go in a diplomatic way rather than just coming out frontally. But that is what this Onitiri, or what do they call her, doesn't want to agree with. And that is why she has her own faction. That is why she has her own faction. So it's not
because she has identified a lack of urgency in the narrative. As I said, nobody look at Simon Ekpa now. Look at the Biafra space, full of pomp, full of verve, full of energy, always pushing. And the Yoruba nation, they would just say, "Oh, if you can just give us Yoruba, we'll be grateful."
Sorry, I'm only interjecting, but we cannot have the same narrative like the Simon Ekpa one. No, we can't have the same narrative.
Not the same narrative, but the urgency. There's no urgency to the Yoruba nation narrative. There's no urgency.
No, the point is, I think the awareness is the first thing. Yes, the awareness is more important for people to have the understanding.
Now, nobody's talking about it now.
No, yes, not for now. Yeah, because just as I said, because we have Tinubu there, and it's not because we want Tinubu to be there, but people were looking at it, okay, let's not rock the boat and see what he will do about it. If nothing is done, then it's still continuing.
Hold on. You are wanting to see what the president of Nigeria will do about Yoruba nation. What do you think he will do? He will cut his own empire into 3 bits. Of course, you
see,
everybody. Why would they do anything about Yoruba?
For Yoruba nation? Yes. There are other alternatives. That is what we can say, like a temporary alternative. That is what we are looking at, like restructuring.
So that's where you are. So you don't want a hold on. You don't want a nation state. You want sub-autonomy within a wider umbrella. Is that what it is? Do you want a nation state?
You see, we want a nation state. But if the nation state is not coming now, and in which we are not really pressing that it must come now, the nation state is what we want, is what we need. But if it's not coming up now, and there is restructuring, yes, we know we are on the path to that point. So that is the plan. It's not that maybe we have to say by force, we must have that Yoruba nation in 5 years, in 2 years. Nigeria is not a small rat that you kill now. You know, if you want to take a street, you can't take 10 people to that street and say you want to take over. So Nigeria is a formidable mountain of formidable nation that you cannot just say you want to fight with. And that is why we are looking at different ways. One year so that is what we are looking at. It's not that maybe we want to go violent. And that is why we are all against what this woman is actually doing. I learned that she's already declared wanted now. So we hope they will catch her.
Okay. So what pressure? Because we're not even hearing. Sorry, they used to have the floor. We're not even hearing any pressure towards restructuring coming from. We're hearing the wider nationwide the request for restructuring, but we're not hearing from the Yoruba space any special pressure for restructuring. So even either for a nation state or for restructuring, we're not hearing anything from that Yoruba nation agitation space, except from maybe somebody like Koike making some vacuous noise online.
Well, it's not only Koiki. Those ones are just they are just the one that are pushing out things. The engine room is actually not just the media or the bloggers. So that is what we have a lot of professors, a lot of eminent people working day and night, looking for the best strategy. Because just as I said, if things doesn't go your way, what do? You go back to the drawing board. It's not that you just push. If you are going in the wrong way, you just continue to push and say, no, that is the way. So we look at what other method can we use? And that is exactly what they are doing. So it's still there. But yes, it might have mellowed down a bit, but it's still there. So, but for this, please, let it be clear that this woman, possibly, she is being sponsored. Because how can you see death and only 10 people, we say they have to put their head in that fire? I still don't understand. I still don't understand.
Did you see the ridiculousness when they captured them? They were tied up with Onde and all this Ajesara Gogwe.
That is why they came with day guns and all those stuff. That is why I'm not against. I'm a Christian anyway. I'm a Christian anyway, but I'm not. It's not that I'm against whatever Igbadi or Londe or whatever. Well, if it works for them, that is fine because it's part of Yoruba culture. So I'm not against any of those things. But you cannot say you want to take a nation and you just go to the secretariat and start shooting day guns. You know, it's never done. It's like it was as if I was dreaming when I had it.
Has this subjected the Yoruba? Dewale, you pick it up from here. Has this subjected the Yoruba space to some sort of ridicule? Are we? No, I will say. I'm not going to say. Are we ridiculing ourselves? But are these people ridiculing us?
Yes, they are, and that is exactly what they want. They actually want. Because what could be the reason behind the whole thing for just 10 people or maybe 8 to say they want to go and take Yoruba nation? And you can see that man, where do they even get the uniform, the army uniform?
May I interject one man? I would like to interject.
All right. Only for a micro moment. We are going to go back to Dewale, but I think he dropped. But yeah, carry on.
Okay, I will interject, then I will patiently wait for my turn. What we have to do when we're having these discussions is to have some kind of background, because the speaker, in as much as he's making some salient points and speaking for himself, because the highest form group is an individual, he's speaking for himself. You cannot, because they're in ragtag uniforms, and you discount what they're saying. For example, what is it that they want? What are they agitating for? Why do they want to wake up? To treat this, obviously, we're not trying to treat it in an academic fashion. We have to look at other countries that face similar issues, right? For example, the Soviet Union. It's a powerful state that rivaled the United States, for example, as a bloc. They had a coup in 1991. Communist hardliners and military elites attempted to overthrow Gorbachev and stopped some reforms that he was making. So the turmoil led to central government in Moscow losing influence, then ultimately resulting in many republics proclaiming their independence. What you see brewing in the Yoruba is not independent from what you see brewing in the Southeast and some other northern states and other minority groups who are not happy with the central government of Nigeria. All right? So Nigeria is a state where the parts are greater than the whole. You have to admit that. You have to do that calculation first. That is sacrosanct. Nigeria is a mighty nation, but there are many, like the Yorubas alone, is almost greater than Nigeria. I know the Southeast is. So you can't be going and thinking, oh, this is Nigeria, they could crack down and do this, they have military weapons. That's not
no one is saying that. I'm not sure if you just came into the conversation.
No. I'm listening to what he's not saying, and I'm also listening to what he's saying. So I know it's an interjection, so I will develop my thesis when it's my turn. But what I want to say is that part of what a guy like me, like I hinted at the last session when I was here, is that you don't want to be a hypocrite. That's a thing to guide that a couple of discussions going on simultaneously. My concern, what I'm saying is that we have a similar situation in the Southeast, and they're called IPOB. Now, they may have some class to them. They have better uniforms and all that stuff. But it's,
they have class.
What I'm saying, the uniform.
You don't have to.
Hold on.
Don't do ethnic. Just do the narrative.
Well, it's hard not to do it. It's an ethnic thing. Yeah. But just don't worry. I'm not out here to.
You don't have to be Igbo all the time. You can just.
I'm never about it. Yeah. I'm never Igbo, but if you associate the truth with Igbo, then I'm gonna be Igbo all the time.
That's a contradiction in terms now, truth and Igbo. But have the interjection and then we move on.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that when let me just give you this capsule so you can understand. We in the Southeast, if anything happens to people in the Southwest, for example, the central government does anything that we feel is unfair, we're going to intervene to defend the Yorubas. You have to understand that. We who are saying that we need to break up the country or we have to fix Nigeria. It's either you're going to fix Nigeria or we're going to break up and go our way. It doesn't mean that the people in the thieves, they're our people. People in the Yorubas, they are our people. You have to understand that. It's very important to understand. I gave you an example with the Soviet Union, how powerful that center is. Doesn't mean anything because those soldiers, a lot of them are Igbos, a lot of them are Yorubas. There's not a Nigerian soldier who doesn't come from an ethnic group. So the parts make up that whole. And
we are not breaking any new wisdom that the parts are greater than the whole. But where the conversation is this Yoruba nation thing that this woman has just declared herself president of. It mirrors somewhat not even just the Southeast, but a greater disenfranchisement with the configuration of the Nigerian state, the way the state is, the way it's configured, and the way it functions. Not necessarily people feeling disadvantaged. A lot of people feel disadvantaged. So that's part of the narrative. But the configuration of that country, it is out of skew for any meaningful development. And this is where all of that agitation is coming from. Exactly. There's deeper inflections to peculiar narratives, but that is the wider, that's the broad strokes of it. So now this woman now sending her minions to go and constitute ruckus in Ibadan Secretariat is really a flash up of that disenfranchisement. So exactly. And that is where the story is. But how does the Nigerian state react is where the conversation was. Exactly. And Niyi, who was the contributor that you were referencing, he is a Yoruba nationalist, probably even more hardcore than Simon Ekpa in his belief in Yoruba nation. But exactly. he's telling us then in his submission that look, they are straddling it with the usual delicate nuance that the Yorubas operate with. So the ultimate goal is for that Yoruba nationhood, but the pathway to it is in bite-sized chunks, rather than a leap of faith into the ethers, shouting and screeching and squealing. And so what he is saying is that there are academics working on an academic route to effect this. There are considerations pushing for a realignment of the structures in terms of the restructuring as a first step towards that nationhood. And then there are elements like this woman who is more militant in our views, who are very frontal, and he was condemning her, but I was inviting him to say that we need, is that flash up not needed just to ruffle the space and agitate the narrative? So that's where we were. So it's nothing to do with if the Igbos are wearing better uniforms or whatever it is that you were just saying.
No, I agree. I'm picking up an area. He was not cooperative with what you're saying, and that's laudable, and it's a very good synopsis of what you're talking about. But that really doesn't mean anything to me, because in second to the last phrase that you use there, the Yorubas are more nuanced and all that kind of stuff, this is pretty much the same thing I'm saying. If I say maybe I'm not being eloquent like you in saying that. Perhaps these people have better uniforms and all that. It's the same thing. You're talking about your people, fine. I'm talking about my people. But those are not, I mean, they're esoteric. That doesn't mean anything in the larger thing. But I'm saying the way the Nigerian state, that they don't want to face it and get all these people who make up that union and find out why they feel the way they do. Restructure the country, do the right thing, and they just want to ignore it like it's going to go away. It's not going to go away. If anything, people who normally sit on the fence will see the reason why they have to change their mind here, right? So, and these discussions have to be done with this. When you recognize,
I'm not sure that the state is burying its head in the sand regarding this agitation for ethnic nationhood, to put a crude term on it. I don't think the state is burying its head in the sand on it. I think they are somewhat confused as to how to tackle it. Because we saw how they took it on with Nnamdi Kanu, so which was a state reaction and acknowledgement that there's this push, which was the wrong tack. So now this lady has now done what she's done, which flashes up then the Yoruba nation, so that continues to push at the state that there's restiveness or restlessness in the land. So I think the conversation is there and the state acknowledges it, but quite how to tackle it there now, because to tackle it, they have to unbundle the state has to be reconfigured to satiate these agitations. The state has to move in a way that redefines Nigeria, and then of course it even has to move in a way that questions the Nigerian state or the desirability of it, and put that desirability in the hands of the people to determine if. So there's a lot, that they're opening up the state for that conversation, is what I see.
And that is a brilliant analysis of exactly not only what needs to happen, right? The conversation then it's even beginning, even on your own part. Now, what I'm saying to you,
why can't we go to the person speaking? Then, when it is done for Pansat, and he can wade in more better.
Okay.
Yeah,
sounds good. Okay.
All right. I think we lost Dewale anyway, but land that point, and then we go to Niyi. Dewale will rejoin us when it's in a better connection. I'll land your point. And then we actually go to Prince Dadia, who I think was here earlier. Land that point. But no, the desire for ethnic nation states is there, but how deep is it? That's even a question, Pansat. How deep is that desire for an ethnic nation state? Because if that desire actually cuts very deep into those ethnic nations, it will just happen as an instant act. If 80% of Yorubas want Yoruba nation and they declared that Yoruba nation, all the Obas back it, all the seniors in that society back it. Let's say they did it under Buhari. What is he going to do? What is he going to wipe out? So how deep is that desire for ethnic nation state? That's even a question that's still not been answered. And it's not a matter of referendum. It's a matter of an act of the will of the people. Yeah.
We can tell because you're making, those are salient points. I don't disagree with anything you've said in the last 5 minutes. It's not that deep here because there's hope. There is this thing that most Nigerians think that Nigeria can work. Therefore, if you, that's what we keep shouting on top of our voice. Now, I'm different. I believe that there should be a Biafran state, right? So, but I'm not using my own opinion here. I'm talking about the majority still prefer a unitary state, a Nigeria that works for everybody. So, and it's the same thing in the Yoruba. But what I'm saying is that when you have people like Joel of Nashville and other more moderate Igbos come on a platform and they say, look, we don't want Biafra, we want Nigeria to work. You have to take them at their word. You cannot say, hey, look, wait a minute, you have IPOB in that part of the country. Number one, these are your kinsmen, therefore you're a Biafran. Now, I'm saying to you, if you make that argument, in order to avoid being a hypocrite, you're going to say, because this woman is doing this, all of you are independent people of Yoruba, period. Because we know that you're not.
Well, no, that's not a swear word. That's what I aspire to. That, by the way, I'm not sure if you're aware. I aspire to a Yoruba nation.
I don't know.
That's my dream.
I
would rather not. Who wants to be part of Nigeria?
No,
who wants to be part of a place that includes somebody like you, Pansat?
Okay, but on a serious note, that's the point. A lot of people in the Southeast believe that Nigeria could work, and if Nigeria could work, why should we divide our country? It's a big country. We have the numbers to boast to Cameroonians and Ghanaians and South Africans and say we have 200 million people.
Pansat, can you repeat that? You said a lot of people in the Southwest believe that Nigeria could work.
Yes.
Did you say?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Going on, why have they been on Monday? What did you call it? The sit at home.
Sit at home. It has. You have to understand that sit at home. Let me answer you, because that's a tangential question, but it's somewhat related. People who are doing sit at home, who are they sitting at home against? It's not Nigerian state. They're sitting at home against the Igbo. Hold on now. Take a note. Take a note.
Hold on now. Let me land. They are sitting at home in support of Biafran agitation for Biafra. That's number one. And in solidarity to the leader of Biafran IPOB, who is in incarceration by Nigerian state. So what are you talking about? Which majority of the Southeast?
You still have the question pending. How could you ask me a question and you're going to answer it? What I'm saying to you, there's some truth to what you're saying, but the point is that sit at home is an internal thing. They're sitting at home against those governors. Our politicians are corrupt and they're imposed. So it affects that region's economy, and it displays the people's will to act in unison and do certain things. It's not really directed at the Nigerian state per se. It's not violence outwardly, but when they do protest on the streets, then they're mowed down. So their strategy, I don't agree with it, but their strategy is a local thing, right? So I want you to understand that. But you're making the same mistake.
Please, give me 30 seconds. 10 seconds, please.
Sure.
You say the sit at home is not against Nigerian government, but it's against Nigeria. Why do I say that? If the Igbos are still under Nigeria, the menace that the sit at home caused in the Southwest, why people lost their life, lost their livelihood, lost their house, they can't go to the farm, they can't go to work. The millions are being lost every Monday. It's still affecting Nigerian state.
It is still affecting Nigerian state, but you have to be able to expand your mind and know that you have tertiary, secondary concern. That is something that it's not the focus of it. Else they'll be going outside to do violence and do stuff like that. They're not doing that. They're sitting at home. They have the right to do that. They don't have the right to make people do it against their will. Okay, I haven't seen any sign of that. That would be wrong, and that would be against Nigerian laws. But if individuals want to have right of association and right of assembly, that's guaranteed not only in our constitution but in other rights that we enjoy from the United Nations and from God himself. But now I want you to understand the point I'm making is a very delicate one. The number one point I'm making is that these agitations, they're nationwide. They may have different strategies. There are people who are unhappy, but it hasn't reached that threshold like one man was saying, right? Because if you get that's a spark that's gonna get to like 80%, and then it will be automatic, no matter how small they are. An individual's will is very hard to bend. Most reasonable people still think that this thing can work. They don't have a glass to look at that would tell them. If somebody could look at some kind of glass and it shows that Nigeria completely is just never gonna work, period, then it will happen instantly. But right now, the Nigerian state is treating this stuff by going and arresting our activists. Virtually all of them are either on the run, or they're in jail, or they've been killed, right? The Malafia, people like that, they're not Igbos, therefore you really don't pay attention. There's a guy, Malafia, and he came out talking. It's an educated guy, he's a reasonable person, a banker for one thing. And they did him, right? There's been so many people who have complained about marginalization. They're either in jail or they're on the run, or it was done under Buhari. He did a lot of stuff. There's hope that Jonathan's method of assembling people, our best minds, and trying to redo the constitution, try to have a much fairer society, that hasn't been tried yet. So a lot of people still are looking out for that. A lot of reasonable, patient people. So my point is that you have the same thing. That is one thing that you just have to, at this time, create what you normally do here, which is false moral equivalence, right? That's what you do here all the time. But now that you're supposed to do it, you don't want to do it. IPOB, you have one. It doesn't make all of you agitators or unpatriotic. That's the whole point. Now, these guys might have, they're crude. They don't have class. They don't have the weapons. They don't have a strategy. So it's not going to work. In order to get people to support their agitation, they have to look good. They have to look like they could be successful. Success breeds success.
No, I think you're missing the point, Bansat. What is essentially an opening salvo. What happened in Ibadan at the Secretariat? It's just an opening salvo. It's not really anything about just the prettying up of anything, all this ridiculousness that we see from the Ipobians. No, it's just to flash it up. It's a flash up. It's a bit like a girl lifting a skirt. It's a flash up to say, look at this. This is what we want. So they did whatever it is that they did, and they've generated that conversation. So that already marks the success of that. So we're now discussing it now, which expands what the objective is even more. And then in that discussion, then we establishes then if it has any traction or not, if it has if it's desirable. I can't pronounce that word. If it has desirability amongst the Yoruba. So that in itself is the success of it. It's not pretty uniforms and acting silly.
I'm saying that aesthetically, right? And then substantively, success breeds success. You're condemning him here, and your last speaker, I don't know if it's a guest, I don't know who was speaking, is saying that, look at the ragtag, right? They had Dane guns, quote unquote, right? I'm saying that Nigerian state should not look at it with that aperture that your last speaker was speaking. They may not have the strategy or the weaponry or the class. Go ahead and find out what they want, just like the IPOB, and try to make the country a polity that's unified, where everybody has a stake in it. You cannot be unfair and expect the country to move forward. But for you in particular, I'm saying that your hypocrisy is now open. You cannot be knocking IPOB like you just did in your last commentary, right? Remember I said that we have to unify our interests here. You cannot be knocking IPOB, calling everybody. Hold on one minute. You cannot be calling everybody from the south.
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. You will speak, please. I'm not interjecting you. One man, maybe we should just declare this woman, they should just arrest him.
She's on the run, apparently. I think they're out for her.
Yeah. Thank you.
So you're happy about that? Why? I mean,
no, I don't especially care about it, and I don't especially care about her. What I do care about is what she did. Well, two things. If she's behind that flashbang at the Ibadan Secretariat, I'm for that, especially when no lives were lost. So no lives were lost. A few stragglers were arrested, a few minions were arrested, but the wider political point was made. And I'm also not averse to her declaring herself as the president of Yoruba nation. Well, not especially that she's anything, but that proclamation, it flashes up again that space as a narrative. So I am for Yoruba nation. So I'm not averse to any of the things that she's doing.
Okay, so I'll take you at your word. None of that is my business.
But I object to Biafra nation because it's not well thought out.
Okay, so you shift. You're like water. Sometimes you're a vapor, sometimes you're a liquid, and sometimes you're solid. And that's I accept that. All I'm saying to you is that there are Igbos, even on this platform, some people who claim they're Igbo, like Eze, for example, in the comment section. He's a Nigerian, he says. You have Kene, you have Joel of Nashville. I'm virtually the only Igbo person who come on this platform that's a Biafran. The rest of Igbos who come here, so they say they want Nigerians. And a case can be made for one Nigeria, right? If they do the right thing. There's nothing wrong with it. It's better. Even Nigeria is a small unit. We're so blessed that we could have West Africa as a unit. What difference does it make? I'm a Biafran, I'm a Nigerian, I'm a West African, I'm an African, like I said yesterday or a couple of days ago. Now, it depends on which hat I'm going to wear. I'm not going to belong to where my freedom and my liberty is threatened. I have to enjoy life, pursuit of happiness. So, but if they don't want to do it, and we reach a critical mass, they want to change, just like every other society. Like I said, the Soviet Union. I'm giving you an example where it's happened. Soviet Union was maybe 1,000-fold much stronger than Nigeria. It had nuclear weapons. But
sorry, Pansat.
Yeah.
I think you didn't really understand what I was saying or the condemnation that I was making. You see, I was not condemning the ideology. And you should understand that when someone conceives an ideology, there are different methods by which you can achieve that. It can either be by going to the Pope or in a diplomatic way, or you can just decide to go by war. Now, what we are saying is, and that is what we are condemning, that is not the method we want to use. The ideology is what we want, yes, but the method is wrong. And that is what we are pushing. Because we know that if we go by that narrative, definitely we will be proscribed. Biafra, yes, I want state of Biafra, but the way they may be going by it may not be the best way. So, and what we are saying is, okay, if you agitate,
do you really want? Sorry, Nii, do you really want the state of Biafra? Because I'm not quite sure.
No, I may not know how those things can happen, but if it is like I said it before, that what we really want actually, or what we want in terms.
I'm not sure that the idea of Biafra is a good idea, but carry on.
I may not know how it will be possible anyway, because it's going to be a landlocked country. But what we are saying is
it's even an unworkable concept anyway. But
to have that nation, to have those nations, because we are nations. To be sincere, Nigeria is a country, but it's not a nation. We are nations. So now, and that nations must have their autonomy, must have their independence, because if you look at our ethics, they are quite different from one another, or maybe I should say our values, because ethics are the same all over the world, but values are not the same. So our values are not the same. So, and that is the reason why there must be an autonomy. Because to be factual, if we have to go by maybe region, which I don't know whether it will be possible, I'm just saying that, I think the value will be more cohesive than what we have now. It's not the same. So if the restructuring can happen, but how it will happen, that is what we don't know. But in a larger picture, we want Yoruba nation. We want Yoruba nation. We know that there are some people that they don't want it to happen, like all these politicians.
You know, Niye, I want us to evolve the conversation beyond that patake something that how that restructuring is going to happen. We know how the restructuring is going to happen now. It's
Okay.
a sub-regional system with a loose center. That's it, isn't it? Is it
Yes.
anything else other than that? Everybody knows what we mean by restructuring. Sub-regional structures with a loose center, with a weak center. That is it. Nothing else. There's no
But different people will come and say, we don't know what the restructuring really means. So I know they are not truthful anyway,
what is
because they know what it means.
What is it to you?
No, just as you have said, that the center, the center must be weakened, and then we can manage ourselves and then contribute to the center. So I think,
let me respond to a couple of things before that more substantive discussion that you're proposing, and we want to talk about that. First of all, it's a laugh. Biafra has existed before as a country with its own currency, its own head of state, and operated for 3 years, manufacturing its own weapons, doing the things a state does, recognized by some. It was not fully formed because there was a no victory, no vanquished declaration, and we came back again and we're trying again, right? Germany went to 2 wars. It doesn't mean now, if you look at the politics of the war, the alignment has shifted, right? If Biafran war was to explode today, a lot of people will be on the side of Biafra and fighting that war, all the way to the north. There's a fragmentation of the allies that fought Biafra. A lot of people now are much smarter and they know better. So we can always go back to the war. So it's not like we're trying to learn how to protest from anybody. We're beyond protesting. We're beyond trying to agitate for a nationhood. We've actually established a state. So it behooves me to talk about that. But that's another thing a lot of people ignorant people talk about, landlocked. How many countries do you think are landlocked? Especially some are landlocked by 1, 2, or double landlocked, or landlocked by just 2 countries. But there's so many countries from Andorra, Armenia, Austria, Azerbaijan, Belarus. There's so many countries that are landlocked, de facto states. So landlocked doesn't mean anything. But landlocked.
No, it's not that you are going to be landlocked alone. But what I meant is, you will be like Lesotho in South Africa, or maybe like more or less like Gambia within Senegal.
Yeah, that is something.
That is what I meant.
If done peacefully, maybe we'll agree to that. But you have to know that artificial boundaries that are drawn by Nigeria after the war right? It's not recognized by us. A lot of those, like River State, Calabar, all those are Biafra. In essence, we're going to even take from Cameroon, right? We may take Cameroon over. The point you're making is that if we have a negotiation, you understand? We negotiate, yeah, maybe, but it's not going to be done by negotiation. If we go back to war, we're going to determine. Now, remember, Ojukwu, I said he made a lot of mistakes. If I'm there, the entire Nigeria is Biafra to me. I want you to understand that. But, we're in a peaceful time, and Hausas and some Yorubas are telling us our boundaries, and having our people in the River State.
We Yorubas are not
But hold on.
Don't say
But even historically, Calabar,
hello, Mr.
Calabar was the vice president of Biafra. It was the person who actually surrendered. The Igbos didn't surrender. Please let me land. Let me land. Even when you talk about Biafra itself, the vice president of Biafra it's a Calabar man. That's who surrendered. No Igbo man surrendered during that war. Not one. But the point is that those are all our states. River State, Calabar, all the way close to Yoruba land. Those are Biafran states. We're going to just take them over. I said that Ojukwu made a mistake when he fought the war. Because right after Onitsha, we should have been capturing and shooting everything that we see that's moving around there, right? Because they don't want to listen. We were in charge of the country. We brought independence. But if we negotiate, then we're going to talk and negotiate peacefully. It doesn't mean that if you break up this country, for example, Ghana is our neighbor. We love Ghana. We dance to Ghana music.
Are you sure Ghana is not part of Biafra land too?
Ghana is Biafra.
Ghana is Biafra too.
Listen, I'm not sure.
Is Biafra.
That's a legitimate question, but Nigerians like to fool themselves by saying, "Oh, you're landlocked." We're not talking yet, right? We're not. If you don't,
America is Biafra too.
If you don't get it right, you're gonna find out. You're gonna find out.
All right, they'll get work like this out
Biafra that will include entire Nigeria within months and will be done. There's nothing anybody can do about it. We can take over that country today by force. We're saying go ahead and do the right thing, right? Stop all that childish propaganda of your landlocked. Biafra has existed before, but we didn't actually go for the whole thing that belongs to us. We were doing it. Ojukwu was timid in what he was doing. So if you know how many Igbos there are, those who are denying they are not Igbos, people like Wike and all those people, because it's politics. But when it comes down to it, when those people you're talking about who believe that the country can work, there's no need for violence, there's no need to break up the country. A lot of these old goods are going to be dying off very soon. We'll be patient and then reclaim our country and make it great again at some point. Yeah, you have a lot of people like that. And that's what one man you're saying. And you also say, I guess you're trying to copy me by saying that you're actually a Yoruba nation guy, but you're also patient. That's what you're saying. So, which is making my point. Now,
all right.
What's the gentleman's name that spoke before me? That was
Niye.
Okay, Niye. I think I understand where you're coming from now, but don't let one man brow beat you, and then you are Mebek because you don't have a form now. You don't have I can't. You should try to be more like a paramecium than an Ameba.
It doesn't have a. It doesn't have a form. Look.
No, he formed.
Can you hold on? Can you see your screen?
Yeah, I do.
What do you see there?
That's minority politics. That's
the Yoruba nation flag. Niyi is quite frontal in what he stands for.
Oh, okay, there you go. I see that.
Yeah.
I see that. No, but he came here and he was saying when he makes a statement and you tell him, "Oh, don't do this," and then he will change his mind. You know what I'm saying?
No, I think, Pansat, I'm sorry. Sometimes when I listen to you, I just realize that you have knowledge, but with anyway, let me not go there.
No, go please.
Say, just a minute.
Sure.
I told you when ideology is conceived, you have to think of how it can be achieved. And I told you there are different ways it can be achieved. That for us, we don't want it to be achieved by violence, except if the country goes in flame, yes, everybody will now know that, okay, we have to fight to deliver our people. But if it's not, then we have to look at how can we go about it. We are not dogmatic to just think it's only one way and that one way must be one way. No. Just like one man asked me about restructuring or whatever, I said, if what we are agitating for does not come now, yes, we know is already in the minds of the people that if they do the restructuring, like regionalism, for now, that is a temporary measure, which we continue with that until when we are able to achieve our ideology. So, you see, don't just condemn everybody. And that is exactly the problem that you guys do have. You want to condemn every individual. It is wrong. I sometimes when I listen to you, when I listen, because I always listen at the background, and sometimes I have to switch off.
No need to.
Because
it often confounds me how people don't know how to digest Pansat or characters like him. Pansat is trading some sort of notoriety, trolling all of these sort of conversations, prodding at people for reactions and saying all this. It's just scattergun things, you know. Nobody takes it. Don't take him seriously.
No, hold on, please.
No, I don't take him seriously, but sometimes when he's going off target, I just see that, well, I think I just have to switch off and come back so that I don't waste my precious time. So that is all.
Hold on. We're having a good conversation. As a matter of fact, you're the one who said some things that I'm disagreeing with. You talked about 2 or 3 things that I believe you're deliberately saying it or you just don't know. You said we're landlocked. I addressed that issue. You said that.
No, the first thing, is it not a landlord? No, just agree with that. Is it not a landlord?
It's not. I just told you. Hold on. But
my goodness.
But listen to
this.
Do
you understand what geography is all about?
I do. If
okay.
The map you draw in your head might not be reality, but we're going to deal with that. Listen, my point to you, Nii, is this. You're talking as if Biafra has never existed before. It has, right?
Biafra.
Please hold on.
Right. We're going into the realms of.
There's no need going that way.
Hold on now. You have to be able to deal with the truth. It's not. You may be avoiding me. Fine. I'm trying to tell you, you don't need to avoid me. You have to deal with the truth, because you're gonna face the same thing whenever you.
Your truth is subjective. You know that.
No, but hold on now. Let me tell you, truth is not subjective.
Your truth is subjective. That's what I mean.
Hold on.
So
it's called my opinion.
Don't say it's the truth. You are not saying the truth anyway.
Listen to me. Semantics, right? When you want to talk about my truth, you mean my opinion, but anybody's truth is the same for everybody. But what I'm saying is that when you come here and you're trying to, at some point, make it commensurate, comparable, corresponding, I mean, the Biafran issue and then the Oduduwa issue. If you try to have a proportionate, identical, moral equivalent, right? And then we're supposed to have the same interest because you want Yoruba nation and we want Biafran nation. Just those 2 will solve the problem. If you're sincere.
No. Yes, we want to have it, but we cannot have it the same with the same style.
Hold on.
Let me land, please.
The Yoruba nation, it's existed in some sort of formation predating the Nigerian entity, but the Biafran concept is a new coinage around the Ojukwu narrative. So it's just a newfangled something or the other, is it not?
Okay, one man, what we should do, we let you, like you normally do, elegantly take us out of this quagmire and then have a much more. I would take a 10-minute break. I'll be listening, but I want it to be elegant in what we're talking about. I was going to bring it to the realm of math because that's how I deal with people such as Niyi, who I don't think means any evil, but he hasn't met somebody like me before. He's judging me based on gossip.
Niyi is a senior engineer in the United Kingdom. You seem to you don't quite know the quantity of the people that come here.
I do. Everybody, even a bomb.
He's a lead engineer in one of the most important.
That doesn't move me. I respect a bomb. I respect presidents. It doesn't matter to me. But what you don't do is when you get on a platform or when you're talking to your neighbor, you have to adhere to the truth. The truth is important because the math I want to bring it to have three-piece pie, right? If he's sincere, the Yorubas, if you really want your own Yoruba nation, and the Igbos definitely want their Biafran, we've had it before. You've never had one. We've gone to war. We weren't playing if we're going to go to war. It was a 2 weeks war, 1 year war. We fought the entire country, plus Russia and Britain and everybody else.
And the Americans
The Calabar people, they were part of Biafra, actually, not just by talk or somebody. They were part of Biafra. They surrendered when the deal was worked out. All those places you go over there, if you name everybody who's been the governor of Rivers State, all of them will be Igbos with Igbo names, maybe aside from one that's using English American names or something like that. So all these are Biafran going close to the north and going to the Yoruba area. And, these are our people who are intimidated. They don't want to say anything, but they're being discriminated because these people are so stupid that they're still being discriminated even though they're in their state. Igbo is an ancient thing that's in the Bible, for example. Abia is in the Bible.
You really want us to
that's in the Bible.
Do you want us to open up the Igbo space because
I want to give it back to you so you could do it elegantly. Let's have a nice session.
We have a nice session, but the anyway,
you cannot have a guy who's come here. He's completely wants to ignore the fact that Biafra existed before. He doesn't want to talk about that. He wants to give us our advice. People who've already been there, done it. We should be teaching you what to do, how to free yourselves. But my point is
to free ourselves.
Yeah, how to if he's sincere, he wants a Yoruba nation, but he doesn't want to do it violently. All right, that's I don't know how you're going to be able to achieve it.
Who could fight the Igbo language?
I've heard that before, right?
Yes.
Listen to me. I don't. That's
it was a Yoruba man.
Okay, like I said yesterday, one man. I don't know if you listened to yesterday's show. I was talking about how Yoruba is pronounced.
I'm going to have to listen back. People have commented that you had your run-in with Ganiyu again.
But guess what I didn't do? You see, this. I'm a fair guy, right? So I'm talking about how Yorubas pronounce Jonathan. That's the president of Nigeria. So hey, my name is Jonathan, and Yorubas will say Jonathan, right? They don't want to not even the N. But I also know how they pronounce Peter, for example. But I didn't go there. I was being nice. Do you know how Yorubas pronounce Peter?
How do they pronounce Peter?
Betero. Now you tell me, right? But I didn't use it, right? I didn't use that joke. I have a lot of things like that, but
they pronounce Jesus as Jesu.
Yeah, like Mexicans.
So that's no different now.
But look at Peter though.
Yes.
Okay, is that Peter? If I tell you my name is Peter,
no, that's the Yoruba. That's Peter in Yoruba.
I know, but listen. I'm not. Before you go,
what is Peter in Igbo?
They don't have it now.
What is Peter in Igbo?
Peter.
You see,
Peter. You say Betero. Are you crazy? Right? How are you gonna go translating somebody's language when you cannot say Peter? You're gonna say Betero for Peter. For example, let me tell you something. If I was born, I'm a Yoruba guy, right? If you come to me and you say, hey, this is our language. We're gonna call Peter Petero. I'm gonna deal with you. I'm gonna kick you out of our tribe. But it's all a joke. I didn't use it yesterday. I just used Jonathan because a president of your country tells you my name is Jonathan, and then you call him Jonathan. What kind of
no, they don't
what
say
kind of language is that?
Jonathan. I don't know quite where you are
You
getting
don't
all
know
that from.
you're a British guy, but that's what we have to deal with. Now,
That is not true, man.
And by the way, it doesn't really,
I don't want to
Does
mention
it?
it.
no, hold on. Let me just say this. You know, it doesn't diminish you in any. It doesn't diminish you in any way not to be able to either speak the English language or pronounce English words. It doesn't anymore. Does it diminish an Englishman not being able to speak Yoruba? It's not your natural language, of course.
It's a joke. Don't worry about it.
Oh, I know. Okay. All right.
So, but let me give it back to you so that you can do it elegantly, because you know how to do that. If your guy wants to lay a foundation, let him lay a foundation. But you gotta be truthful all the time. Don't ignore Biafra as if it's existed before. It had its own currency, manufacturing stuff.
The only way that Biafra can exist is if the Yorubas wills it so. If the Yoruba will it so, then Biafra will exist. If the Yorubas don't will it so, then Biafra will never ever exist.
No, listen to what I'm saying, because I agree.
Because the Yorubas chart the trajectory of the Nigerian state.
No, listen to me. I agree with your premises, because both sides will have something to gain from doing that, because they're both going to achieve that independence and they could go off and sell. The Yorubas competing. The Yorubas are afraid of the Igbos. They don't want to compete.
No, compete. Okay, come on now.
That's true. They don't want to compete on their own. They need the protection of the Hausas and the Fulani.
Oh God, you don't get it, do you?
Go ahead. Make a point.
The contention that the Yorubas have is with the Jews and the Chinese to establish who has preeminence in terms of intelligence on the planet. The Yorubas are not contending with anything black, never mind the Igbos. You know that. You know that
you're not being a Nigerian right now. Nigerians never talk like that. That's no way. Look, no matter, people may be, even the Fulanese and the Hausas may be our adversaries, but you know what? They're still much better than all those people you're mentioning, right? We're Africans, right? So don't ever let your hatred bring you to that level. The Chinese, they don't have soul. We have soul. The Fulanese, at least I guess they have soul. I've never seen them dance. I don't even know if they dance, but I know the Hausas have soul. I don't know where the hell the Fulanese come from, but I basically know the Hausas, our brothers, Yorubas, our brothers, and we're brothers. We're Nigerians. There's nothing wrong with that. And don't go denigrating Africans by talking like that. These people are not our pinky toe.
I'm not denigrating Africa.
What do you mean, Africa? Yoruba only recognize Chinese? Chinese?
No. I'm talking about preeminence in terms of our cranial functioning, in terms of the smartest people on the planet.
We are.
And I'm narrowing it that the contention for the smartest people on the planet is the Yorubas, the Jews, and the Chinese.
Okay, it's a joke. Okay, fine.
It's not a joke.
The Yorubas any place that the Yorubas can be, the Igbos, we're the same. You know, it's not when we say we want our own country, it's not because we don't like the Yorubas or we don't. It's like Ghana. We love Ghanaians. To me, are closest to us. Ghanaians, Cameroonians, South Cameroonians, South Africans, Congo, especially Congo. Those are close to us. I'm a Pan-Africanist. Now, the Yorubas, for politically, they're not letting their top, their smart people come to the top, right? So, for example, somebody like Dele Farre to me. What a brave, intelligent person. If you talk, they say he's an Igbo guy.
No. You if you consider Dele Farre to me intelligent, then you have to give the same consideration to somebody like Showore, because they bracket the same.
But you say Showore is not a Yoruba man. You said it maybe 10 times here. Now I want you to take a stand on that. Is Showore a Yoruba man?
I don't know. Does he even know? He's never declared himself as
that's the problem. Yeah. It's not a joke, because you're on a platform, you're the host. You cannot be a troll.
No, Showore is a Yoruba man. He said it before when he was on a radio.
Yeah, but he also says he's not a Yoruba man.
He said they left Elisha, that his great grandfather left Elisha for that place. where they are now in Ondo State
Right,
to
but
sojourn there and be a businessman.
right.
And from there, they just decided not to go anywhere.
Okay, but
So
let me
it's actually a Yoruba.
Niyi, it's actually none of my business because the way I do it with minorities, right? And Edo people, they don't like me. They throw me out of their platform because of what I'm about to tell you, right? These minorities, especially the Jaws, the people in Edo, all over the place, right? We have to tell them whether they got only 3 choices to make. It's called Wazobia. Wazobia. That's Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbos. You whether you like it or not, you belong in one of those. Not because you're a minority, it's just the way it is. It's like somebody saying, look, if you're talking about Cameroon, Ghana, Nigeria, you say, look, you belong in Nigeria. That's the way it works. We're not talking clannishness here. They keep talking nonsense, pitting these major groups against one another. You belong in what? If you're in Edo, you have a choice. You're either Igbo or you're a Yoruba. That's not Wazobia, Edo. We don't have anything like that when we're talking in the macro space, right? So that's the way it is, whether they like it or not. These minorities have caused enough problems. You see that headline you have there right now. This Shaibu and OSHIOMOLE, right?
All right.
They have 300,000 votes.
Yeah, let's gravitate to the conversation there. Yeah, so
Okay.
yeah, you pick it up and then we'll just have a free open house on it. Go on.
Okay, yeah. So because now I'm curious to as what others will say, and because I was irritated, I will be after I make a couple of sentences on that. I'll take a 10-minute break so I could cool off and come back and we'll have a more nuanced discussion. But the way I look at like the Edo, guess how many people are in Edo State? About 500,000 voters. That's it. Is it worth all the trouble with them gravitating, playing this politics of alignment? Somebody like a Shomole, a dwarf that's married to a Oyibo woman, a very beautiful model. That little short punk, he goes and marries that.
It's unbelievable, you know.
It is unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
And the woman doesn't come from poverty. She's a lawyer. I think she comes from is it from the Seychelles somewhere? She comes from a middle class background.
It's our money.
I was speculating then how much he had to pay.
Either that or he's got
with $10 million at least.
It's when a woman like a beautiful woman like that is following that punk right there. It's
There
either
is
that money
there is
or he's got the
nothing.
biggest dick in the world. And we know it's not the latter.
I suspect it doesn't have that either.
That's what I'm saying. So
there is nothing that pairs those two together. He's short, he is odd looking, and he's old. She's tall, she's pretty, she's like a model pretty, and she's young. You have what ties them together is just money, isn't it?
And he's just like El-Rufai, these short people are able to be menacing the country. Why? Because if you go to that Edo State, right, you wouldn't know it's like a microcosm of Nigeria. A part of it, I guess the northern part of it, is Muslim. They're Muslims, right? Have nothing to do with the southern part of the state, nothing whatsoever. Where they're like us, Christians, southerly. Another, they have a central. When they come there, they're gonna fight about the senatorial districts and all that stuff. But their role in the national politics is so exaggerated. Why? Because you have this factor, this tribal factor that we have. Somebody like this OSHIOMOLE running around, causing all this harm. So when fortunately, Edo made the right decision this last election. Even at that, although it was a rigged election, Peter Obi won it, but still a lot more people voted for somebody like Tinubu. And I think when you have somebody like Peter Obi, right? That's how you're able to tell each one of these states is the result of that election. Because it's unbelievable. You have such a clean candidate. So, but at least they kind of nicked the alliance with the Yorubas in this last election. Now, I could tell you, for example, in Edo State, right? In the last election, 2023, APC got 144,000 votes. For what? 144,000 votes compared to, excuse me, P2B's 331,000. Did you want to say something? I was going to give you some
No,
numbers.
no. I wanted to, yes, move the conversation fully onto the talking points, but land your,
okay. Yeah. Do you want everybody to chime in on this headline here? Before
yes, everybody can chime in. So the goings on in Edo State, yes, the goings on in Edo State, Phillips, the way that guy was treated, I'm not sure if I have sympathy for him or not. A plague on both their houses, probably my sentiment. But he's been shabbily treated, at least according to him. And of course, if we want to show his potency, elections coming up, he still purports to be a member of the PDP, but the machinations, the underbelly of the dark night movements of politics, suggest that he will align with Adams OSHIOMOLE to unseat. You remember that he actually came from APC to this PDP when they wouldn't give Obaseki the ticket in that little skirmish 4 years ago. So what are you making of Shaibu, who are a wounded lion? The security house has been demolished because they've now cast him adrift as a private citizen. So payback time, September this year. How would Shaibu play his politics?
That is still to me, right?
Yes, still to you.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Shaibu is the gentleman that just got booted out of office, right?
Yeah, the deputy governor of Edo State.
Edo State, right. And, you know, when you take a look at their faces, actually, you could tell. Now, he could go with OSHIOMOLE. I don't think it's going to make a difference. I believe that Labour Party is going to win that election because they've already...
Olumide Apata.
Yes, I think so. Then, I mean, you could, unless they rig the elections.
No, you can't keep saying that if you don't win an election, then it is rigged. It's not. There is nothing that suggests the Labour Party candidate will win anything now. It's a satellite party, but carry on.
Yeah, I'm going. I was going to give you the numbers of the last election. So the thing about liberty is when you taste it a little bit, then you're hooked. Everybody could see that those who were arguing for a new, fresh party, that they didn't have success in the center, but there's some hodgepodge of successes, for example, in Abia State, where they have a new governor who's Labour, and the rumor is that he's doing very well. And that's contagious, you know? Now, this...
I want to ask you a question. Just joining with what you're saying. What do you think that make the Edos to gravitate towards Peter Obi at the last election, which I think they should be gravitating towards Tinubu, because we are more closer?
Is there hatred for Yoruba people listening?
No, but he asked a very good question. So let me actually answer that, because I've always... I wanted somebody to answer that.
Do you get the question?
I got the question.
Yeah, go on.
Normally, they did gravitate towards Southwest, right? See, when the Yorubas, and maybe if I say this controversial word I've been using to describe the Yorubas, we have to look historically. They've been good, right? They've been all right. They've been progressive forces. They helped our democracy advance. As a matter of fact, in the entire country, they were more in the 80s, 90s, fighting off the military and everything. So we had a lot of good patriots from the Southwest that helped the entire country by trying to insist on democracy. But somehow, in the last few years, especially with the emergence of Tinubu and Buhari, the Yoruba, unfortunately, has turned into an iniquitous tribe, right? So now you could count. Now, Jellicoe was mad at me one time that I made this statement, and he actually asked that I shouldn't be coming back on this platform. And it has a pool. And I was banned from the platform. I said that you could count on your hands how many good Yorubas there are. One of them being Dele Farachimi and Padebanjo, and then one other guy, right? So now, because they abandoned the truth and they did it in something that is so clear-cut, you have Peter Obi running against Tinubu, right? Then the Yorubas won with Tinubu tactically. They had a victory, but they lost strategically, a major loss, because if those were they were championing Peter Obi, it's not even the Southeast that was championing Peter Obi. He's not an IPOB, he's not an Igbo candidate. This is a guy that's just way above everybody that Africa has ever produced, as far as virtue. When it comes to, he's not a thief. He's humble. He's a patriot. Pan-Africanism, even. So the Yorubas were blinded, and they were full of hubris, supporting evil, pure evil. So they have to separate themselves from the Yorubas. That's how you lost strategically. Then that gave, I hate talking in these terms of Southeast and Southwest, but that gave the Southwest a chance to make inroads into what's naturally a Yoruba enclave, which is like next door to them over there. So now their eyes are open and they're quite hostile. Now those who are political are actually quite hostile to the Yorubas. Now, but remember, before they wear your caps and they will talk like you, and you talk about this monarchy stuff. Unlike us, we're Republican, and of course they revere the king over there. But now they're actually trying to kick him out because apparently he's from the Yoruba. I don't know, something like that going on. But Igbos we don't really pay attention to any others. We're Republican. So Thomas, that's what happened. The move you made to gain a few high fives that you made Tinubu.
All right. So that's the fantasized version, but in reality, Thomas, is just a long-standing deep resentment towards the Yorubas that these elements in the Creeks have always had. It's just that's the manifestation of it, you know. The way the Yorubas have always lorded it over them, it rankles them and continues to. So I think that's just the sum total of that.
Okay, let me go back to what I was talking about then. I think Thomas himself is smart enough to know that two things could be right at the same time, and that this is one of those times. But now you have a remote cause, and then you have an immediate cause. Now you're talking about a remote cause, right? You've been lording it over them, according to you. I didn't know about that, but that could be the case. But they endured it. But now there's an immediate cause, just like the revolution that we're talking about. Okay, it was in the other platform, Dr. Damages. There is a remote cause of it, like the Spartan wars of ancient history. You've been lording over them, but they endured it because they didn't want the Igbos to say, aha, we told you so. So like what you do here sometimes when the terrorists attack you, or if your Yoruba guy is a cross-dresser, or the Yoruba of the Fulanis come into your forest and kill you, and you're hiding it from us. So that we don't say to you, hey, we told you they don't love you, or they're the one doing it or whatever. You hide it and you endure it. All right, but one day they're gonna go overboard and you're gonna come confessing and say, you know what, these people are no good, right? So that's the way the truth works. You cannot bury smoke one man.
Hold on, Prince Daddy, are you there? We've not heard your voice at all. Are you?
One minute, I've been here, and I'm not sure how happenstance became the.
Yes, I was waiting to hear your voice so I can pivot the conversation to you. But I thought maybe you were in body but not in spirit. But at that point, and then
I've been here from the onset.
No, okay. Yes, I was just waiting for you to indicate readiness. But yes,
that's right. I will land there. You know that he's one of my disciples, right?
He's not your disciple. Have you heard him speak? I think you are the one with the notebook when Prince Daddy speaks.
Absolutely. Prince Daddy is very, very smart and brilliant. By the way, so is everybody on this platform. Some of that's come on this platform. All Nigerians were very, very smart people. You have to understand that. Albeit they will have this double A personality. But every Nigerian is smart.
Who would you say the smartest person on this platform is?
On
with
this
the
platform?
with the exception of yourself. I know you
No,
say it's you.
you, of course, right?
No, no, no. I'm not smart, and I don't really count that because
No. You are very, very smart.
I'm just the doorman. But
You're very smart. The only thing is that you lack judgment. We want you to use.
how can you be smart and lack judgment? That's a
like Showore lacks judgment. He's very, very
but
smart.
Showore is not
Brave,
smart now. So
courageous.
hold on.
Yeah.
Because you might have exposed yourself a little. You think Showore is smart?
Yes, I do.
You'd all right. Okay, then that
answer is on the affirmative for almost every Nigerian. Look, any Nigerian.
Are you conflating doggedness with smartness?
No. Smartness is different from having proper judgment. For example, right? You heard me make the case against Showore all the time. I'm a Showore man, right? I voted for Showore in 2019. The point is that though he lacks judgment, because when you come to a binary choice, that's when you have to really know who somebody is. You want to run for office.
Sorry.
Yeah.
When you come, you say somebody is smart, but then you say he lacks judgment, which itself is a contradiction in terms.
It's not.
It is somewhat. But if you say that, then you are propelling it then to say if you have a binary choice. So if you have a binary choice, then that is where your smartness comes into play. So if you have a binary choice, nobody is expecting you all the time. But if the abundance of that binary choice is not the right choice, then you don't have smartness, because and that binary choice is judgment. So how can you be smart but lack judgment? That's an oxymoron. That's a contradiction in terms. They don't cohabit, those two.
No, because you have to understand when you parse that word out. When somebody is smart, right, with brightness, cleverness, type of intelligence, right? They're astute. They're alert. They're apt. Now, are they discerning? Right? Are they shrewd? Are they discerning? In the case of Showore, he's not discerning. He is a valiant, courageous fighter against corruption. He doesn't like it whatsoever. That's a smart thing. But then, when he has a choice between, let's say, Jonathan and the Buhari, he doesn't see a difference between the two. He believes that both of them are corrupt. But one is a military dictator, right, who's already committed a coup d'etat. It's a military thug that used old laws to assassinate some of our people and killed a lot of people. He's uneducated. He's a religious bigot, a Muslim. He's not a civilian. Unlike the other one that is educated, he's a civilian, he's a gentleman, he's a patriot, hasn't killed anybody. So he doesn't know how to discern. He will look at both of them as the same, but he's smart enough to open. Where's that noise coming from? It's quite irritating.
I don't know. It may well be coming from me.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. That you're gonna have to understand that somebody could be a world-class mathematician and be able to solve any calculus that you give to them, but they don't know how to greet their mother in the morning, right? They'll be so dumb that they wake up and they feel too lazy to understand that you still have to respect your mother and all that. So it's I understand what you mean, but those words all don't mean the same thing when you talk about cleverness, smartness, and not even cleverness. In some cases, it's a negative word. If somebody say, "Look, you're clever," you think you're clever. They're not saying in that case that you're intelligent or that you're astute, right? They're trying to imply that you could have devices to take advantage of somebody. But anyway,
those are broader strokes of the same. They are different inflections of the same thrust.
Exactly.
If you're clever, astuteness, savviness, all of these things, they are broader strokes of the same lineage. It's essentially a description of being equipped. You know, so
Exactly. That's what I meant in the case with Showore, right? You
yeah,
could
but
see.
what I'm arguing is that Showore is not equipped. He has
No,
doggedness, and that is the only thing that he has.
no. He
Doggedness.
established the Sahara Reporters,
Yeah.
albeit he came there at the right time. You got to give him kudos for that. And he went after these politicians, okay? He went after them hard. And he needed help, but he did do it. He was incorruptible at some point, right? And you got to give him credit for that. You have to be smart to do that. A lot of them try to corrupt him, pay him off, because he was dealing with characters such as Ibori and so many others, right? Ribadu, who's the biggest crook we have in the country, that he didn't have judgment to know that that Ribadu is crooked. Now remember, everybody was going after this Tiniburana who's working for. Now Showore will not do that. Showore is smart, but he doesn't know he could be played like a drum because he still has vestiges, including the way he went after women, especially, right? He went after Nigerian women so hard that it was it was beyond the pale. It was unfair. So you have to. He lacked judgment to know how to balance things out, go after these corrupt politicians, and then have proof, so that because even if you're
Fansad, sorry for cutting you. Sorry, if you don't mind, please. One man, please, 1 sec. But as we Nigerians, we youths are claiming for youth president, as Showore claims to be a revolutionary, young, like say a little bit smart. I can't say he's really smart or smarter. But what do you think people are not resonating with him? If we want change in Nigeria, young, smart, vibrant, people should be going for Showore. Why are they still going to this old Peter Obi nonsense? Yeah.
So
one
sorry. Let me attempt at that, and then Pansat, just give us a condense because we must get to Prince Daddy.
Okay.
Half the people here, they come to hear Prince Daddy, not people like you and I. The thing with Showore is that it's exactly what I just said. He has agidi, and agidi is doggedness in Yoruba, by the way. It's sort of broadly. He has that, but he doesn't have anything outside of that. He has the force of will, but the force of will, they say, the force of will only take you so far as strength can take you. But then I don't think he has the acuity to understand the nuance and the inflections of the moment, and he doesn't have the flexibility to navigate delicate balances and all of this sort of it's just doggedness. That's just it. Keep hammering it. Just some aluta guy. That's all he is. But that's just my give us a brief on and then we must get to Prince Daddy Pansat.
Yeah, thank you. I think you come very, very close to my my position on Showore. But to answer now, that's a very the second brilliant question that's been asked by General Thomas today. Now, Showore is an enigma, right? What's exposing him is not that he changed anything. It's a Nigerian space. I don't know if it's social media. These kids, they're sharper. They understand. They're able to know, like you said, doggedness, perseverance, persistency, tenaciousness, right? Tenacity. They know that, and they know that it has its place. But they're more sophisticated than that Showore thought, because this new generation, just like you did, you gave him credit for that, and they don't want Showore disrespected. But they know he's not presidential material, though. And I don't know what's difficult about that. Our people now, the new polity, they're shrewd, they're astute. They have the acumen, the wit, the intelligence, common sense to discern. And they know when P2B emerged. Now, I was talking about the noun form of being savvy. And I mentioned a couple of adjectives: shrewd, But now, the verb, they understand and comprehend. They have the grasp. The Nigerian. See, if the results of this election was published, you would have really gotten the grit of the Nigerian, the new Nigerian. Obi would have gotten the number of votes he's supposed to get. Tinubu would have gotten the number of votes he's supposed to get. If that election was done by artificial intelligence that did the voting, and Atiku would have gotten the same, and Showore accordingly would have gotten the same. The Nigerian is smart and sharp. So now, what do? They get Showore. Showore wrote an article, 151 articles against Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala.
Yeah, I've heard you say that so many times, but
Google it. That's all. Only one neutral. When you Google it, those who are going to itemize it would itemize all articles. You could go ahead and read it yourself, right? Only one neutral with 150 negative. Now, how do you do that? Even with the worst human being, this is the woman that, regardless of what you wrote about him, she is head of the World Trade Organization. Not one single one. Now he published another article of something's very noisy. I don't know. Somebody's walking out or something. But the head of NASDAQ, who was the head of NASDAQ under Jonathan? Do you remember?
Is it Akuyele or so? Isn't that woman that's okay? Yeah.
Yeah, Madame Dora Akuyele, right? You know that she was undergoing treatment for cancer, and Showore, with his 007 type of journalism, went in there and took pictures of her and published it with her head gone because she's going undergoing chemotherapy and he was dying. Now that was not like judgment for you to do that. Dora was not a bad public servant, given the kind of country we have. So things like that, or James Ibori, who was accused of 170 something counts, and he was tried on our land, and he was found not guilty. Right? That's our laws. That's our land. That's the jurisdiction. And Showore did not want to accept that, and he went and conspired with Britain and the Kuwait, I don't know, Dubai or whatever, and they were hounding our fellow citizen because he's been giving them a hard time from stealing that oil in that place. So he just basically put him in their hands, and they were able to destroy him completely. Yeah, he's probably crooked, but the law is you cannot do double jeopardy. If he's tried in our courts and is found not guilty, he's not guilty. Period. You're not supposed to say, I'm not going to accept it, and then you're going to conspire with our enemies who want to extract all our oil, because he's a strong man over there. And then you take one of our sons and give to them to because of racism now, throw him in jail. Those are things that I consider to be lack of judgment, and he doesn't have the right, even if you're a reporter, if you see somebody committing a crime, it's still alleged. Only the courts determine who's guilty or not guilty. If it's a criminal one, they have to accord them due process.
All right.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, Pansat. Thank you, Pansat. Also, of course, inimitable, one-of-one Pansat. It talks a lot of it gobbledygook, but there it is, nevertheless. We're going to Prince Daddy, who I think is maybe ready.
Hey, woman.
Yes.
Hey, woman, how you doing, woman?
I'm good.
Yeah. I have a question for Pansat. Don't mind.
Oh, dear. We were trying to escape him, but
Pansat is my friend. It's my good friend. I don't know.
I don't know. It will insult you in a minute, and then it will go haywire. But carry on.
Yeah. So
I'm here, sir. Go ahead.
Pansat, how are you?
I'm doing good, sir. Who is this? Who am I talking to?
Well, you forget for one man knows. Yeah. So Pansat, I heard you talk about Showore. You spoke very highly of him, and of course, he's a nice guy. But should we put Showore side by side with Obi? Who would you go for? That's first question. Second question is you also talked about Showore going after women, going hard on women. Can you explain better? Can you explain more? Can you kind of clarify that statement?
All right, give a very condensed response to that, just so we can hear the voices. But before you answer, can you answer that first question yourself, Kenzo? If you put Peter Obi and Showore side by side, who would you go for?
Definitely, I'll go for Showore.
Why?
I'm not biased. That's not because I'm biased.
No, why? Why?
Based on his intelligence, I will go for him. Based on his doggedness, I'll go for him. Based on his, not being ethnic bigots, right? I'll go for him. So those three things, those three characteristics.
All right, Bansat. Bansat, give a very condensed response so that we move on.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. And I think most of those I've already addressed. In the case of who am I going to choose between Showore and Peter Obi? Unfortunately, it's something that it's a choice because they should work together. But of course, it's Peter Obi. It's not even close. Showore cannot shine Peter Obi's shoes. Peter Obi. It's been a governor. Let's talk about experience first of all. And I hope you believe that experience should count when you have a binary choice like that. He's been a governor and he's had power, had money. And then we looked at what he did. He said, go and verify. And he's a good communicator. He's been all over this world talking to people about his service to the country and then to the banks where he worked. He's been chairman of many banks. And he was able to handle state funds. He loves education. He promoted education in his state, moving from 26, 27, or 28, all the way up to number 1. And he did not, he says, the state hasn't bought me a bottle of water. So then when it comes to corruption, obviously, right there, two of them, they claim those. But there are many things to a virtue, right? There are 57 synonyms for virtue: goodness, righteousness. We don't know about their righteousness in the sense of going to heaven. The Lord tells us that everybody has sinned, even when she was alive, Queen Elizabeth, Obama, even me. We're sinners, but we're not talking about that kind of righteousness. We're talking about dignity, rectitude, honesty, honorableness, upstandingness, integrity. Showore, it does not have any of those things in a verified way. So he's trying to compare Showore to Peter Obi. It's stupid. He cannot be Peter Obi's houseboy, for example, right? Showore, though, is dogged, like one man said, has persistency. Now, they're both so far not corrupt, but Obi has an edge in something that is incorruptible. Obi is incorruptible, but Showore has not been shown to be corrupt. But he does things that a corrupted person could do, but we don't have any evidence to show it, because you could not choose Buhari over Jonathan. He denies it, but you don't have to catch him admitting it in order to forensically put it together, because he did it there, and he's quite a bold guy, like we said. The funny thing about having a virtue such as the persistency is that then you're in the hook. You could be traced because you're persistent. So if one of your pluses is that you don't listen to anything and you're recalcitrant, right? So now he did it under Buhari and Jonathan. Okay, so it's not a one-timer. So then, because then when it came to this last election, he did it again, whereby you have a convicted heroin dealer, our present president right now, and then Peter Obi, who were comparing with him. Now, some like you may think that he's better, but at least nobody's comparing Tinubu to Showore, because that would be stupid. Showore is better than Tinubu by 1,000-fold. But now he doesn't. Let me just land. So he's persistent. He did exactly what he did in 2015. He did it in 2023. Why? Because he's persistent, right? He's not a guy that changes easily. You cannot criticize him and then he'll change, right? So, but to wrap it off, you say give you some names, and I gave some names. I gave Now, I want you, Kenzo, because you have a show, I want you to do a show on this. Do a Google search of Sahara Reporters articles on Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. We call him Madame Go, right? Check it out. Do a show. Let those, including you, who support him, take a look at what he did there. That's a lot. 151 articles with one neutral, 150. That is bias. This is a woman, right? This is beyond the pale. And I'm also alleging, but I'm not going to bring it up because I like Showore, like I said. I could make a very good case that he's beaten by the same bug that most Southwesterners are beaten by, which is he was anti-Igbo at that time, but he has changed. So I leave that out and actually give it to his credit that he's changed. When at the height of his glory, he was anti-Southeast. And that's why you had a lot of Yorubas on his forum harassing Igbos when they make comments, but he went after Igbos very hard. Now, it's not you're not exempt from bias if you are using for example, what people do here. If you take like those ragtag couple of people agitating for Yoruba Nation, and then you want to equate it with the IPOB, or you want to use Sunday Igbo and say, okay, get two of them. Now, Thomas is guilty of this. He wants Nnamdi Kanu, kid. He's willing to sacrifice Nnamdi Kanu for Igbo. If you cannot take your little bronze to get our gold. This is what I mean. Nnamdi Kanu is not the same thing as Sunday.
All right, Pansat.
Take two of them because he wants our big gold gone.
No. We have to move on. I don't because he will take another stretch to explain whatever it is that you're going to ask him. I'm pleased that
definitely, I'm not going to ask him a question. Yeah, I mean that was a question. The question I asked him. Well, however, let me just correct something real quick. Okay, Pansat.
Yeah.
You are talking from both sides of your mouth. Okay, I've listened to you many times on this forum, on this platform. Okay, now you're talking about Showore going hard on the Igbos. Where were you when Showore was conversing that Nnamdi Kanu should be released? Okay, that's one.
But you missed what I said. I said it was.
All right, King. So we have to move on.
I said he changed. He doesn't do that anymore. I gave that as a credit to him. But let me ask you something, Kenzo. Just give me 1 second. This will take 30 seconds.
It's not Kaizo, by the way. I think you are conflating him with Kaizo. It's not Kaizo.
It's not Kaizo. Who is it? What's
no, it's Akin.
This is Akin. Okay, yeah. Akin. Okay, let me ask you, if I come to you right now and I say, do you have $100 in your pocket? And you say you have $100, right? And I say, okay, I have $1. And I say, okay, hey, let's throw away our money. There'll be $101. Just let's tear up and throw it away, right? What are you going to say to me? That's what a lot of these Yorubas are doing, right? Like Thomas. You're going to bring, you want to get in Nnamdi Kanu, but you're ready to sacrifice Igbo or one of your little fighters over there, right? I will say no. Let two of them leave. So you want to say no? We're not going to exit the nation.
How is it the Yorubas that want to get in Nnamdi Kanu when it was a Fulani man that that bagged him and tagged him?
No, but it's by proxy. Look.
All right, let's just hear from other voices.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I'm still here.
Yeah,
so
one man, thanks for allowing me. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Akim. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Kinzo. Stay there. We'll roll to you fairly shortly. Prince Daddy.
Before you go to Prince Daddy, just imagine Passat is not a Christian.
Joyce is not a Christian now. He's not. He's a
Christian. He's a Christian now. Oh. I'm just thinking how it's going to be much. I don't want to use the word terrible. No. Just let's move on.
A Christian doesn't mean that we're stupid, right? It doesn't mean that. A Christian also, it's a human being just like you. The only difference between a Christian and
you guys let Passat move on.
That was a good point.
About useless topic for the past 1 hour.
The only difference between a Christian and a non-Christian is not because I'm good or I'm better. It's because I'm saved by the Lord Jesus Christ. That's it. I believe it. I confess it, and then the Lord saves me. It doesn't mean I'm a saint. I'm still a sinner. right? It's just that
Oh,
Christ died for me and you, and I'm accepting it.
all right,
And
Pansat, you must
thank you
stop.
very much.
All right, thank you, Pansat. So thank you, Pansat. Let's hear from Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, pick it up from Edo State, or wherever you want to start from. Prince Daddy, a real delight.
Okay, yeah. Hello, woman. Hello, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe to the show and love the show. Edo State politics. I don't know much about Edo State politics. I wish what's his name? War Peace was here. Uh, so, but anyway, I guess the deputy governor was what was sacked, was impeached, right?
Yeah, he was
And it was
impeached, and people are saying that the hell had no fury will manifest itself by moving his support to the opposition space.
yeah. I mean, I guess that's an option. I mean, if it works, I know it may be working with OSHIOMOLE, so I guess that can give them an advantage in the state. But I don't know too much of their politics. I know this guy when the Labour Party did their was it their convention? But anyways, this guy's name came about. Olumide Akpaka, right? Seems to be um, a rising star or popular name in that Edo politics. But yeah, Edo politics. Let's. I don't have much to add to it really. So you can move into the next topic, please.
Yeah, I'll move you to the next topic. But that Edo politics is going to be it's going to be the acid test of this continuous campaigning that we're seeing by the Labour Party presidential candidate, because he has not stopped campaigning. So that Edo State politics, Olumide Apata, he's going to be the acid test of just what level of momentum is still with that space. A lot of energy online, but does it translate in real-time politics? Because
Well,
Olumide Akpata will, no doubt about it, be a referendum on Peter Obi.
that's a lofty goal. I mean, maybe you see it that way. I don't think I do. Especially, I don't think Peter B at this point in time actually has a party platform that that's able to leap from. I don't think he has one. It's being kind of in a limbo, so to speak. It doesn't know if he wants to support um, their chairman, that guy Abure, or not, or if he's going to go to a different party. So no, this is it would appear to be the case, but I don't think so. We're talking about Peter B here, so he doesn't dabble or indulge in such activities when it comes to politics. Peter B is all about selfish politics and what he can get. If yeah, Olumide Apata provides him fodder, you know, good. If not, it's not his brand of politics. I think we all know that by now that Peter is not a builder, and he doesn't care. He doesn't care. So maybe to you probably see more from different angles than I do, but to me, just solely or strictly based on Peter B's its MO. I don't think he cares. I don't think he cares. All he's thinking right now is trying to build some political capital with the Northerners and trying to work his way to the next election, 2027, and see what comes about it. He doesn't believe in building foundation from scratch, and Peter B absolutely is not a person that would start a new political party from scratch. It takes a lot of time, a lot of resources, and it doesn't give shishi. So it's not his brand. We have to. I like Peter B actually as a person, and I respect him. I mean, but sometimes when people want to stretch people and put them on a platform or pedestal that they don't belong to, it's not really a mockery of Peter B. It's rather the mockery of the people that think so highly of him to be able to possess such ability to compete or do certain things. I think Peter B is a smart guy. One word I used to describe him is a crafty man. He's very crafty, And to the contrary, I think he knows his limitation. Actually, I think he does. That shows his smartness. But he would do whatever it takes to, play the game. But he knows his capacity, his
You said
capability.
Prince. You said he knows his limitation. Do you think in the inner recesses of his mind, do you think he actually has that core belief that he is ever going to be president, or do you think he sees this momentum and he just wants to play it to its natural end? Do you think he's just in it for the ride, or do you think there's a burning inner conviction that he feels or even wants to be president?
Um, he wants to be the president. Um, like the past election, last election, he knows he did not have the numbers, but he was banking on some other nuances, some other variables that would make it happen. Um, he was trying to ride on the stability or to destabilize the country somewhat, but not being at the forefront, taking responsibility for it. Peter B, he believes. I mean, he believes he can be the president. Actually, I know he believes that, but how that could be accomplished, um, he doesn't care. Is a I think is a very optimistic person. Actually, I think he thinks there could be somewhat of a magical permutation that could come about that put him in the power. After all, guess what? Jonathan became the president. We knew. Peter B, I think he thinks in that direction also. Who knows what could happen to Tinubu? Who knows what could happen tomorrow? But to play politics as it is, I mean, somebody said it earlier that the APC or the Yoruba were not strategic or they don't play strategic politics. That is untrue. That's absolutely the kind of politics that Tinubu plays as a politician. Extremely strategic in everything he does. Very calculating. He doesn't leave a lot of things to chance, and that's why he's been successful for so many years. Unlike Peter B, he believed in happenstance. Yeah, it would take things extemporaneously just to get an advantage. That's Peter B there. And again, I like him as a person. It's not a magical person. It's just like when people like Pansat or Joel of Nashville want to paint him to be this Nostradamus, this smart genius, which is far from being a brilliant person. It's just a nice guy, crafty guy, and that label or that cloak of virtuous person is so ridiculous to be akin to Peter B.
All right, brilliant.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, carry on.
Do you think, since he knows his limitation, he uses his personality, kind of like fake accessibility, to cover up his shortcomings? Meaning, he's not really a smart guy, but he makes himself approachable. He talks in a soft manner, so people will not pay attention to the content of what he's saying. They'll just look at, oh no, this governor Anambra wants to talk with everybody. He carries suitcase with his hand. He pumps his own gas. He said he has one wristwatch and one shoe. You know, all those stupid
You got it.
stuff.
You got it.
Yeah.
That's his politics right there. I know it is politics because it has people like Joel of Nashville food. Joel of Nashville give an example one time that Peter B talked to a business person that he was going to build a road to the person's business store or something like that. It was just ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. That's the kind of a sentimental politics that he plays, and a lot of people buy into it. Oh man, they eat it like nothing. That's his style of politics, and I have to give it to him. See, Peter B, I said it before in the show, is a very accomplished politician, a Nigerian for that matter. He was a governor. He ran as a vice presidential candidate on the Atiku. Now, the last time he ran as a presidential candidate. Not that many people in Nigeria, of almost 180, 20 million people can say that. But and my understanding also that he's very rich. So I don't know how much he has, but it says very rich. So nothing personal with Peter B. I respect the man. I just think he's a nice guy, but I don't think he has the quality as a leader, quite frankly. But he uses what he has, which is kind of you can say it's a clever way to play politics. I'm more likely to give him the credit of being very aware or sensitive to his environment in terms of politics. Um, so whatever it's out there, whatever comes to him, or whatever the society gives him as in his constituents or the Nigerian politics overall, he just uses it and to his own advantage. That's
Is
his
there
fair.
not a fortuitousness to this Peter Obi thing that his personality chimes with the zeitgeist of the moment, and it's just it's an accidental happenstance rather than an orchestrated brilliance. It's just a fortuitous thing because there's a spirit that wants to move from the old order, and
Hmm.
his placidness and inoffensive mannerism it can be, they can pack it can find a natural, that spirit of change can find a natural home with how I won't say that is an actual personality, because what he presents is not who he is, because he cannot be a state governor, killed the whole bunch of people that he killed in that space, and be this placid, mild-mannered person. But his presentation taps into the zeitgeist of that need for change, that wind of change, and the gullibility of that space buys into his personality. It's just a series of coincidences coming together rather than any really orchestration of brilliance on the part of the Orca man. Does that make
Yeah,
sense, or am I just talking
right.
rubbish?
No, it makes sense. It captures the essence of who he is and the brand of politics he plays. You're right. Um, yeah, in a nutshell, that is Peter B. Is very ambitious, no doubt about that. Not everything's by happenstance, but somehow, some way, I think I could be wrong, but from what I've learned, it seems to be the only person that has crafted a political is a jingle, if you want to put it that way, that has been effective in the Nigerian space. Actually, is handlers, if you can say that, are the people in the background that crafted narrative. The internet has been a great tool for him to propagate its personality and what it doesn't stand for. I repeat myself, what it does not stand for seems to be the propagation out there for what it stands for. So there's been a lot of misconstrues, misinformation, malinformation about Peter B, who that character Peter B is to a lot of people. So, but it's, if you remove emotion from it and look at Peter B and analyze the guy, I'm glad I did. The guy, it has the law of the animal, if you want to put it that way, and meaning that it's not to me. Obviously, I don't count, but to the people that is able to attract or that are attracted to him, that is great actually. Not it, and that's almost a hallmark of a great politician, and it seems to have that. People gravitate towards Peter B, regardless of what you're going to say, smart or not. People seem to gravitate towards him.
There is
And
something of the Trump about him, isn't it? Isn't there rather? There's something of the Donald Trump about Peter Obi. Somebody that just speaks to populism, just plods along with
yeah,
the
yeah,
that guy, man.
definitely,
I'm sure you can't capture this succinctly. Igbadue,
he
it's just
did.
it's
He
just
did.
unbelievable stuff. It's a real wonder.
He did. Sure. Yeah. The professor did absolutely. That's Peter B for you. It keeps the whole thing interesting. I mean, for those that like him or are interested in his kind of politics. So we enjoy him. We enjoy him. Anyways,
So
well,
sorry,
man,
Prince.
good.
I was speaking muted. I was saying, let me take you to this space. A new nation birthed, soon to be registered with the United Nations. Yoruba nation has been declared by no less an entity than one of Abiola's wives. So, what are you making of this now? This flashbang in the news space. This Yoruba nation something. What do you think is in play there? What politics is in play? They have their son sitting in Aso Rock and they are making all these ruckus. What's going on?
I don't know what is going on. I mean, I kind of learned a lot from this guy, Adewale grandson. about this Yoruba space in a lot of ways. It was into very much. The guy can be, brutish, harsh, and ill-mannered in a lot of ways when he talks about all the tribes in Nigeria. But the guy is well educated, and he does research, and he has a lot of information. All you have to do many times when he speaks, if you remove his bigotry, many times when he speaks, you just do some just quick research if you're not well versed in Nigerian history or politics.
We've
And
had
you know,
him here before, by the way. Carry on.
yeah, he said it before. He said it, yeah. You know that the guy he says he's saying he puts out the fact. He puts out the facts, but his analysis may be biased in a lot of ways. But he has facts and information out there. So I learned a lot from him about the Nigerian space. And when you get into this, silo ethnic politics, region wise, then you begin to think, Nigeria is such a terrible place. Everybody's going to war. Igbos, Yorubas, everybody's at war, and it just sometimes we can pigeonhole ourselves in certain areas of field that we don't think outside the box to look at the real world in the context of how you place with the rest of the world. So that's how it goes. Yoruba Nation, I don't know. What can I make of it? And this lady, Abiola's ex, Abiola's wife, right? See, these people are, okay. I'm going to put it my way. See, the Yorubas have a well-defined geographical area in Nigeria. It's not controversial. The Yoruba space, the Igbo space, and the northern states, and all the other tribes, actually, a minority tribe or not. So, and the Yoruba people, their agitation, okay, at this point in time, it's to me, I would say, has to do some level of laziness. When people want to complain about what they're not getting, rather than being creative and ingenious in doing something to better themselves and the people, this is what we get. I mean, the Yoruba nation or the Yoruba Southwest, should imbibe the spirit of Awolowo and Jakonde. There's no doubt about that. These were great Yoruba leaders, and they've shown how leadership should be displayed and what it takes to develop a space and to be focused, message focused on how to.
Prince, how desirable do you think Yoruba Nation is? Is there an appetite from your prism? Is there an appetite for Yoruba Nation amongst the Yoruba people?
Well, that's what I said. Listen to Adewale grandson, and if you
no, he's an extremist, though. Adewale grandson. You can't. It's a bit like saying listen to Simon Ekpa. He's an extremist now, so he doesn't represent the.
Well, yeah, and maybe some other people. You would think that Yoruba Nation is most desirable, and the Yorubas in Nigeria are so marginalized; they don't have any chance or opportunity, and that's the only way to go. And again, if you are siloed in that regard, yes, that's how you would think. But if you ask me, I'm not the one to be asked that question. If we are, if there's a big appetite for it, I don't know. But on a larger or an overarching view of the whole thing, I think again it's not necessary because the Yorubas, the area they occupy in Nigeria is well defined. They have a lot of things naturally, and the space itself, the landmass, the topography. I mean, and the human capital is there also. Okay, see. We point a lot to the center, but I tell you, the governors, we talk a lot about the Ogun State governor, and even the rest of the governors, apart from Lagos State governor, in the Yoruba space, are almost useless for the most part. They're not doing much.
One man, and Prince, may I interject for a little bit on the couple of things that you put on the table already, so it will not be overwhelming when I do. Is that okay? One man, make conversational.
Okay, go a couple of minutes. Go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. Now, we'll start off with Peter Obi, right? I would bundle you and Show already same. I think you have similar view about Peter Obi. We know that somebody like Show is known. His major mantra is corruption. As a matter of fact, about 10, 12 years ago. I called him and left him messages on his in those days answering machine, and I was saying that corruption is not the only problem we have in the country, right? So now you have two people, Peter Obi and Tinubu in this case. So your thing is corruption, and you've espoused your reason for not supporting Tinubu, and he could get very heavy on Tinubu. You know, it's even far more than what I would say. And then when you put that on the one hand, and then he's trying to make a decision between two people, and then you ask him, okay, then what do you have against Peter Obi? And then he will say, hey, look, I consider all old politicians to be corrupt in the country. We want a new system. We need a fresh crop. Every one of them, they are the same, right? So you seem to be saying the same thing, because which doesn't really make sense. It doesn't fit you with your other views. For example, here in the United States, you like Trump, and you say the things you like about Trump and why you prefer Trump, and I agree with you on those. But what's not clear, and I don't know why people don't push you on that. So I have two issues I want to discuss with you. Number one, it's you have to elucidate what is it about Peter Obi. I'm not saying you don't find anything at all. Okay, in your case, maybe there's a couple of things that you find, but Peter Obi is a known phenomenon. Like you said, he's been in government, he's governed the state, and he's been chairman of banks. He's spelled out how he made his money.
All right. You have to condense it a little bit,
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. So let's take it one at a time.
No, but we don't want an extended, just so Prince Daddy can have his moment.
Okay.
So
Prince,
respond to
back your time whenever you want.
Yeah, but I think he's already. I think Prince Daddy is quite clear on it. Anyway, he can speak for himself. Prince.
Yeah, what I mean, he has not made a comparative analysis.
Actually, you're making a reputation to an argument I did not make. I didn't even talk about corruption, or I don't see. I was just trying to. Delineate the qualities, if there's any, about Peter B as a person, as a politician. That's it.
That's exactly what I mean. Now I want you to do a comparative analysis between the two. Do you follow me? Because you don't have the liberty. You have a binary choice, pretty much, like he had. So give me on that election day, 25th of February or whenever it was, you're there to choose between two viable candidates, Peter Obi and Tinubu. Tell me why you find that difficult to make. Make the case. What is it? Comparative analysis, virtue, vice. How do you?
It doesn't have to. I don't think. It's just there's so many people waiting. I don't want.
But it's so important that even if
no. I think when you get to the after hours, which is a more relaxed sort of.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't blame you for running away from it, because
nobody's running away from it. How often have we discussed Peter Obi and his lack of
it's a comparative analysis. Just let him do it for 1 minute. Use 1 minute to give us
comparative analysis between who?
Sorry, of what use is the comparative analysis for an election that's been lost? It's just a useless exercise.
No,
yeah, I've actually made that before, but I don't see no. Well, let's do that after hours, because other people have to talk anyway.
Yes,
there seems to be a consensus for that. That's okay. I'm fine.
All right, let's do that. Let me take you to this space, Prince. Labour submits 615,000 minimum wage demand in fresh proposal. So there's the theory, there's the thing that you go high so that people can then negotiate to where you really want to be, but not to this ludicrous level. How can you, on God's earth, propose that something that stands as 35,000 should be elevated? How does that even commensurate with inflation? What I mean, is this a ridiculous party show? Is this just for the cameras? Are they playing to the gallery? What's going on there?
Yeah, you got me. What is going on there? I don't know. If that's how they negotiate, go high and they meet somewhere in the middle. Even in the middle, it'll be pretty high from what it is right now. Well, 35,000. I don't know the politics or what they're trying to do. These labor people, they too, they're like politicians. I think that's what they are. They just use the institution for promoting their own selfish gains. It's quite clear. At the end of the day, they're going to go to House of Rock or go talk to these politicians and get something from it, and they're going to abandon the people they're supposed to be representing. So I don't. I mean, I don't know if you read this article earlier, but I don't know. I mean, it'd be nice to know how they justify the number. That'd be good. But it just sounds very high and out of the ballpark for the most part. So looking at it doesn't make any sense. I mean, are we not talking about? In fact, people talk about some of the states are still paying $18,000 minimum wage, and many cannot even afford to go that high. Beyond that, in the latest proposal, beyond 35,000 Naira a month. So I'm not sure exactly who's supposed to pay this. Maybe the federal government is supposed to. Are they talking about just states, federal level, and not the states? Is that it? I don't know.
To be honest with you, I didn't go beyond the headline on that one. I just
Yeah,
it seemed so ludicrous an idea. I didn't even bother to get into it. I just thought it's just another foolishness from that space. And that labor union is fast turning itself into a political party more than anything else.
it is a political party. I mean, they know that there's money to be made. Also, I mean, they know how to try to shut down the country with their labor force and no, and Tinubu and the guys, they know the deal. It's the same deal, going around the circle, negotiating and doing all the stuff, protesting. It's the same game. I mean, many, if you don't talk, if you do not talk about many of these topics that you bring about or that I hear out there, many of them I won't pay them any mind. Actually, I mean, some of them just like by the wayside. There's nothing to say about it. I want to pursue politics of seriousness, really, to help better the lives of common people. For example, Lagos State, having that special market, if you call it that special market to help reduce the price of commodities, it's something real to the people. My kind of leadership is very practical. I don't like to play, just pedestrian politics, just waste time and just talk for the talk. But it just bores me. I'm not into this kind of nonsense.
All right. So let's go to the spaces that you are interested in. Then that Lagos State space. I was actually asking my mother about it, and she told me that it's a horrible experience that you have to get a ticket beforehand, and then the waiting time will just beat whatever savings you get out of you, and it's not that much of a savings anyway. So I mean, I think it's still in its nascent stages, but
Sure.
the experiences of the shoppers there is not something. It's not they're not reporting glowing remarks about it.
And it's not surprising, and quite frankly, I would not expect any glowing remarks at this point in time. It's like I said, it's a nascent venture. They haven't worked out all the kinks and even really get a really nice and robust model that would work. It's a work in progress, and I think we all know that. But I'd like to know that regardless, the actual savings that they can get from this market. It'd be nice to know.
I think there's a broad 15% savings in that market as opposed to the open market.
15%, 15%. Say, yeah, okay, 15. I mean, better than nothing. But there should be certain food items that should be like super cheap. Like you should be able to get on like 50% less than your normal market price out there. Like Gary, for example, beans. Even bread. Such things should be very cheap in Nigeria, in Lagos. They should be able to do that. That will make a big difference to people's pocket. I mean, even that you can add rice to it. those basic commodities should be very cheap. They should make them very cheap. I think 50%
I
is
think
okay,
they're
but
actually selling that, but I think what they are actually doing is to bag it in family use quantities rather than,
mhm,
because what they seem to be finding is that some people are actually coming there, buying it, and then reselling in the open market. So
of
I
course,
think they are, yeah.
of course. I mean, all these things are bound to happen. Yeah, let's give them credit for even starting such an initiative. Okay, that is great. Yes, and rightfully so. The complaint you heard is probably legitimate, and it needs to be worked out. But they should just concentrate on make Gary very cheap now. They can do that. Really,
Yes.
make Gary cheap. I mean, it can't be that hard. I mean, sometimes you just get frustrated. They should be able to do that. Let's start with Gary, then move to beans and then rice, and give them some bread, palm oil. Make those kind of things cheap. They want to go buy meat and eggs. They should talk to Sinbad Farms to supply them with eggs. Make eggs cheap. You can get a nice balanced diet. Without breaking the bank. They can just those small items. Just make them cheap for the people. That would make a huge difference. It can't be that difficult. Sometimes I don't get it.
I agree with you. I think what they should do, just as you are describing, is to cost analyze a balanced diet, a nutritionally, a nutrition, not a nutritional diet, and then subsidize that in those markets, and then build
Yeah,
more of those markets. So that's the go-to spaces rather than and I think that will force the price if they build more and then attack those price points of the core essentials. I think that will
hmm,
actually force the open markets to adjust prices.
exactly. It would. Yeah, get them some fruits. Try to bargain with those sellers, the wholesalers, whatever. Food that fruits that are getting or getting too overripe or too ripe or whatever. Just get them out there and sell them dirt cheap to the people. Do that. I mean, sometimes a lot of things just get complicated. I mean, I don't mind the process being cumbersome right now, but is the food cheap enough to make people sacrifice their time and wait in line and have to then
Could
that'll be
I
worth it.
interject on that point as well?
Yeah.
We don't want communism, that kind of stuff that Buhari and Tinubu APC come up with all the time. All you have to do, I think Kene once elucidated them on this platform, get a task force together to go after the terrorists that are not letting farmers go back to work, right? Secure the country. We have the forces to do that. We have everything they need to go there and open the borders. Take care of these terrorists. Nigerians can produce their own food. You're not subsidizing everything. We're not a communist country. We're a capitalist state. The
But
function.
food is subsidized everywhere now, even where you live.
Yeah, but
The
not
farmers in your country are heavily subsidized.
they have
Mhm.
some of it is subsidized in the sense of competition for export and all that. But as far as feeding the country, right? There's a big difference between those two things. Here, dairy farmers and a few things are subsidized. But do you know one farmer here in the United States can feed the entire Africa? Just one farmer. I don't think you've been to United States to know how this country, how big it is. We have big farmers. One farmer can feed the entire continent of Africa. It's not a big deal. We've done it before, subsidy or no subsidy. A lot of those subsidies they're talking about go to corrupt politicians. We have a problem with security. We have a problem with monopoly.
No, that's a wider
Please,
conversation, though.
let me land now. You let
Carry
Trinidad
on.
talk, and especially when I'm making it. You have to know whenever I open my mouth, I may talk a lot of things, but
No,
each one of them is
because
a nugget. You,
it's not a nugget. It's
you have to know
carry on.
that the market is very important. The market decides a lot of things. You cannot feed everybody with all those Mickey Mouse opening a warehouse and giving Nigerians handouts for eggs, like he's suggesting. Give them some eggs. We're Nigerians. We could raise our own poultry. People have done it for 2 generations. You have a lot of Nigerians who are educated and who could farm at any scale. So all you have to do is to secure the country. Don't have terrorists go to farms, take it over, take their cows, go all over.
Yeah, no, we know all that. That's a
Yeah,
bigger
so
lift, but that's not where the conversation is.
no, but is the easiest way to solve a problem.
Yes, it's the ultimate solution, but I think it's speaking to a particular nuance. Let Prince Daddy carry on. Prince Daddy.
Okay, let him then expand on how giving them some eggs is going to solve the problem.
He didn't say give them some eggs, did he?
Not give, sell. Sell. You can. They can. They can.
What about
they
meat?
can have.
What about
Well, see, that's the thing. It's we're trying to cut our code according to our size. Why go after expensive meat when they can have protein from eggs?
If I want Eddie Icon tonight, how tell me how I'm going to.
Well, you can afford to have whatever you want to have, of course.
All right,
we're just talking to the
you've
common
had a
people.
good go, so let other voices also have their moment in the sun. Thank you, Pansat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Prince,
So so yeah, I guess that's it on that. So securing. It's what they're doing in Niger State with that massive investment in agriculture. It's a great initiative, and I hope they do eventually create a system or a model that can be replicated in other places. I don't think, just like I said, all they need to do is secure some parts of the country that can produce crops or food products or produce in large quantities, and that'd be great. I don't think insecurity is the bane of a lack of food or the price of food in that country. It's not insecurity. Of course, people with subsistence farming, the small farms get shafted by these terrorists or these cow herders, but that's not a big problem. Nigeria, is not as big as the United States, but it's a big country. Look on the map; it's a big country. The fact that we cannot secure a decent percentage of arable land for agriculture is a joke. I don't believe that. I'm not into farming, but sometimes some things you just gotta analyze them with common sense. I mean, we can produce enough food in that country, regardless of terrorism going on in that country at the same time. To me, that it's almost mutually exclusive to be able to do that. So I don't buy that. The problem is the price of commodities, because everything is pegged to the dollar, and that's why things are really expensive. But just like I think Bishop has said before, we don't have a problem with food in that country. I think the country is able to produce enough food. The problem is the price of commodities. That's the challenge that we face. You can always get whatever you want in that country. You can. Anyways, yeah.
Yeah. By the way, do you agree with me when I say like one farmer, let's say the Emerson family or alone, can feed the entire, at least Nigeria, for example? Do we have those kind of farmers here in the United States?
Well, of course, we have farmers like even all the way to Berkshire, Hathaway, Warren Buffett, son. I mean, they have huge farmland. Yeah, they can produce enough potatoes for the Nigerian market. I don't know about Africa, but for Nigeria, yeah, we have huge mechanized farming, industrial farming in America, and one family or one farm owner. Yes,
John Malone has 2 million acres, over 2 million, 2.5 million acres of farming. It's not just potato; they produce everything else, including like Foster Farms. They have chicken, beef, you name it. It doesn't matter. These are huge farmers, and they see it, and they've been doing it for decades, generations. Yeah.
Right. So, but and to that point, and that's why some of these things is not rocket science, and we don't have to duplicate or even bring about any new ingenuity to this thing. It's out there. Just replicate it. It's out there. This is a massive production of food. It's already out there.
But does it not go to the point that Pansat was making earlier, Prince Daddy? It's easily replicated. There is no. It is no real reach to do mechanized farming and industrialized farming But then the security situation does not permit for that. That's just the thing.
No, no. To the point I made earlier, also that to me it's it's almost an excuse. Nobody's denying that the people with the small farm or their practice of system farming don't get harassed by the herders. No, that's not the point here. But you can't tell me that we cannot secure a large parcel of land across that country, arable land, that the government can protect from herders or terrorists. We can, of course, we can do that. So that's an excuse. It's an excuse not to produce enough food in that country. We don't have that problem. Unless I can see some numbers and credible data, I refuse to agree to that point. Nigeria is such a big enough country to produce enough food, regardless of the terrorism it's facing right now. They're fighting war in damn Ukraine, and they're sending grains, wheat to Nigeria and other places. What is that all about? I mean, so yeah, I don't believe that. It's an excuse. There's not enough terrorism going on in that country that can hamper the production of enough food in Nigeria. I don't believe that. It's such a big country for that to happen. I mean, just go and secure certain parts of the country and make sure that you fend off all this nefarious activities going on around there, and make sure that none of those criminal activities happen there. We can do that. It's not going to take much, but yeah. So terrorism is not the reason why we're not producing enough food. Our problem is more of the dollar Naira exchange rate that's driving up the cost of food in that country, not terrorism.
But we've always had the problem now predating this Naira dollar, whatever it is that we're having. We've always struggled with food. Have we not always struggled with food sufficiency in Nigeria?
Well, I'm sure we'll answer such a question, but if you have a Kenya here, Kenya will tell you for 19,000 Naira back in Jonathan's time. You can
maybe if Peteru was in charge of the government, maybe that'd be better.
You can buy a bag of rice, you can buy beans. I mean, Kenya tells us all these things. So but now we have to agree now it's almost astronomical. It's out of whack. The exchange rate right now, the way it is, I mean, going all the way to almost 2,000 Naira to the dollar, I mean, it was just unbearable to a lot of people. It wasn't making any sense. And of course, we always had food shortage or whatever we had, But at $19,000 back in Naira back then, to feed your family was enough. I mean, but now, people buying a bag of rice, 25 pounds for what? 50, 70,000 Naira. And I mean, no, it's all due to the price of the exchange rate. We had the issue with cement, right? Going all the way to 12,000 Naira to a bag of cement. It's all based on the exchange rate, which is artificial. And we know that it's not real. It's not real germane to the country, to Nigeria.
Yeah, I'm sorry, because I don't know if you don't know. For example, you keep mentioning those things. You have to know that Dangote, it's a constant in those areas where you have this monopoly, where the borders are closed. If it comes to tomatoes, tomato paste, these women who normally farm and plant tomatoes, take it to, and then you come in and you give an exclusivity to an individual, and he can make the government close the border, so you cannot even export and sell your tomatoes. And then only he could do that. He could import and export, and then he has no value added stuff in his and he's competing with market women, right? He's competing with the cement. When you have one individual.
What do you mean he has no value added? Does he not own a tomato puree factory somewhere in the north?
Yeah, that's not what value added means, right? The value added will be you go to Congo, you get a cobalt, and then you make a computer out of it. You add value.
If you get tomato and make puree out of it, you've not value added.
That's no value. You just
All
made
right.
puree out of it. You didn't turn it into something that add value to it. If you
don't
retell,
all right.
no, understand what value added means, because a lot of people make that mistake. It's
I
still
understand
tomato.
perfectly. It's exactly
Yeah.
as I just described. If you
No,
take
the
tomato
value
and
you're
make
gonna.
puree out of it, you've
Yeah,
added value.
it's still a natural product. There is no intelligent. There's nothing intelligent about it. It's the same product. You could.
Tell us how you add value to tomatoes.
I just told you that in order for you, I gave you an example. Computer. If you turn a tomato,
tell us how you add value to tomato.
You get a tomato, and it's when you sell it, it's no longer tomato. You're able to extract some kind of chemical from it, add it to something that then turns into something else. Do you understand what I'm saying? Then I'm telling you, you're not listening. I'm telling you how
because
the value added that product doesn't come out. No, you're not listening with sense.
No, you're not making sense.
Wax your ears, right?
You make some chemical out of it. What chemical are you making out of tomato?
I'm giving you an example how you make value. You add value to something. It's not gonna come out of the same product. There's something intelligent that added value to it. If you go and you buy a tomato and you could grind it, it turns into a puree. So when you retail it, it comes out to be the same unit. Is that tomato? It's just that it's probably in a can. There's no value for that can. Some people even recycle that can. I pay you money to bring it back. So value added, it's a known phenomenon. If you don't know what it is, then you Google it. Do you understand?
So how do you add value
to you improve it?
Hold on. I suspect that you may not know what the meaning is. Value added is to add a layer of production into something to evolve its value.
Exactly.
Yes. So
that's what I'm saying.
So okay, hold on, fantastic. So when you take
to tomato,
when you take the potato, the tomatoes.
Yeah,
when you take the tomatoes, hold on. When you take the tomatoes and you go through a form of production to be able to can the potato the tomatoes in a can to extend its shelf life, that's value added to the tomatoes. So it is value added.
It's not value added because, as a matter of fact, here the fresher the product is, as a matter of fact, tomato in a can is regarded as something that's. You know, when I'm talking and you want to come in, I'm trying to make something clear for people who don't understand.
You spoke for 2 hours. Solid.
It's not the time I'm speaking. I'm talking about a different topic.
Yes, but we're not extracting anything factual or anything.
It is. You are not the judge of that. You run your platform, but you don't determine what people
all right.
get from it.
And then we move
okay?
on.
So
and
I'm saying that
interjections as well.
If you improve a product and upgrade it, make it advanced, right? In the case, it's not only tomato or raw products. These are raw products that we're talking about. I gave you an example. You take cobalt, it's a raw material, then you turn it into a computer. That is value added. You're going to sell it for a whole lot more. It's not going to be around the same price as that cobalt. A tomato, if you go and you're competing with market, there's no product he makes that has any value. For example, cement.
Well, see, that's a narrow definition. That's your narrow understanding of definition of value added to a product. Okay, I just look at just Google something right here. There's a different ways you can add value by convenience, branding, quality, design, and unique selling points. So I don't know your argument. Yes, when you take it to. Yeah, so I think it doesn't apply to tomatoes.
To cement, that's not value added.
If you did what?
If you process limestone into cement, that's not value added.
It's not value added.
All right. Okay.
Listen to me. It's a very technical term, right? It has to be it's an advanced thing.
It's not a technical term. It's an economic term.
Right, but you're looking at it in the colloquial sense, right?
It's an economic term. It's not today. It's not colloquialism to it. It's a basic economic term.
Listen, we're having a mini debate, so you speak and you let me speak, then you continue. Let the audience decide, because we know what it is. If you go and have a monopolist take over and he's not adding anything that the next guy is not adding, they're making cement just like he's making it, or those women are selling tomatoes just like he's selling it. In this case, Prince Daddy makes a point. Maybe it extends the shelf life, but at the same time, he has been to live in a time when.
Sorry, 1 second. One second, Pansat. To Nero, switch on your camera so I can see you. I'm not sure we've had you here. Okay, yeah, you can switch it back off. All right, carry on, Pansad.
Yeah, so I think it has to be enhanced to where it's actually, there's a value added to it. It's not the same product that the next person can also do. But in all ramifications, monopoly itself, no matter what you're doing, it's a bad thing for as far as price, right? An individual can hike up price if he has no competition, because the only thing that the market has, and is quite effective for a capitalist.
But Dangote doesn't have a monopoly. It has market dominance. That you conflate a lot of stuff.
We've had that argument before. That's not the only thing he does. He's very close.
If I buy tomato cans from Dangote and sell it back to the public, I'm not adding any value. Okay, but if Dangote goes and procure raw tomatoes from farmers across the country, assemble them in the plants, it has a machinery to do canning, cleaning, washing, and whatever they do to make tomato paste or puree. That's value being added.
Not, colloquially it is, but as far as the economic term itself, value added, it's done absolutely nothing. Do you understand? What I'm saying to you, though, colloquially, you're right, but I'm not gonna. First of all, when I'm talking, you should be listening to what I'm saying. I'm not just here talking, right? I've established to you by now, if you're fair, that when I'm talking, you ought to pay attention to what I'm saying. I'm not here to play around. So, but go ahead. You want to educate our people, go ahead. But if you just want to play around, go ahead. The audience will know what we're talking about. Nigerians are very smart.
All right. Play around with the different topic, Prince Daddy. I'm not sure if you want to go to the international space. You know the goings on there, so there's only really one topic. So somebody has done a data, Iran versus Israel. So the population of Iran, 87 million, Israel 9 million, available manpower 49 to 3.8, fit for service 41 million to 3 million, military personnel active Iran 610,000 to 170,000 Israel, reserve personnel 350,000. But curiously, the Israelis have more reserves than reservists than Iran, 465,000. But then that is explained by when you come of age, you do military service in Israel. Paramilitary, 220,000 to 35,000 in Israel. Financial defense budget. This will startle your Prince. $9.9 billion in Iran. I think that is more than the total of the whole budget of Nigeria. But certainly in Israel, 24.4 billion. So that tells you then just the sort of thing they are facing now. External debt, 8 billion to 135 billion. So all those monies that they get from America, 135 billion. Can you imagine that? We're complaining about the 10 kobo that we owe. Foreign reserves, 127 billion Iran, 212 billion Israel. Aircrafts, Iran 551,000, 612,000 Israel. Fighter aircrafts, 186 for Iran, 241 for Israel. Attack helicopters, 13 Israel, 48 13 Iran, 48 Israel. Land power, 1,000 to nearly 2,000. Tanks. Yes, land power. So under land power, tank strength, nearly 2,000 tanks the Iranians have, 1,370 the Israelis. Armored vehicles, 65,700 to 46,400. Self-propelled artillery, 580,000 Iran, 650,000 Israel. And naval power, fleet, 101 fleets, the Iranian 67, the Israeli submarine, 19. I didn't even know they had submarine in Iran, but they have 19 to Israel's 5. Logistics, airports, 319, Israel 42, 319, Iran 42, Israel. Merchant marine, nearly 1,000, the Iranians, 45. And then oil production, so that 3.4 billion barrels, Iran, 0 Israel. So in terms of matching up, I'm not quite sure that the Israelis will be very quick to take on the Iranians. Certainly not with America, and certainly not without American backup.
Well, you know the defender of Israel, one man.
Yes, Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe, his name is.
No,
One,
it's
please, before you
Archangel
go on,
Michael. It's Archangel
please,
Michael. But let
please,
me tell
Daddy,
you,
please, Daddy, give me one
yeah.
sec. One man, do they, did Iranians build weapons themselves or they buy weapons?
It's indigenous to the
I
building.
think it's both. It's both. They have a large military industry as well as buying law.
Yeah. Go on,
Yeah.
yeah, Prince. Yeah.
Yeah, just like I said, no, the defender of Israel is the Archangel Michael. Israel has been to many wars, against the Arab nations, and they've won. And there's been a lot of documentation about it.
I didn't know the Archangel Michael wore stars and stripes.
The no, it's the Archangel Michael in America Congress that is voting huge billions of dollars to Israel, weapons of war, the iron domes and stuff like that. Come on, what are you talking about, Prince? What Angel Michael? Israel
The
is
Lord
not
works
even
in mysterious ways.
Israel is not even a Christian country. So what are you talking about?
No, the Lord works in mysterious ways.
You're making an argument. A point I didn't make. It's not about being a Christian nation, and that's why on the issue of Israel, if I were to analyze or look at it from the point of view like the last speaker or some of the people, then I'll probably be on your side, intellectually, just looking at it from that point of view. But the issue of Israel is beyond the way many people look at it. It is beyond that. Israel has a place in the world, and it has a place for the Christian religion. I'm going to put it that way. But Israel, I'm not moved by all this, large arsenal for the Iranian nation. Not at all. I rather have peace between the two nations. There's no doubt the Persian nation is an historical nation. They are, over the years, known to be very advanced. They are a cultured nation. They've contributed a lot to the world, from where? From poetry to mathematics and other things. Scientifically, actually, the Persians, they're brilliant. But again, it's a war they don't want to get into because it can get really, really messy. I think one thing you probably omitted, one man, is the Israel's nuclear capability. What about that? Was that mentioned in that article, or the numbers you read out for the different items?
No, it wasn't mentioned on either side. But I think the Iranians are reputed, or they are rumored to have nuclear capability too.
They don't have it yet. They do not have it yet. They are getting close, and they do not fully have the nuclear capability. They don't, but Israel does, and you got to keep in mind also that Israel's tentacles extend around the world. Most of the most brilliant scientists, material scientists, from computers, in manufacturing of weapons, just name any field that has to do with high level science, or the sciences. We have the Israelis there at the forefront of it. They are
I'm not sure that we still do. I think that is I think that that belief is a carryover from the Second World War. When they harvested all these Jewish Germans and took them to America and to build their nuclear program, but I'm not quite sure that they still they still stand preeminent in the sciences as we historically knew them to.
Unless you have a data to back it up, I don't. Why not? That's what you know. It may not be as well due to a lot of things, from name change to a lot of ideological changes, or shift in the position by many Jews. Yeah, you may not know or see that, but you got to keep in mind that Israel still produce some of the most sophisticated weapons in the world. Do you know that they're working in conjunction with many American military contractors? From Northern Grumman to name them. They are there. Trust me, they are there, and they always have first access to advanced weaponry, especially when they have to do with America. Don't be fooled. They are there, and they're very knowledgeable. They have advanced. See, everything that they have is advanced. Of course, when it comes to sheer number, the Iranians are ahead of them in terms of numbers. But we know Israel has been able to be successful in its ties to fight against and defeat many nations. Right after the
Please, Daddy,
Second World War.
please let me add
No,
something. Just hold
don't,
on. It's important, please.
no, hold on, Pansat.
Yeah.
I don't want you to add. I want Prince Daddy to land, and then I want us to hear from Kulata, who I think is ready for bed and is just waiting to have his
I know
turn.
it's going to take a minute, but it's very important.
It never
That's why.
takes a minute with you,
No,
Pansat.
this one will. It's very important. Let me just I'll give you the verse and everything in the Bible, because it was a very important observation somebody made earlier. The support of the United States to Israel it's biblical, right? It's you find it in Ezekiel and Zechariah 12:10, and then of course where it's in Ezekiel 36:24, where it says, "For I will take you from the nations, gather you from all the lands, and bring you into your own land." That's Ezekiel 36:24. So then the passage continues, "Then I will sprinkle clean water on you, and you'll be clean. Moreover, I will give you a new heart and put a new spirit within you. And I will remove the heart of stone from your flesh," which they have, right? So this particular verse and this particular prophecy is very, very important for Christians in the United States. That's why they support Israel. They're supporting Israel so that they all to kneel to the Lord, the glory of Jesus Christ coming back. These prophecies have to be fulfilled. It's very, very important. It's not a small thing. All right. So
all right.
I want you to look up those verses. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. All right, back to you, Prince. Prince, bring it home.
Yeah.
Then we hear from Kulata before we lose him.
Yeah, and well, I know it's been stretching for a while, and to wrap that part off with the Pansa's quote in the Bible, it has to be in the book of Genesis that is God told to Abraham that it would bless those that bless him, which of course extends to Israel. So to wrap it up, Israel's battle is not just a physical battle, and that's only relegated to what Netanyahu is doing. It's a spiritual battle as well. All right, well, man, thank you, appreciate it.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Stay there, Prince Daddy. After Kulata, I'll bail out so you guys can have. I think you guys.
Can I quickly have a short response before Kulata come in?
All right, go for it.
So, a nation elected a right-wing, extreme right-wing war hawk, a bloodthirsty war hawk, who destroyed another man's land for fun, and then you say it's a biblical revelation. What kind of nonsense talk is that? Do you know how many children, Palestinian children, mothers, innocent Palestinians that have been by in this Netanyahu stupidness? That is that what the Bible says, that Bibi Netanyahu should go and be buying innocent children across the border? Come on, man, let us stop all this.
No, sorry, the Bible didn't say that, of course, and I never alluded to that. But again, you know, if only if you are in the shoes of a leader, you would know the tough decision that needs to be made or that he has to make. And that is the case. I mean, right now, Netanyahu looks like a monster, no doubt. But what do you expect? I mean, how long would this continue to have to deal with a terrorist group like Hamas in order to safeguard or to save the lives of his people. Leaders make tough decisions, and we all know that. I don't think anyone is supporting Netanyahu in the killing of the Palestinian children. Keep in mind, also on October 7th, a lot of Jewish children were killed. We don't want to extend all the way to the Holocaust by the Nazi Germany, but nonetheless, they've suffered a lot. So it's not tit for tat here, and it's not about God telling anybody to kill anybody. But guess what? If you are in charge, if you are a leader, your decisions may not be the best of decisions in hindsight, but nonetheless, you have to do the best to protect your people.
The Palestinians did not carry out the Holocaust, so why are they suffering for it? You don't understand that they did not participate in what happened in Germany. So why are they the one who are suffering for it?
Well, they're not suffering for the Holocaust. They're not suffering for the Holocaust. They're suffering for what Hamas as.
Am I allowed to respond?
Sure, hold on. They're suffering because of what they did on October the 7th. It was an unforced attack. It was not necessary. The Mideast, with the help of Donald Trump, initiated and instituted the Abraham Accord, and Israel was going around making peace with fellow Arab neighbors, including Saudi Arabia. Things were going on very well until this corrupt, wicked Hamas terrorist group that wanted no peace in the Middle East initiated what happened October the 7th and started the war. You got to keep in mind that it's easy now to point a finger at Netanyahu, but the reality is that you don't expect Israel to respond with equal amount of force, especially when they have the capability to destroy or annihilate Hamas.
Israel is not a terrorist state as well.
All right. Let's hear from Kulata. Let's do it this way. We hear from Kulata. I'll bail out, and then you guys can free flow with Thomas. Kulata, are you still there? I suspect you're already snoring wherever you are. Are you a snorer even?
You have to ask my wife.
That's the thing, you know. How would you know? So yeah. So
let me. I sometimes when my wife snore, I complain. Sometimes when she's too tired from work, then he said, "You two, you always snore." I said, "No." He said, "No problem." So one day I was so tired, she recorded my snoring.
There's one way to find out if you're a snorer. If you are getting the elbows in the middle of the night, then you know you're a snorer. That's just
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Kulata, how are you, my brother? Welcome back. I saw people giving you woto on other platforms.
I went to welcome Peter Obi
yesterday. Oh yeah, how did that go? I dipped in for a moment, but I didn't like the question. It was too much like a love letter or something. I love you, I love you. I just left.
Yeah,
Your
Excellency is a love letter. Nobody has a typical question. Even Rudolph even asked stronger question. More than
I tried to get in to see if I could give him maybe a quick, chop, but the studio was full, so I just abandoned it.
I thought they did very well, actually. I watched it. I didn't participate in that.
It was too tepid, too timid.
It was too mushy.
It was too reverential.
I mean, you cannot ask him when's the last time he saw heroin and get convicted.
No, you can ask him when the last time his brother is a notorious drug dealer, so you could have asked him that. I would have asked him that.
But why do you always want to interject when I want to make an input? You cannot ask him something that doesn't make any sense. There's nothing. When if he ever comes on this platform, you're gonna be just like those Nigerians who ask very, very tough questions to Peter Obi, right? What are you gonna ask him? He's already said go and verify, right? What are you gonna ask? Go and verify. If you verify anything, he'll quit running. He says, right? You have somebody who's faced our best journalists. He's accessible. Unlike yours, you come to equity.
Kebaloye is the best journalist.
You have to come to equity. I know, one man, please. You have to come to equity with clear conscience, right? Your guy, if you're going to be asking him a
Queen
question, right? Think about who you support. Your principal.
Pastor, please, let Kodaka continue, please.
Yes,
Don't be
Kolata, to
please.
you.
If
Yes.
you don't want me here, I could easily leave.
No,
but
no, no,
I'm
nobody says
participating.
No, look, what do you mean you could easily leave? If you want
No,
to
what I'm
leave,
saying,
you
if you
leave.
you don't want me here, I make it easy for you. But I have to participate in the platform.
You have to participate. We've heard no other voice but yours since the session started.
Please give me 1 sec. Passat, you have your run. You have your time. Nobody disturb your time. Are you being fair now? Let Kolata continue.
No, let Kolata just carry on. Kolata, carry on.
I know, but am I allowed to interject? Is what I'm saying.
Enough of it, man. Enough of it. Kolata, carry on.
Anyway, I thought it was a missed opportunity talking to the guy. But at the end of the day, when you think about it, like, really, at this point in time, it's just an ordinary citizen. The guy said he's not in charge of the Labour Party. Like, really? So if you're not in charge of the Labour Party, you're not leaving Labour Party, then the implications to me is you're in the know of what Abure is doing. Otherwise, why are you not in charge of Labour Party? Why are you not taking reins of the party? You turned a 5,000 vote party to 6 million vote party, and you are not in charge of Labour Party. Like, seriously? And when anybody tried to ask him about the fact that they did not have polling agents, he said, the election of last year has gone. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Shaibu, you said you won the freaking election.
You know, I had them close that window, and I just thought, no. You know, if you are there to be asked anything that the members of the public want you to. What do you mean? That's what they want to hear from.
I mean, you fired them up. You said you won the election. They stole your mandate, and then you went to court. You did not show proof of any of any EC8A, nothing. And then your party people are now telling us you did not even have polling agents. So why did you lie, or why did you raise the hopes of these kids up and say, oh, I won the election? And then when they're asking you that, sir, where's still the proof that you won the election? I said, no, it has gone. Let that has gone. Like, come on, man. It's, I mean, that's
did he commit to running in 2027? I heard somebody somewhat ask him in that direction, but
it's the same tepid, low energy response. I mean, to me, is a conclusion that is, number one, is a weakling, but being a weakling is also an opportunist. So you will never see him take charge. Like, all right, I'm building this party, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. It's just going to be acting like a weasel, and until the election comes. Now, you're doing all. Yeah.
The way you guys are saying these things sometimes it's almost as if you don't know Nigerian politicians. So Obi is going to go take over a party that has been existing. It's one of the oldest parties as we speak right now in Nigeria, apart from PDP. With proper people, proper politicians behind it across the country. Obi is going to look those people.
Okay.
It's as if you don't know Nigerian politicians. That's why
who is the money maker in Labour Party?
It's not about money maker. People will take
it. It is about it. Who is the money maker? Who is the crowd puller? Who is the money maker? Who was top of the ticket? Who did they make their candidate in their convention?
Just like Trump, he hijacked the Republican Party. So
it doesn't work like that in Nigeria. It doesn't work like that in Nigeria.
Peter B doesn't have the skills. Sorry.
No, it doesn't work like that in Nigeria.
No, I wouldn't say it doesn't have the skills.
Politicians in Nigeria are so desperate to the point whereby, look, you guys will slug it.
Akim, I think you may be wrong. That party is there for the taking. If Obi wanted it, he would take it, because the momentum is for him to take it, and that seems to be the thing. Maybe he just doesn't want the heavy lifting of what is required. If he wants the party, Abure will hand it to him, so long as he continues to be Mr. Chairman.
I think they had the skills to take it one man. You just say, are you contradicting yourself? He doesn't have the skills to do that.
No, guys, I don't think so. It's not like he doesn't have the skill or he doesn't have this.
He doesn't want to spend the money neither.
No, he's playing two-faced. He and Abure are in the know. They are both colluding, but it doesn't want to appear that it endorses Abure, so it's going to allow Abure to continue do what he's doing while trying to show that, okay, my hands are clean, but it's not going to do anything to rock the boat. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Can I come in?
Because
Right.
hold on, let me land this point. Because they've both done shenanigans together, right? It's like they have a pact, but he doesn't want to be publicly associated with him like that. But he's still not distancing himself from the party. And for him to distance himself from the party is to say either I'm leaving the party or I'm taking charge, trying to kind of like do some action to get rid of the Abure. But you see, he's silent on the Abure, is tepid on his continuity in the party. Kind of. Now, I think he's being forced now to admit he's still there, and he's now saying, "No, I'm not the leader." So, of course, it's very transparent.
It's not the leader because Peter B now is playing the northern politics, and you can't have a Bure there and
You can play, you can walk and chew gum at the same time. Playing northern politics is standard fare. It's supposed to play northern politics.
Oh, so you want to disenfranchise all northerners from your party, and you think they're going to vote for you because of what?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Is committed but trying to be non-committal. Like me, I know really they there. But he's there.
He's not committed to anybody, not even Abure. You know Peter B.
He and Abure have done, I mean, as Yoruba people say, want to roll down, they've done one or two things together. But he can't. Yeah, so that's the thing, is so he's gonna let this status quo stay, and he won't rock the boat. And at the same time, you'll now be saying, like, I'm powerless. I can't really do anything about it. So Abure will keep running the show. And then that's how they're going to run the game.
Let me come in like you promised. Prince Daddy, I told you earlier, like we align, we're Christians and we're aligned. But the problem you're giving to people who align with you on some things is then when you go on P2B and you say things that are embarrassing, that everybody knows is just not true. It's embarrassing. You say, oh, P2B doesn't know. One man is trying to tell you, hey, look, don't embarrass me by saying that. Clotta is telling you the same thing. You're wrong about that. Now, P2B can play politics. For example, if he has a strategy, a northern strategy, he should implement it. That's probably what he's doing. To come out and say, hey, I told you P2B is a bad guy, he's a criminal because he's doing a northern strategy. Right? That's not gonna fly, right? Now, on Abure, the main reason why I don't go to Niger Watch is my position on Abure. I believe is the right position. It's an electoral post. If you want to belong to the Labour Party, you have to get in there, be in the party, and then go ahead, go to that executive council, challenge him, accuse him of whatever you want. The function of a political party is to enable people to run for political office. Already they're committed that P2B is their candidate, period. He doesn't have to do anything else. But he's not in charge. In that executive committee, a lot of good Nigerians, like the guy has a symbol H on his name. I can't remember his name now. That is saying there's a lot of professors, very good people there, and Abure is their chairman. Now they've managed to give him a bad name, talking nonsense. People who do not belong in the political party. They say, look, we're obedience, we don't belong in the Labour Party. Then stay out. If you have anything, he's still due. He has to have due process. You have to go there. If it's a criminal nature, you have to prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt. At that point, then P2B could do something about it. But until then, this is a man who fought valiantly in that election. He was beside P2B all the time. And he went out there and he organized our party, picked P2B, and they went and they won that election. So now, but this is what I want to conclude with. What happened in this election, 2023? A lot of people are misunderstanding what happened. A lot of hubris. It's an aberration. It's an anomaly. Right? It's an irregularity, an oddity. Tinubu did not win the election because Buhari rigged that election with his northern governor.
Answered, we've heard. Let me continue.
Let me land now. Let me land on this. I'm almost done now. I'm almost done. I'm
Pansa, if you
almost
want to
done.
interject, you can
Hold
No,
on,
just
I'm
interject
done.
if
I'm
people
almost
behave.
look,
done. Please
we've heard
let me
Peter who
land
wants the
now.
lecture.
No, no,
Pansat, I don't have time. I have
hold
to
on.
speak, please.
Okay, he wants to
Hold
take the
on.
floor back. No, let him carry on,
May I,
Pastor.
can I get
We've
land?
said this too often, so we know
I've
what
heard
you're
it
saying
1,000,000
already.
times. I
Yeah.
don't need to listen to it for
I
the
wanted to
10th time
land.
again.
Peter Obi won the election.
He won.
Tinubu was rigging. The
That wasn't
Fulanis
my point. That's not
conspired.
my main point.
He won in
Let me
Anambra.
land
We've
on my main point. Let
Pansat,
me
I
land.
don't care for what you have to say again.
No,
Thank
what
you.
I'm saying, my main point.
Okay, Pansat, please. Kulata, carry on.
So I don't have to. So when we're talking about so that kind of behavior, that's a weasel. Like he knows what he's doing. He knows like Abure and them, they've done so many things together, and he's not going to try and push him out, but he's going to act like the reason I can't push him out is because I'm powerless. And that kind of person is not a decisive person. Is just an
What did you
opportunistic
make of
parasite.
his general demeanor? Was the like I said, I didn't really. I tried to pay attention, but then Kaizo was on as well, and I was finding Kaizo a bit more entertaining than. But what did you make of his general demeanor? How was the whole thing? Not this full session, but his cameo appear. Was there anything?
Yeah, but
Did you glean anything? Or is just
well, I won't blame his demeanor because he just left. He was in a conference in Harvard or something, so that could have exhausted him. Because I mean, he was still a bit spirited, but I mean, compared to the normal what we tend to expect. But I mean, at the same time, not much substance to his answers. Is everything is oil style? It's just a stylistic person. The substance of whatever he's saying is zero. The questions weren't that deep or pushing or anything. Nobody went to do research. I mean, so it wasn't. Honestly speaking, it
people were
was. If you're
actually texting me to go and hit him hard. That was why I
uh,
rushed there.
I wanted someone. I was at a dinner, so I was using one earpiece to listen a bit. So and at some point in time, I was tuning out, so I couldn't really like.
You could talk from a McDonald's. There's nothing wrong with that.
It's not McDonald's pasta. If I'm in McDonald's, I don't eat McDonald's apart from that breakfast, that egg, whatever. But the bottom line is that was from what I could listen to, nothing really good to.
So nothing that is going to make the headlines came out of her.
No, nothing that's going to make the headlines. Absolutely not. But let's talk about the important stuff. Power, energy. So I've been thinking about that a lot ever since the minister came out to talk, and also the increased what's it called? They remove subsidy. They increase the tariff. They remove subsidy on what do they call it? Band A. So I've just been thinking like this transmission issue we've had, right? We've been stuck in one phase, which is simply proof of concept. That's all we've been trying to do since all these years, proof of concept. And I don't know how much has been given. Buhari gave Ericsson, sorry, Siemens. Why am I? My brain is fried today. Siemens. I don't know how much Buhari gave Siemens. The number of transformers they've delivered, not many. So I was just thinking, why? No, maybe I think I saw it somewhere. No, I saw it. This is not my original idea. I saw it somewhere. Now, why can't we just simply give Siemens this transmission deal, sell it to them under a build, operate, and transfer? How would that hurt us? And how would that help us? Basically, now this is me adding more to that thought that I saw. Basically, you call them like, hey, you guys, this $2 billion, whatever, you guys take it, build it, charge for it. We will have additional parameters about maybe securing those masts, securing those transmission lines and all, because Nigerians like stealing stuff like that. We probably will secure that end, run it for maybe 40 years, 50 years, and then hand it over to us. That's one option. And then for the distribution companies to be able to pay cement, then remove all the subsidy. Not just band-aid, just remove all the subsidy. But before you do that, try and rush meters. You won't be able to get meters to everybody, but fast track getting meters to people so they can really do pay as you go. And for the people that don't have meters, maybe subsidize them a little bit because you don't want them getting hit with surprise bills. I'm telling you, if you can do that, our power situation will improve in 12 months. Because Ericsson, sorry, why am I calling it Ericsson? Siemens will be able to deploy those transmission lines in 12 to 15 months. They will have covered most of
you know, I've never really liked that build, operate, and transfer as a model. I've always felt that the country always gets diddled somewhat. Its advantage is so heavily that enterprise that gets that commission.
Yeah, but when we've sat down on this stuff for how many years, we've not been able to fix this. Like, why can't we just hands off it for a few years, let them build it, and let us enjoy it?
Kulata, what you are suggesting is still in line with centralization. Why are we not
so
for decentralized, power system? Yeah.
The reason I'm saying that is because we already have an existing deal with them. If we're going to break that deal, we'll probably get penalized. And if they're going to go to the subnationals, then it will be individual negotiations between the subnationals and Siemens. We can do even both of what I'm talking about, right? If you say, okay, Siemens will build the transmission lines across the country, as part of this deal, states can lease aspect of those transmission lines to support their own regional or statewide network. We could kind of like make it a hybrid where you they kind of like deploy the national grid, but within the national grid, carve out multiple mini grids that either satisfies a state or satisfies a region. Something like that. I mean, this is just a startup.
Collateral. So, sorry, I want to comment. See, this is what the government needs to do now. Just say, call all the governors in and say, look, as a federal government, we're no longer going to be investing in power infrastructure. It is now your duty, your responsibility to sort it out. Look, we've been crying for decentralization of power for many, many years. So the law is there now. Why is the federal government still doing heavy lifting? At the end of the day, they will spend all this money, and then 5, 6, 7 years after everything, there will be no maintenance, nothing. The OT will go. Look, just hand it over to the state. Let every state take over their grids, and then let them bring in whoever they want to bring in to come up, help them sort out whatever they want to do.
But there still has to be a national grid because of the heavy spend that industry needs.
We already have a national grid. Whatever we have now, we keep that as a national grid.
Yeah, that's not working. It's comatose and redundant.
But here's what I'm thinking. From a design standpoint, high availability, fall over. We should have a national grid that can act as a backup and as a backbone. Listen to two things I said: a backup and a backbone. Meaning you have a national grid that's spread around, and then you have regional grid or state grid. If that state grid collapses, it falls over to the national grid, so there's continuity. It's a sort of resilient design, like when you're
Could I ask you a question?
Hold on.
Ask you a question?
Yeah. Let me just finish this thought. Like when you are designing, like for an enterprise, like there's sustained operation. You just don't want like back in the day before the cloud, you just don't want all your data systems in one place. You want a replication somewhere. So if this happens, disaster recovery. So even what I'm saying, you can use it for disaster recovery, for failover, even multiple failovers. Go ahead, Pastor.
Okay, I got 3 little questions for you. So you should just go snap, 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 right? What you just come up with there, I don't think it's genius, but
It's
do
not
you
genius.
know
I got someone's idea and I'm expanding
do
on
you
it.
know if Nigeria exports electricity to other countries? Do you
We
know that?
export to Nigeria, Republic, and Benin.
Nigeria, Benin, and Togo, right? 3 of them, right?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. We export electricity. Now, do you know what we produce right now? How much megawatts do we produce? And then how much do we need?
The one we produce that we can distribute, I think is between 4,000 to 5,000 megawatts, if I'm correct.
No, you're way off. It's 16,300.
No, that's our capacity. We have the capacity to produce 16. What we produce, we don't produce everything because we don't have the transmission ability to carry it. So at this point in time,
talking about what we produce. Forget about any other highfalutin stuff. Just what do we need?
No, you're wrong. 16,000 is our potential. We don't turn on 16,000 at the same time. We don't.
Okay. Now, first of all, do you know if it comes from hydro plants and what comes from gas fired? Do you know
I don't know the percentage of the energy mix.
You don't know. Okay. Do you know what do we know what we need? How much do we need?
I'm not sure we get from gas fired at all. Do we get anything?
Yeah, we get 11,000.
We have thermal gas. We have thermal in Lagos.
Yeah.
We have gas in Lagos.
From hydro and then from
we have hydro and from gas.
Okay, but now
how much no longer have coal?
You know what I'm getting to. Basically, I wanted to ask it in the form of questions because I believe that we're being sabotaged. It's not like we cannot produce electricity or they don't want to. It's not a big deal. If you have people, devious criminals,
please, sir, can you just ask the question so you can answer, please?
Yeah, he's unable to answer, so I have to make it. Unfortunately, hold on, please, hold on.
What's the energy mix? What does the energy mix have to do with anything?
No,
we have a transmission. Listen, Pansat. Listen.
Come on now, be respectful.
Can you listen? Why should I be respectful? Can you just sit down and listen?
You don't have the capacity to answer my question, so let me make it rhetorical.
One man, please help me mute this guy.
Pansat, let him carry on.
I'll take my leave. It's too rowdy. I'll come back when you are.
Come back or don't come back.
Go and get some knowledge before you come up with a genius idea.
Go and sit down.
You cannot answer a question.
Pansat, just shut up.
You're nervous and you want to talk like you're smart.
Pansat, hold on.
Insulting me is not going to solve anything.
Pansat, get the F out. Go away.
Pansat, for the last 3.5 hours, you've been quite a delightful company to be in. So hold that for the rest of today so we can at least document.
That's enough for him. Go and sit down.
I know, we're in a conversational thing. He come up with an idea.
But you are stifling my thoughts. Go get the hell out.
Carry on.
So, the idea is we can use that opportunity for the states that can commit. They can build their mini grid. Because look, if they're installing all this equipment, if I want to put part of federal transmission in Lagos, and Lagos too want their local transmission, it's the same area, same space. I don't have to go to that place twice. I can as well just implement there and connect it. So we could actually have one of the best grids in the world by design, even by engineering design, that has multiple failovers. And what I'm saying is, to move past this inertia, let the federal government privatize transmission. And the best opportunity to do that is now by telling them, like, okay, this Siemens deal, hand it over to Siemens. Siemens fund it, build it, run it. I saw someone write something like that, and someone wrote it, I read it, and I started thinking that actually that's a brilliant idea. So because they will do it, but the only thing is the securing those places, we have to be able to secure it for them. Of course, also national security aspect. We need to structure the deal in a way that we just don't
Yeah, that
have
was exactly where I was about to come at you.
Yeah.
That in terms of national security, is there not a vulnerability to that?
There is. I mean, you're living your. I mean, well, you can also use corporate laws to try and like indemnity. I mean, give yourself some sort of protection, and you can structure the deal. You'll find a way to structure the deal. I mean, these are complex deals. You need lawyers. Maybe Ogbeni does all these PPP and BOT type of deals. These are going to be.
I think actually
complex.
that's Prince Adebayo's space, isn't it? Remember, he used to tell us.
Yes, that's a space. But
yes.
if we want to fix the transmission, we will fix this in 12 months. But the biggest thing is you can't now. What's the incentive for Siemens to do it? Because they have to get paid, and if they have to get paid, we have to remove the subsidy totally. But it's going to be unfair to remove the subsidy if you don't give people meters, so at least they know what they're.
So it comes back to my question: if you don't have enough commodity, would you be quiet? If you don't have enough for the country,
Pansat, please, I don't want to deal with you. Just go away.
If you're exporting something that the country needs,
you don't even understand what you're talking about. Please, Pansat, don't act like a boil in the ass.
Let the audience. I know you think you're clever. You go to.
It's not talking clever. You
are known talking. Outside of this platform. When you step out of this place, right?
One man just
all right. Carry on, Kulata. But carry on, Kulata. Can Thomas even handle it? But let
me. I'm going to sleep now. That's why I wanted to talk.
Yes, carry on, Kulata. So he doesn't have too much time. So let him just free.
Let him get the hell out of here. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Pansat, shut up.
A liar, right? A liar.
Go look for one of those girls from internet.
He has no credibility outside of this place. One man. Have you followed Kulata to other platforms?
But mute one man.
You have to.
I'm his number one fan.
No, but he has no credibility. He's a liar.
Oh God!
I'm saying that.
Shut up.
Our country is exporting a commodity that
we're exporting. Just shut up. We die exporting.
I thought you were Biafra.
All right.
You're an idiot. What do you call it? The guy with an edge. You are a Muslim, right? A Muslim. You're a terrorist.
Hold on.
You're a terrorist.
Let's not do.
Pansat, take your wrinkled ass off. Just go away.
All right. Carry on.
So here's the thing now. What will come first? Because subsidy removal has started. If you're going to be able to negotiate the deal with Siemens, they have to know they must get paid. So we have to basically do what Tinubu do with the other subsidies, just kind of like all bets are off. But then, how do you manage the reaction, especially with people with prepaid? I mean, with is it prepaid meter? With prepaid meter, like how are you going to contain that? How are you going to monitor all this discord? So they don't abuse people that don't have that. So those are kind of like the real challenges. But we can always walk through those real challenges. But if we make this kind of bold move, I mean, this is just an idea. This is not the only idea, but this is just an idea that I think can work. We will be able to get electricity before Tinubu's second term, like fully throughout the country. And it will be cheaper than people running diesel generators. So I don't know why we don't start thinking in that direction. So
do you think it's a misplaced priority? This coastal highway, because the spend for that will be enough to electrify the country. Is it a vanity?
The coastal highway is PPP now. The money is not really coming out of our pocket.
Some of it is coming out from our pocket to Kolata. Some of it is coming out from our pocket. The initial phases that they are doing now, the 100% of it is coming out from our pocket.
The initial phase. Tinubu don't fall now. I thought they said PPP.
No, did you hear what the minister said? The plan was for it to be PPP. Then this Shaguri rogues, right? Those guys, you know them from time. Those guys, they have no
I know them
record.
from Abacha days.
They have no good record when it comes to credibility, man. Those guys are rogues. Everywhere they go, man, they've been declared wanted everywhere. So those guys then turn up and say, "Oh, we could not source the fund." So now the federal government is now funding the initial phase, hoping that the Shagris group is going to come up with some money later to come and fund the other phases, which is in my own mind.
They're only giving
In my own
6%.
mind,
Okay,
it's not going to happen.
6% of the budget of this phase one, just 6% from now.
Who's fronting 6%? The government?
No, Shaguri, they only giving 6% to the whole phase one thing.
What? So Nigeria will give 94%?
No, but it's joint tolling now. So we will recover our money back in 15 years by, normally PPP will just do half and half, then the private sector will just get their money through tolls. But this one, we will still be getting money from tolls. So government also gets money from tolling as well.
Yeah, but at the same time, government is committing a significant chunk of the money.
For the first phase now. I don't know about the other phases, but for this first one, it's still
government is
the one that's going to fund that in, man. Trust me.
That's fraudulent. If government is going to fund it, it should have gone through the proper. It should have gone through the House and the Senate. They should have appropriated for it.
But does the end justify the means in this?
No, we shouldn't be doing things like this now.
I know.
Isn't this why we're abusing Peter Obi that what he did in Anambra? It's the same thing.
I know.
Due process. Like, we will get shafted. That's kind of
the project is a good idea, but it's a fraud.
It's a fraudulent project, but it's a good idea.
Yeah,
the process is fraught with corruption.
It's fraudulent as hell, man. Like those guys, I don't even know why Dave Umahi associated himself with such kind of such kind of deals, man. He should have just let Tinubu to do his thing himself.
Hey, I was just asking when we were having conversations around this that are we starting to get too many shady deals under this Tinubu administration?
What's the other shady deal?
I think when Wale Edo, one of the companies that was meant to do the Eurobond deals is Wale Edo owned company. And then there was some oil block that suddenly, a plum oil block that suddenly ended up with Oando Oil and all of this sort of
OPL, whatever.
Malabu. Yeah, Malabu, So a lot of this is starting to build up like a narrative.
Well, look, it is expected, right? Is it going to benefit the country? Yes. Is it fraught with corruption? Yes. So it's more like pros, cons, like what, development plus corruption. What do we do? There's also an option that you can do development without corruption, but let's be realistic.
What do we do? Get people who have the capacity to fund the project to come in and do it. Don't give it to people who don't have the capacity to do it. Because at the end of the day, okay, they say they want to do PPP, right?
That's what they said.
So they came up and said, we don't have the.
Umahi is saying they have the capacity to do it.
So if they don't have the fund,
he's basing that capacity on the what they did before the Eco-Atlantic. So according to him,
I'm not talking about the engineering now. I'm talking about resources, financial
capacity.
Financial capacity. So since they came back and said we don't have the financial capacity to do it now, we are still going to source for fund. Okay, bring other people in. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, but they are only doing it phase one of it. They're not involved with other.
No, but if they even leave matchstick,
I'm not making
government money.
It
needs to go to the House and the Senate. It's a Commonwealth.
Yeah, I agree with you, but let's not forget that the Shagori Group is not responsible for the whole project, just the phase one of the project. So,
who are they awarding the rest to? Because the pretext.
Unknown. I know what that means, right?
Okay. Kolata, quick question though. But see, so this project, are they open to the public to review and see if the numbers are within the margin they're realistic numbers. And number two, of course, Tinubu is going to give the contract to people close to him, right? But eventually, if they're able to complete this project within the time frame allotted, then it may be a much better deal, because it avoids cost overrun and just extend the project unnecessarily.
I doubt this kind of big project will not have cost overruns and will not have scope creep or project delay. I doubt it's too big, and the way it's starting, you're saying they're responsible for one phase, then some other vendor will be responsible for another phase, and then yet another phase, and then we have all this financing thing.
Kolata, you saw? Did you listen to David? Nigeria is going to build that 700 kilometers. There's nobody's going to come here. I'm telling you. Look, the man is already telling you that there will be an overlay. That as phase 1 is going, they're going to start phase 2 soon. As phase 2 is going, they will start phase 3. He said all of them, they're going to work side by side.
So, but progressive, we also get to toll
before you hear anything about private people coming in, they're talking about phase 4, phase 5, phase 6 upward.
So what is the role of high tech in the whole?
They're the one building it. They're the engineers building it. That's all. That's
right. Look, honestly speaking, I don't like this, because I was discussing with a friend of mine. We're talking about how Shaguri has been ripping Nigeria up back in the Abacha days. This was in the 90s when he wanted to take over a telecommunication license. I just don't want to go into some of those deals. The telecommunication license that they only wanted to issue Nitel and him. And before, he also had, after Abacha died, he had a falling out with Obasanjo, he ran away and all whatnot. If Tinubu wants to build this thing with government money, Tinubu should go and appropriate that money the right way. While I see the economic importance and the legacy importance of the project, if it's going to take a dime of Nigerian money, it has to go through due process. Otherwise,
but you know what happens, Kulata? If he goes through due process, he'll be forced to open his books, which is hiding from the public. Shaguri, and he doesn't want that. So
no, if we say we just say this is not PPP, and they're just using iTech as technical partner,
right?
Just say
that will make
and just stop the pretense.
Right,
just stop the pretense.
Yeah. That's more accurate way of describing it. Yeah.
So if we do that, then that's fine. But back to the power, I do really think there's a possibility for us to get 24/7 power if we start thinking about the box solution. Like I said, that is just an example. That's just one possibility. There are multiple possibilities that we need to kind of do. And I'm not really seeing, I'm not really seeing many states or even individuals taking advantage of the deflation in China, where China, they need to sell stuff. People are not buying anything in China. People are keeping their money, and they're producing solar panels that's as cheap as chips. Right now, the cost of solar is so cheap that I don't know why any serious state governor, especially in states that have massive land up north, they're not using money to go and buy. It's so cheap. People are using it to do fence.
Terrorists and bandits will go and destroy everything.
Ajali could go with solar now. Oh well, they can't. That's true.
I'm not destroy it. If they go and
Kolata, why we are on this
solar farm, they will go and destroy it. There's no.
Why we are it's so cheap. It's so cheap.
Ajali Koko, your minister of power, the minister of freezer. I told you people on this platform that it should be the first person to be fired when they are doing their rejigging of the cabinet. You said no, the man is doing well. The man is doing well. They should not fire him. You've seen with your eye now, Ajali Koko. You and one man was here defending that man that day, knowing that this man doesn't even have a clue of what he's doing, not a dime of an idea of what he's doing.
Akim, let me tell you.
Look at what he came out to do that. He disgraced himself and disgraced everybody.
Yeah, he said some things that are so ridiculous. But this electricity system in Nigeria is so shrouded with, I mean, the law that is responsible for this operational activities of this electricity system in Nigeria. It is so cumbersome, and corruption that that they injected into it is so huge that you don't even know where to start from. That is the problem. The only way out is to break everything down. This centralized system is not good. It's not good. And the law favor. How do you see where what do you call it? The generation part of this system. They are given huge. How do you say it? Is it what do you call it? Is it what do you call this free money? I'm trying to
Subsidy.
subsidy. On net you you are giving so much subsidy to electricity generation. Is it not the consumer that will enjoy the subsidy if you have subsidy at all? And then the transmission is so weak too, and this distribution is so bad. What kind of system is that? So this is decentralization is the problem. They need to break it down and come out with a law that we make it easy for state, local government, and any part of Nigeria.
But the law is already there. The law is already there.
Look, it's still not a good sector to invest in. That is the problem because of the law.
Because the governor.
All right. Hold on 1 second. Akim, let me bail out as you guys continue your conversation. The super chatters are you, as you know, I will mention Prince Daddy as well, Oga Cyrus, also known as Saki Father. So thank you to all three. I'll keep the conversation going. Let me bail out. See you guys tomorrow.
Okay, how do you have even the Gemsco? Gemsco have not been able to even fashion out a better system to even distribute the electricity. These many places are yet to be metered across the country. We still have this estimated bill. I mean, everything is wrong. The corruption that is running that system is huge. Is huge, and that is where the government need to do something, break it down.
Everybody is not going to get meter. Why do I say that? Those estimated bill is the money they are banking on. If you have meter, Ajale Koko, it's pay as you go. No light, no money. That is it. Everybody's not going to have meter.
That is what I'm saying. Yeah.
That's the corruption. Yeah.
Yes.
Right there.
If we don't have that meter system in place that is so efficient, then we won't have a good electricity system when it comes to distribution. The whole thing is just too bad. This APC complained heavily that the PDP did this, they did that. Now they are 9 years in government. All throughout the Buhari term, they have not done anything. And this time too, we don't know the policy position, they are putting in place to solve the problem. We don't know it. So it's a serious problem surrounding that electricity place. Yeah, that's my take on that. And on what do you call it? On that, Kulata is still there, right?
Yeah, Coletta have the floor. Yeah, yeah.
Tata, just give me 1 minute. On
No,
that,
continue.
On that, what do
I'm
you call
bailing
this?
out, guys.
Costa.
Thank you very much. I'll talk to you
Oh,
guys
thank you,
next
Pastor.
session.
Yeah,
All right,
thank
buddy.
you. Yeah,
Take
On
care.
that coastal line, Colata, if I want to suggest my way, look, I think I suggested here the other day, some people yell at me that, you see, when we don't have due process, any contract that is awarded that does not go through the due process, this is what we will have. What Akim is explaining to me is what we will have. This process should be stopped, and the court should order, we will have somebody to sue this government to court, get this project stopped where they have it today, and order them to go through the process in re-awarding the contract. The way they awarded it to without what do you call it? Without open bidding. I mean, we're not compliant with open bidding. I think it is wrong. This is trillions.
It's wrong now. It's like 11 million or 12 million dollars. It's wrong.
Now,
For the entire project or just that phase one only?
The entire project.
Okay.
The entire project.
I think maybe government can, maybe when they start phase two, they can then say, no, let's phase one maybe, but phase two, from phase two upward, then we have to make sure this goes through. Because I think
this phase one, if they can finish it, they will continue. Nothing is going to stop them. We have to stop them now.
Yeah, but one is already in pro, because just well. Yeah.
They have to stop them now.
The whole thing, it's just like even the phase one, like this Chaguri, they are using our money to build a highway from their own Eco Atlantic City, right? Gaining access to Eco Atlantic City for what? It doesn't make sense.
Because that was the only way that place could develop. They need only the major highway to get into that. They can't develop without Victoria Island and Amadu Bello. They needed something major.
Yeah, but okay. Okay, so which money has been used to mobilize the project right now?
That
was money.
I heard David
said 1.1 trillion.
David said
1.1 trillion had been voted for the current phase now from the federal purse.
Yeah,
1.1 trillion.
Was it in the budget?
No, supplementary. They added it, it wasn't like part of the one that they took. They added it to it.
Bros. This is
supplementary.
They added it to it. They were using this law that he was quoting, where you can say, well, it's not part of one thing, but because we think that this person is the best person to do this job, then we can then add A, B, C into the law. So there's a part of that they tweaked to favor this.
Is it that how Buhari and Emefiele was also tweaking for this for the ways and means that everybody complained about?
So when this guy was complaining in the Senate, progressive. Wait, when this guy was complaining in the Senate, it was one of those things that that's where the money was coming from. Those interesting pop projects, like add-on fees. Yeah.
No, he was only complaining because it was not built in the.
Yeah, they didn't give it. Yeah, I know, but that's where
he will not say anything.
There's a place in the law that you can make that have provisions for it. Is it legal? Yes. Now, is it ethical? I don't know, but is it legal? Yes.
Wow.
These people should be careful, man. Not be selling our country out to these foreigners, man. It doesn't make sense, man.
Especially Shaguri, man. How much rip-off has that guy ripped us off?
I was shocked when Dave said, well, they only have 6%. I'm like, wait a minute, 6% of the whole phase one? That's what they're giving for the whole project? Wow. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Because if you remember initially, everybody thought it was a PPP. Even I thought it was a PPP initially. So I don't know when they change it to the E plus, whatever they call it. E plus, what is it called again? E plus 4, whatever the deal. It's a new name for it now. E plus 4.
It was Dave Umai that was coming up with those AFDC.
But guys, Kulata, where do we get the information for that it is PP Is
That's
it
what they
rumor
said.
or
That was the
the evidence?
initial thing now. That was the initial plan. Am I right?
Is that
That was
from
the
the
initial plan.
government, or we are just saying that in our own head?
No,
No, that
that was
was
the
what
initial report
Minister
now.
of Works told us
Yes,
at the initial
then
stage.
Umari came out and he said it was going to be PPP and it's going to be told. Later, they
So what
changed
the look back? What the look back from what? That's
they
graduate.
changed it.
They changed it now. I mean, that's why I'm like, it's. I mean, look. I want the project. If they, I would like at least some semblance of due process. Some, even if they do shady small, but at least try. Because if they do something like this, what if they do it for something that is not supported, or what something backfires, or maybe after Tinubu comes and then all sorts of shenanigans? Like, make an attempt.
But Kate, that is the leverage they're using now because people want it. So, like me now, you see how I'm all caught up in it. I'm not even paying attention to the numbers anymore. So that's what they are doing because the majority of people want that road so bad. They are going to then do what they have to do behind the scenes because once I seen that road being built with the lights and everything, nobody will remember the PPP or anything anymore. So they are
Babati, Kolata, you have the floor. But at the end of the day, Nigerian waits, isn't it? We get what we want. The corruption.
No. Thomas, 1.1 trillion they're going to take from us, and then they're going to put in that 47 kilometer. They're going to put 2 toll gates there, 3,000 naira each for one.
He said that they will make the money back. They will make the money back in 15 years. Hold on. That they will make the money back in 15 years. That's what he said. For the
only that first phase, so they're going to put 2 toll gates there.
But my brother, progressive. If you can't pay for the toll, you are in abroad, you pay toll. If you don't want to pay toll, you go to the normal route that you do need to pay toll.
But Thomas, it's okay if they do this project because you like this project.
I want it.
Okay,
I don't care.
Okay, so if someone else comes and wants to do a project that you don't like, and then they do it this way, how will you feel?
I wouldn't feel good. Yeah.
That's exactly why at least they should do it the right way.
Yeah, but Polata, we can't rule. You know you're Nigerian. There will be shady things. There will be corruption. There will be this. There will be that. But I'm just saying, at the long run. But the previous government they didn't do it. They said it has been in book, but they didn't do it. But this government is trying to do it, even though I don't like the corruption part. But give or take, Nigeria is still winning because we get what we want.
Thomas, I apologize. Okay, I have a quick question because I think we're forgetting one component of this project, which is the rail. Does that rail belong to the federal or is it a private part of it? I think
no idea.
Because that is
the rail they just create the line for the
because remember that rail is also moving. Just I think it's to Ibejuleki, whatever, right? If I believe, right. So do you know who owns that part? Because that is as the road itself.
That's not part of the. I mean, I just saw the price now because I've been busy. I've not watched it.
It's not part of the one.
I don't think it's part of it. And the road itself is $13 billion. So the rail is probably plus. I mean, an addition.
For future.
They just create space for the rail. They're not building no rail.
Okay.
Kolata is not you are trying to run away from my last that Nigeria still win at the long run. You don't
well, Thomas, we can say Nigeria win because you like the project. So what if the next project is going to be Ruga and they just take land in Oyo State and they take Okeo from Okeo, they take it all the way to Kwara and say,
why Okeo now?
No, there's land plenty for Okeo now, and that place is sparsely populated. And then they just say, okay, Fulani come, and this is, I mean, we're not taking it to Senate or whatever. This is going to be good. Thomas, you're going to drink milk, you're going to eat meat. So Nigeria wins.
Kulata, you see, I'm having a second thought on this thing. I think they should cancel it completely.
No. Stop right there. Stop right there. No.
Hold on. Let me land now. Kilode. Do you know how many villages, ancestral homeland of people, that will be wiped out as a result of this nonsense project that they are trying to do? How would you feel if your village or your town is going to be eliminated and be wiped out of history because they want to build one project that is how do I say it? That is shrouded in with corruption? How would you feel? The media is not. Let me land. A lot of villages in those parts of Lagos that will be wiped out now as a result of this thing. The same thing they did to give that land to Dangote refinery. Hundreds of villages were wiped out, and they are going to do the same for this same project. I mean, how would that, the compensation, how will that honor, or how would the compensation, how much compensation rather that will that will that will take care of the history of the that will represent, or what am I trying to say? How much are they going to pay that will be enough in terms of compensation for the history of these people on their land, on their ancestral homeland, over 500 years on that land, now will be wiped out? How much compensation that
development itself will not move if you keep thinking of people residents in that place. I mean, come on now.
Hold on. Federal government holds
I don't like a situation when we want to say, and people historical homeland will be wiped out, and the people will be left in, they'll be thrown away just like that. And
no. They wouldn't do that.
Hold on. And there won't be any history that will be written in favor of those guys, of those people, for life. They will lose their history for life. I mean, this is not good. Why do we be doing this?
It doesn't happen. It doesn't work that way. No.
How does it work? What are you talking about?
No. They don't just look.
Tell me how it works.
Hold on. I believe you live here in the United States, right? If government wants to take on a project, okay, they don't just alienate the entire residents.
No, don't make reference to United States.
Hold on.
United States. We are talking about Nigeria. We have a peculiar.
But we just have to make a comparison here. Hold on a second.
We have a way that government, throw people out of their ancestral homeland and then forget about them, and they pay them peanuts.
It's not true in its entirety. No, I don't agree.
Look at you. Okay, continue.
People, listen. In a way, look, we'll look at it. You're looking at it from a emotional perspective. Okay. Yes, would people be affected in a way? Yeah, they will be affected. But would they be compensated? Yes. Would it be 100% compensation? Maybe not. Right. However, developments would have to continue. Development will not be put to a pause just because government is trying to, we don't want to alienate the residents in that community. I mean, if you look at it, that is why I was trying to make an example of the United States. Okay, certain places, they want to build bridges, they want to put maybe hospitals or stuff. If they need that place at that time, they do not have any, all they need to do is, compensate the residents there, move them to a different place, or of course, those residents would have to come up with, different options and say, okay, this is what we want from governments, and government would, listen to them and say, okay, this is what we have for you in terms of housing, right? And of course, it's not different from this particular place where you are talking about. You are referring to in Nigeria that government will just come up in the day and just eliminate them.
Because you are not affected. That's why you are talking.
No.
Hold on. Because you are not, then you are making reference to United States, and United States. Look.
Okay, let's take it home to Nigeria. Let's take it home.
It doesn't happen like that. It doesn't. Don't make reference to United States. When it comes to Nigerian situation, people are not adequately compensated. Even most people were not even compensated at all. Most people, particularly the poor one in their villages now, in that corridor where this thing is going to go through, they are complaining heavily. But the media, maybe they are bribed, or for one reason, they are not covering it. But we have some videos, some courageous young guys that are going there, shooting that video out. And the people are complaining heavily that they don't even want to talk to them. But they say this thing is going to wipe them out. Look, it's not good to treat people like this. We can't treat our people like this. Look at Dangote's this thing, several hectares, 1,000 hectares of land. And people there were taken out of their ancestral homeland.
That Dangote is not the same. That one was a swampy land that was sand field. That's different.
Can I come in here, please?
Kolata still have the floor. You can just
let Remy comment.
For 1 minute.
Yeah, Joe, you can do that. You can even use 3 minutes or 3 minutes. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, go on.
Good morning, everyone. And I heard you guys talking about they should cancel the coastal highway contract, and I have a lot, and I have a lot of questions, and I also have a lot of clarification. First and foremost,
Remy,
before you first and foremost, what I want to say is, have any of you listened?
Hold on, please. If I said hold on, please hold on. It's Ajale Koko that said they should cancel it. It's not we guys. Nobody has said they should cancel it. So when you are directing that allegation, direct it to Ajale Koko. Okay. Ajale Koko is sounding like.
Okay. I will just say my own. I'm not directing to him, but you can respond. First and foremost, has anybody listened to my interview on Arise, the full interview? That is one. Second, who is an engineer here that can quantify the cost of the project? According to Umahi, they did not have the whole amount of contract for the whole duration of 700-kilometer road. So all you guys banding 15 trillion around, it's not the actual cost of the total project. They are just talking about the first phase of the project, which is about 43 kilometers. It is his own cost. He said it's his own cost that he evaluated by himself for the whole project with up to almost 15 trillion. But what they are doing now is just the 43 kilometers, in which they have the cost element for, in which the government is trying to provide money so that they can finish the 43 kilometers. Because he said that as the situation improves, the cost might still go down, and he was responding because of article allegation. That is what he was responding for. So there is nothing like the actual from the government that the actual amount for the cost of the coastal highway is 15 trillion. So that is one. Then second, you talk about contract. There is no due process. The guy mentioned that when you are awarding contract, there are 3 types of way you can award contract. He said the one they did, one is the call it ERPG plus F plus or something like that. And he's trying to say this kind of contract award has been awarded to like he mentioned Benue local. He mentioned a bridge in Benue. He mentioned Kano-Kaduna Highway, that they just gave it to people, contractors that are competent in this kind of project. And the reason why they gave it to ITEC is because ITEC have shown example by Equa Atlantic City. It's not that Baga cannot do it, but because they have more competence than anybody, it has shown, and that is why they gave them the contract. And to me, I don't see any reason why they should stop the contract. And second, if you want to build your country, there will always be places that are going to demolish, and they should be adequately compensated. And what the people want, maybe that is not the right amount of money, because there must be negotiation. But if you are telling us that because we have ancestral home and we don't want to destroy it, look at the old place of Nigeria in the 1960s or 70s. Some places have a ancestral home, but they destroyed them to construct various roads and bridges, hospitals, and the rest. So if we want development, we must pay a price. That's my piece for now. Thank you.
Yeah, but Remy, hold on. Remy, hold on. They said the government, Umayi said the government is going to pay 15 to 30% counterpart fund. So for the phase one, if we're paying 15 to 30% counterpart fund, when was this approved?
What he said is that the 15% counterpart, I think they must approve it. I don't know whether during their meeting, federal government, they also have this.
It should be budgeted for. There should be a budget line for it.
You are right. There should be a budget line for it, but at the same time, if there is a kind of variation or whatever, maybe they can also source money from other source to put it into it so that they can continue.
But it should be budget is the plan of your spending, right?
You are right. You are totally right. But maybe you know that we have a budget for our annual year. But if they can also do supplementary budget because of so many things that have happened, so I think this is a project.
You see the way you are.
You can criticize it.
The funding is not even clear.
The funding is shady.
You see the way you are struggling.
Of course, I know why you are coming from that.
It's not a good project for the country.
No. It's a wonderful project for the country. It's a wonderful project.
It's a wonderful project.
Why I will tell you it's a wonderful project, and I'll give you one or two reasons.
And the minister just told you, just as you explained earlier, that it doesn't even have the exact full amount that this thing will cost. It's just basing it on the 42.
The reason why.
Hold on. Where is that done in this world? Where is that done?
Angelico, that was not what Umayi said. It was Remy that is just saying that one now.
What is
no, I think he said so. I think he said so. If you go and listen to him, I think it's right. Remy, he stated it clearly. I think he said so.
So why you say I'm lying? That's what Umayi said.
Because Umayi made an estimate of 4 billion.
It's my own estimate. He said it's my own estimate.
Yeah, because he was
isn't it problematic, guys? No. Look, we're talking about a project that's going to be more than 10 billion, and then we're having this wishy-washy. It may be, it may not be.
It may not be.
When Umayi was in the studio, right? When he said my own figures, he's not talking about plucking figure from it was comparing this road project figure to what Atiku was accusing them of. Do you understand? He had two numbers.
That aspect is different.
That aspect is different. What is the exact amount of the project? Did you listen to that when they asked him that question?
Yes, and he told Rufai that it came to 4 billion, not per kilometer per. How did he say per something? Is it per? I don't know.
I think we need Larry. I think it's Larry or what's his name? The guy that is working in Electoral to come and explain, to break it down for us, because there's a lot of things. I'm partly.
You see the way we are arguing among ourselves. It's
You
not
see,
even clear.
I do projects, so I do projects, and nothing near any billion we're talking about. And I know the amount of things that goes into play. We can't be talking about. I mean, if America is going to spend 10 billion, I mean, let's forget America. If you're going to be spending over $10 billion on the project, you will have feasibility study, you will have the planning phase, you will have all this stuff laid out. Your numbers will be a bit more precise. It's not like, oh, this is my own estimate. Like, really? So we'll wait for David Umahi's estimate. What about the estimate of the project?
I think the mistake they have done is that I exactly agree with you guys about the how they go about it, but the intention is good. So how they go about it might not be totally cleared, especially for the whole duration of the contract to Calabar or the rest. So I would just, I'm not appealing, I would just say we should just exercise patience, and not everything's about corruption. There will be element of corruption in any contract awarded. That is normal.
But this one stinks. Because we're not talking about $500 million. We're talking about something that may be up to 50. And this kind of project, there will be cost overruns. I can guarantee you that. If they say estimated is 15 billion, they will end up spending 20 billion. That's worldwide standard. It happens everywhere in the world. You can't be precise with that kind of massive project, especially the ones that are going to transfer a lot of stuff.
Kulota, let me tell you what I think. I think that road, they're just going to build the Lagos section of it, and that's it.
I'll forget about it.
What are you saying? Okay.
That's what they want, that's what they're going to do, Ajaliko. I'm telling you now.
Can you repeat? What did you say?
They are just going to build the Lagos section of it and leave it like that. That's all. That's what they're going to do.
Why are you talking?
So it's got to be a road to nowhere. Is that what you are saying?
He's just trying to say it's for Lagos alone.
Kulata, that's a road to nowhere now. Abi?
No.
It's like bricks to nowhere.
A brick to nowhere.
No. I think Akim was just trying to say they will build it from that Ahmadu Bello to Lekki to this.
I said they're just going to build the Lagos section of it. That's all. That they will stop there, and there will be no more coastal road.
That is unfair to the rest of the country.
Why?
So you have to say this is his own mega project, and they already said in the next 8 years. Maybe they might not finish to Calabar in 8 years. It's possible. But telling us that they will stop at Lagos State district.
Remy, they're talking about 15 trillion naira. What was our budget for this year?
Look, how
many trillion? Hold on. How many trillion can you take out every year to make up 15 trillion?
I will tell you one thing. You guys, you don't understand. Look at all the road that Buhari also. They also can source money from other way. It's not only through the budget.
But Remy, the problem I have, let me tell you the problem I have. This kind of project is not it's multi-billion dollars. You don't say we could. It is planned because they've already started executing. That is what scares me. We're still contemplating, dilly-dallying, the kind of like saying it could be.
I think it's because Atiku
No, it's not Atiku. Where's the solid? To do this kind of project, there's a solid plan, there's a solid feasibility study, there's a solid, things are more solid. Now it sounds amorphous. It could be this, it could be that, and this is my own number. What is the number? What is the plan?
I understand what you guys are talking
What is
about.
the funding?
You want on paper everything. How much is it going to cost to Calabar? What are you?
Because it's not a moi project. It's not.
Yes, I totally
50 million naira.
But there is a solid plan. There's already a solid plan now. What are we talking about?
Yeah,
no, I'm not talking about the technical plan with financials.
The financial aspect of it.
And everything.
That one should be a big problem that we should be, arguing among ourselves.
Why? It is over $10 billion. Like, why would we argue amongst ourselves?
No,
Kulacha,
so
is this the first
Remy,
time
Remotely
you have to
now
look.
is not
Remy,
a Momoy
Remy,
project. Is that
Remy,
according
you have
to
to look at
Kulata?
it like
It's
this.
not a
Eh?
Momoy
I'm
Remy,
not
project.
looking at it from any angle because
Remy, you have to
I'm
look.
looking at
Remy,
it.
you have
I
to
am
look at it
looking at
like
it.
this.
I'm looking at it in the long run. Because if
Yes.
I look at it the way you guys are looking at it, nothing will ever be done in that country. Because that is the point.
No,
So
hold on, Remy. If you have to look at it like this, yeah. So the whole project was going to say, okay, say let's say 15 trillion according to the minister's estimate, his own calculation, right? So look at Chagri, the high-tech.
That's a
Initially,
Naira.
this was
That's a
supposed
Naira. Just to let you know, not in
yeah,
dollars.
in Naira, in Naira. Okay, look at high-tech, right? High-tech as a company was supposed to do this as a PPP. And did you see that company as a company that have the capacity to go and source for about $11 billion? Come on, man. Let's be realistic with ourselves.
are you kidding yourself?
$11 billion.
Sometimes I just look at you guys, you just limit yourself to impossibility sometimes.
Not
You
myself
just
now.
like,
Look
you
at high-tech.
cannot do that. We are human beings and we are known for our ingenuity. So if you want to do something, go for it. Don't always limit yourself that it's 15 billion and they cannot do it. They cannot. You people,
Let
you
me
are the
the
ones
question. Do you see high-tech
that
as a
country is
company?
very rich.
Do you
You
do
guys
you
will
see
say
high-tech as a
country is
company
very
that
rich
have
and
access to such resources?
Guys, hold on, please. One voice, please. Yeah. Hold on. Let me ask this, Kulata. Are we not sounding like the enemy of progress?
No, Thomas, because look, if you are going, I mean, I've never ever seen a country in the world that is going to spend over $10 billion and they are going to be casual about it. Even America that has money, even China, it's too casual. There's no something,
They
there's
have
no
to be
due
decisive. They
process
have to be
for
decisive.
that kind of money. I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I mean, do we know how much we're talking about? Like, it's not small money. That's 10% of our debt. If you guys, we have like a debt of like $100 billion, right? $15 billion. Well, let's say because they said 15, they said we're going to fund it 15 to 30%. I mean, you're even given a range. It's not
Colata,
even
can you
precise.
just spread it for 8 years, just for example? We're not talking about just 1 year.
Even at 8 years, say my own is this. It doesn't look like something well baked. It just looks like something started in a haste, like Pajawiri. And the money is too high for Pajawiri. I hope my Pajawiri is in the right context.
Emergency.
Kulata, why are you surprised about this project? Why? I mean, is this the only project in Nigeria that you'll be so surprised about? Come on now.
But it is high dollar. I mean, hey, how many projects do we have in Nigeria that is estimated at $15 billion? How many?
Well, even when you look at this administration, I think this particular project is one of the ones that got a lot of money. That you are right, partly right that financial perspective is very huge. But it's number one project on their table now. I mean, it is the one for him like a legacy project. And I'm not vouching for Tinubu as a president that he can do everything. But I want a president that will say, "Oh, I can do something," and he well focused. Just like when we want to construct Lagos to Ibadan standard gauge, a lot of Nigerians condemn it. It's too huge. It's not good for the country. We don't need it. We don't do that. We are going to sell our country to China. But when the thing's finally done and you guys are enjoying it, you continue to praise Buhari for a wonderful job. Look at all those new infrastructure being built around Lagos and Ibadan, which is just like I know you can say, oh, the corruption maybe in America it's not done that way, or maybe in other countries it's not done that way. But every country has the way of doing their business.
I mean,
I think it's
you're talking about the railway that was built by a state, a Chinese state, right? With one of the richest war chests on earth.
Let me ask you one question, and I want
If
you to
this
answer.
project was backed, if this project was backed by the Chinese,
One voice, please. One voice. Yeah, go on.
Kim, I want to ask you a question. When they want to construct Lagos to Ibadan, do they have a due process in Nigeria of how to go about it?
of course.
Can you tell me how they do it? Tell me the step, and I want to know.
So
Tell
this
the
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 step
panel.
was that the Nigerian government, through Muhammadu Buhari, went to China. They signed an agreement with the Chinese government through CCECC, and the Nigerian government was to pay 15% counterpart funding, which they paid, and then the Chinese government fund the rest, which is in form of loan. That was what happened. So what are you talking about?
I said in Nigeria. You said Buhari went to China. I said in Nigeria. I want to see the due process because you said you are talking about due process in Nigeria.
Yeah, but I just told you the Nigeria paid 15% counterpart
This is a
funding.
bilateral. You just went to China, discussed with them, and they agree on that point, and they signed a contract. And you are talking
Yes.
about due process. What I'm trying to tell you is that if they are subjected to Nigerian due process, that particular real standard grade, you will never see it in your country. It will come to
I mean, that one,
But they
Nigeria
did, though.
Nigeria only had to pay 15%, which they passed through the National Assembly, put it in the budget, and they pay 15%.
that one is understandable. It is after Buhari have done all his work. But if you have said, okay, let us in Nigeria put it to due process, let's go to this one first, the National Assembly should approve before I go and talk to China about it. You think you see it? So sometimes there are some projects that you don't need all.
Can one person answer me this question? Sorry. How much was budgeted for this road in our budget?
I don't have an idea, but I think it's about 1 trillion naira.
That's in our budget. Can anybody?
Yes,
does
1
anybody
trillion.
else?
You can go and confirm it. I think we might say it's about 1 trillion. 1 trillion.
1.1 trillion.
Oh, so we already have it. We have it in our own budget.
Yes.
Omar said they budgeted 1.1 trillion for it.
They made provisions for it.
They made provisions for it. Oh, okay.
That's why. Okay, I said it's legal but not ethical because it was shrouded, but it's legal.
It's shrouded, but as long as we have some. Look, I want that road. Don't get me wrong. I don't care about
what they are using now. They know you want it.
You don't know about this before. You don't know that there's a 1 trillion budget provision.
I did not. I've not had time to follow any news. That's why
you see, that means you are arguing blindly. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I thought it wasn't budgeted for, and they already started constructing it. I was like, what the f? Like,
this is what the minister said.
Maybe
right?
I can just don't know about that one too.
The minister said initially it was supposed to be a PPP. ITEC was supposed to build that coastal road, right? But ITEC have come out and say they're struggling to source for fund. So federal government now took up the initial phase, which is the phase 1. So, in my opinion, except they take this contract away from ITEC and give it to the Chinese companies, the Chinese government, the plan is to build the Lagos part of it. That is how I see it. Because look, that budget, that project, right? Just hold on 1 second. Let me say something. That if you cost it at say maybe 15 trillion, that is nearly if they say it's 2 years, if they say it's 8 years plan for them to construct that road, that is nearly 2 trillion naira every year. If ITEC does not come up with funding later, you telling me that we're going to budget nearly 2 trillion naira every year for that road? Are you crazy?
Why not? So are you saying that?
What was our budget for roads? What was our budget for roads?
If I follow your analysis, you are talking that Nigeria remain the same. They are not producing nothing. They are generating more revenue, remain the same. Why are you talking that?
What was our budget for roads?
A good government will find a way to continue to generate more revenue because execute more projects or do service for their citizenry. We should find a way to generate more. Wrap up our export. What are we talking about here?
I think this is not lottery. It's not like you go and play lottery expecting to win.
I think we are just talking about everything just remains the same like it is now for the next 8 years.
I think the biggest miss here is what Akim is landing on. What is Chagori's financial capacity to actually fund that 85%? Nobody has checked. Nobody knows that.
But K, in all honesty, let's be honest. No company will finance that by themselves.
Yeah, they'll go to bank.
Two or no two. Two or no two, no company want to put the come on. So government has to find a way. Now, if the way they went about it, I agree with you.
No, but you said 15 to 30%. So if you're going to approve the contract,
15K.
that company,
No.
Nigeria is going to take 15 to 30%. That's what they said, right? So Shaguri and ITech need to show us proof that they have backing for the 85 to 70%. Did they do that?
We don't know. We didn't know they did. But that's the thing. Then people are not asking the right questions. So when I think it comes out to talk in public, if he's writing like you rightly said, do they have the funds? That is a good question to ask them. But people that are very vocal, they're asking the wrong questions. So
it's a project risk. If they can't fund it, then it's gonna be white elephant project.
Let me be honest with you, or what's going on. It might be a theory, but this is what I think is going on. You see, the Shaibu people don't really care too much about phase 2 or Calabar. They just need that thing to open up their own business in the Quatlantic.
Which is the Quatlantic?
Yeah, once you give them phase 1, just they're okay. Even if it's half of the project, they are fine. They don't really care too much about
which they're already doing. And
yeah, so that is the whole gameplay here. If you look at, if you notice,
this is what I said just now. It could be that's what they are doing.
Akim, hold on. If you notice, if you look at that plan, if you follow it, because I follow it on a daily basis on Twitter, the more they build that coastal road, the more they expand phase 3. So as they are building the road, they are building their own at the same time. If you notice, they're expanding as the road is moving in towards landmark. They're also moving Equatlantic as well. So they are building it concurrently together at the same time. So that's their main goal. Open up their own project. Now,
tell me this is not something. This is not bad.
Akim and Babati, you are saying that is their plan. Well, what if
it's a good plan? I'm not for Remy. It's not like it's a bad plan. It's just not ethical, but technically it's legal. I mean, they got the government to sign off for it, so you can't blame the private company for doing what private company does. But is it ethical? Though is the question.
So the question I want to ask both of you is that you base your premise on the point that they are going to terminate a deed support and that is all. I think if it's as a company, I don't see any reason why if the government provide fund and they can also fund, because when you see the first phase, you can never know, and we don't know the stability of the country will be at that particular moment. But as things are continuing to unfold themselves, if we continue to have good news from that country in terms of both our monetary and fiscal policy, and things are going into places, you can never tell.
So, by the way, Remy, what is the cake? Where does that phase 1 terminate? By the way, I don't even know the end of that.
I don't. I really don't.
You mean the first phase or the total phase?
Does it go? No, just phase 1. Does it go beyond the? I think it goes across the.
It's maybe like 40-something kilometers.
So it gets to the seaport, right?
Seaport. Yes.
Okay, that's the main goal. So let me be honest with you. I will not be surprised that after phase 1 ends, they will not even care about phase 2, 3 anymore. I think the main thing that they really want is that phase 1, just to open up that space. They don't really care about. Remember, they have an airport over there too. They have all these companies in there. That is to me. I think phase 1 is what they really want. They don't care too much about the other.
We can't go solo and degrade these big projects like what you are describing.
I'm not degrading it now. We're having a conversation about it.
That's what you're doing.
It's good. It's a good project. It's a good project. Don't get me wrong. But to me, the most important part of that project is phase 1. That's where I think that they're going to put their energy into.
But I disagree with you totally on that.
Okay.
Because if I were Tinubu, when you construct the first phase, let's say 3 years from now, and everybody can see it, and Nigeria, the way we are set up, it cannot just say, oh, we don't want to do it again. It's a very good way for government even to fund it more. Maybe put another 1 trillion, or maybe 1.2 trillion on the road. That leads to it passed through Lagos, Ogun, Ondo, Edo, and Delta, up the way to rivers. You cannot just say because, okay, don't you think, I want to ask you this question. If they terminate it at that particular point we are talking about, how do you want the rest of the southern
I
states?
said for the Shaguri group, their interest in phase one. I'm not
I was going to say what Babati said, like what's in it for the Shaguris if it goes to
beyond phase
for
one. What is in there?
what's in it for them? Nothing. Honestly, nothing. You are looking at it from a patriotic standpoint, but Shaguri is looking at it from how it's going to make sure his Eco-Atlantic development is a success. And all he needs is that Lagos axis. That's how I see it now.
If they pity you too much, they extend it to that phase two, that one that go all the way to those states. That's so they would. That's,
I mean, if you carry and go rational mind, like what does it pay Shaguri?
They pity you too much, they go that side. But trust me, I'm beginning to have this feeling that they just want to use it to open that Lagos space.
That's what I'm telling you. Let me go this far. Once they finish this phase, they will even push in the house to stall this phase two. We must investigate. We agree with you. Let's investigate. Just stall the thing. You never hear anything anymore. Phase two, we just say, it's still pending. Even Tinubu supports phase two being investigated for, going through due process. And you know what that means in Nigeria, right? Due process. That's 3-4 years, still committee, subcommittee, yeah. But that's what they really want, that phase one. Because think about it. You can go from Eco-Atlantic to the seaport. I mean, just look at that area. Just look at that zone. Do you know what that opens up for that Eco-Atlantic? My goodness, guys, just go look at it. That is a gold mine. That is billions of dollars that we're pouring into that zone. So why would I want to go and build phase two in Duan and Lajo or whatever? For what? What is in there? There's nothing. So yeah, phase one is the top priority, man. That's what they want.
And they still have 2 toll in that phase one, 2 toll.
They will be making money on. Do you know people are coming from that area? Now, add that's the reason why I asked the question about the rail line. That who will own the train line? Would that be government or private company that we now run that train line between those highway? Because that is I really want to know who's going to run that too. Because that person will make a kill as well. Because they will be moving goods and services on a daily basis. They'll be making money. So, and it's all phase one. Okay, that's it. Phase one. That's it.
This is a Lagos project.
It's a Lagos project, my brother. Tinubu want to turn Lagos into a super state, but like a proper super state. Don't be surprised you start that second airport in the one they will start that one soon, and before you know it, it's all gone.
And the Port Mainland Bridge
by the time you add
that one is in the pipeline of Lagos State already now. They want
by the time you add that Gote refinery on top of all of this,
yeah, they want to. That is Lagos State. It's not federal.
Yeah. By the way, the back end of this so-called project, phase 4. What is there for government? The Calabar. Is there anything major coming up there that we don't know of, or
in that area
for that coastal project?
That's supposed to be phase 3. So according to Dave Umahi, just listen to this. Just listen to this arrangement. It doesn't even make sense. Like the Lagos part of it is phase 1.
Right.
Then the one that goes from Lagos to Ondo, like goes through Ogun to Ondo, that one will be the phase 2.
Right.
So why not the Calabar side being phase 2? Do you see what they're trying to do is that
no, that's the back end of it now. How can you do phase 2 for the back end of something?
So if we need to extend, so we just continue with this one and stop.
No. You say phase 1, phase 2, phase. So phase 2 is in between.
Phase 1, phase 2, and phase 4.
It's phase 4. Yeah, it's 4 phases now.
What Hakim is saying makes sense. When you think about it, if phase 2 is Ogun and Ondo, how many people are going to apply that route? As opposed to if phase 2 is
just do the back end, then just okay.
Phase 2 should have been at the back end from the other side. So if your intention was to genuinely do this thing, you start from both sides of it. Okay, you are doing phase 1, then if you want to do phase 2, you go and start from the other side as well.
But that goes to my question to these people that are private companies and the cronies. What is the benefit compared? I can look at it this way: compare the other phases to what they can benefit from phase 1, and ask yourself, why would they invest in
the other phases? Won't make it.
That's why I'm asking the question. Like, just look at it; they can only benefit to them.
It won't make them money.
So sorry, Ondo people.
Rational mind, people, sorry.
For me, they should not be doing things like this, man. It doesn't make sense. Look, I
bridge
kind of-
yẹn máa jẹ ìlú rational mind kọjá.
Oh my woolly, rational mind.
Wọ́n fẹ́ gba central homeland rational mind.
They're going to render him homeless.
So for me, Akim, personally, for me, I'm only focused on the phase one. So even when I come here and I discuss that project,
But talk to. Do you have property in the quarter?
Let's just move on. That's not the issue. That is not. No, I'm telling you.
The interest you have in this one, it passed normal now.
Because I know the opportunities that's going to be there in the next 10 years. It's going to be not. I'm telling you, Dubai level crazy. The level of just for the next 2-3 years, focus on the Equatorial Atlantic, and you will see what we have. I am telling you.
How much are they selling property there now? It's beyond my.
Babati, don't rule out the idea that the likes of Tinubu might also have properties in that Equatorial Atlantic as well.
It does. I know it does.
Look at Akim. What's wrong with
I am not telling you.
Own the place. What is Akim saying?
What are you talking about?
The landlord of the whole place. You are saying that.
I'm telling you, don't invest in it. Don't buy any property if you cannot afford it. But anything within, anything that is 50 miles close to Equatorial Atlantic, just find something to buy in that area. I beg of you. 50-mile radius, buy something, please, for the next 10 years. Just do that, please. I am telling you.
The speculation I did was the fourth mainland.
Don't go back on land, though.
But you are not answering the question, Babati. The question Kulata asked.
Move on, kidney. Just pray for
own the property there because he
we go stethoscope the Babati if he's our breast and patient.
But
you see what they are doing. You see what they are doing to us now. They are using our money to support their business. That's what they are doing. So let us just call it what it is.
But it's expected, though. I mean, the thing is, like Thomas is saying, it's going to benefit, at least if you stay in Lagos. It's going to benefit. I really, as we keep discussing it, I really don't see the practicality of them building it full strength because the economic benefits start to diminish once you pass it, man. That's just the truth. The economic prospects start going down. When you build to Ondo, so what? Okay, what? Ondo to Ogun and all that stuff. Maybe worry, yeah, but after that, all this financial stuff we're talking about is going to become more real, and then the project will slow down. But once they get it to the area they need to get it in Lagos, they can as well just stop because then to fund it now becomes more problematic, and the returns get lower. It's unfortunate, but I still like it. I still think.
But they said that government will also be making money from the tolls as well. But did you hear about that? When
I heard about that they're going to be charging $3,000 above.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
That joint or is it joint in that one? Is it joint with private companies or?
It has to be joint now because how is Shaguri going to make his money back?
Yeah.
Which money? It's not putting it. Oh my God!
It put 6% now. It's something now.
What do you mean? Even if it's 1 billion, is it a chicken?
It was 6% now. If you're winning, 6% is a lot of money now. I mean, come on.
You see, this is what I said. Like, if this deal was with the Chinese company or the Chinese, okay, I will say fine. They have the capacity to finance it. I-Tech does not have the look.
You think Tinubu?
Hey, Akim, are you a communist?
They are stupid too. Give it to China to control it.
Please, Daddy, cover. How did you get to communist?
How did you get to communist?
Yeah, give it to the Chinese for 50 years, and they will.
We're talking about funding. Why did they get to communist?
What?
No, it's Prince Daddy that is asking if I'm communist. When I'm just saying the
No,
complete.
the way the Chinese withdrew is this: they will bring their money through.
I just deployed. Came.
They can build it for you in record 8 years time, or give and take 12 years, and they will control it for 40 years. And do you want Atlantic City just to be folding their hands with all their investment, and then Chinese will now take over? You don't know what you are talking about.
Is the Chinese controlling the railway from Lagos to Ibadan?
Yeah, that can you build it by yourself? If they give it to you in Nigeria, you will be on the table still trying to
look,
50 years.
No, whatever they bring it in form of loan. You pay them back. That's all.
No, it's not. Do you have the money? Your country is not as rich as you guys always thought.
No, whatever they do, look, if the Chinese come in, look, listen, Remy, when the Chinese come in, they build the road in form of loan, okay? So we tow the road, and whatever comes out from the toll, we used to pay the loan. That's all. What's wrong with that?
After another president will come and cancel all the toll, all Nigeria. Look at what your ambassador just did. Just cancel everything. Cancel all the toll.
That one is a different situation.
It's not different though, because Nigeria are so funny sometimes. That is the problem. Not of international. What do you call it?
We will deal with that when that time comes, but we are not there now. So this one say we are not there.
So Remy, they should maybe collateralize one of the ports, maybe Tinkan ports or Papa ports, for the Chinese to do the job.
No. Why would they take? Why would they take port?
To take the port.
What? Just like Remy said, if the government comes in and they cancel the toll and they can't recoup their investment, so what do they do? But if they have a port that generates a lot of money, a lot of revenue, and they can recoup their money much faster. Much quicker.
No. What we are saying is, what I'm saying is that the government, it's not the Chinese that's going to toll it. No, it's Nigeria that's still going to toll it and collect the money. So the tolling will be part of money going to repay back the loans to the Chinese government. What I'm trying to say is,
never do something like that.
That's what I'm saying. What if a new government comes in and they remove the toll?
If the government decides to cancel the toll, then they will find money from somewhere to be paying back the loan. That's their problem.
Come on, a new government, the headache. Even the Chinese, see, that's why, unlike the West, doing business in a third world country or developing nation is almost the uncertainty is much higher. The risk is higher. We know that. And investors would like to, as much as possible, to front load their money as quickly as possible. The payback period, they want it much quicker. So you yourself will not go invest in a place you know that it's kind of shady. You yourself, with your own money, you don't trust the Nigerian government to repay your money back if you load them money or if you do a project for them. So any investor, listen, at the end of the day, I thought this deal was more like a streamlined deal. I didn't know much about it, but it sounds like they want to push a lot of the burden on the federal government. And at the end of the day, that's what's going to be the case actually, because these investors themselves a long-term project that spans multiple presidents in Nigeria. Nobody wants to take that risk of the instability. We all know that.
Yeah, Prince Daddy, see, what I'm trying to say is this. If the Chinese build, they're going to build it in form of loan, which will be debt accrued to the federal government. So regardless of which government comes in, we're still going to pay our debt obligations. So that is how it works. But tolling means that...
No, Akimi, does not work that way. Most of the contract that the Chinese are doing with Nigeria, we are not talking about state, federal government. It's always there's always a counterpart funding from the Nigerian government. They are not stupid. They make Nigeria pay some certain amount of money while they provide the rights. And then they will control and manage it for 20 or 30 years. That's what they are doing. If you don't know.
No, that's not true. I mean, stop saying that.
I'm talking about, for example, that standard gauge line. They are going to control it for 30 years.
They're not controlling it. The Chinese government is not the one controlling it. Okay.
I have to say, they are the one operating it, and they are getting their money one way or the other.
They are not operating anything. They are not. Look, they are not operating. If they are not operating anything, it's the Nigerian Railway Corporation that is operating it.
So are you sure that there's no Chinese technician helping them to maintain the rail track?
That's a different. That's different from the finance structure that you're talking about now.
But at the same time, the federal government is meeting their obligation monthly to pay back.
Exactly. So the federal, as long as the federal, look what the Chinese
does. What you are just trying to say is that the airports bid everything, and it's like a loan.
Yeah, exactly. That's how it works. So what they do?
Nobody, no country will do that with Nigeria. Okay, you are playing with fire. They know your democracy is not totally stable like that. So if another government come here and say, "I'm sorry, I have to review the contract," look at what just happened.
How do you review the contract of project that was already completed?
Look at what happened after the Lagos to Ibadan Stanley Gauge line. There is another one they're supposed to build. And then your National Assembly came out. It's a fraud. They want to sell our country to China. That's how this. I think it's supposed to be from Lagos. Another one, Calabar or whatever.
That one they did not approve it is different from when they've already approved it. Look,
I'm trying to say the Chinese are ready, and the government is also ready to provide the counterpart funding to start that new standard gauge line. And your lawmakers started making noise. At the end of the day, everything was cancelled. Today, no standard gauge to that area. So who lost? So sometimes I just wonder how.
That is a different situation. The lawmakers did not approve it. That's a different situation. What I'm saying is that if it's approved, okay, what happened is Nigerian pay counterpart for the 15%. The Chinese bring in the rest of the money. So what China is profiting, apart from the loan repayment that we're going to pay with the interest, what they benefit from it is that they will bring all their own materials, all the iron, steel, workers, they will bring everything to come and build it. So it's almost like
the Chinese, they are smart. What they did is just through that standard gauge rail and some other road construction, they were able to penetrate Nigerian market very well. Today, in all the 36 states of Nigeria, they are competing head-to-head with Julius Berger in road construction, in bridges, both state and federal government projects. Their hands are already full, okay? Both of them, both the Berger and the CCC and the other one that is, there are 2 or 3 operating in Nigeria. They use that to enter Nigerian market, and they also use that to do their illegal nefarious activity in connivance with some of our local kingship or the elite, stealing our mineral resources away. So sometimes, I know them very well. They will never sign anything that they think is going to be at their own detriment. The way you are talking, they will never do that. They go and write it down. They will never do that. They always do something that they will ever do something that they cover most of their track very well.
Yes.
Look. Yeah. So no, even if you are them, you are Nigeria with a lot of big ports, you have money, you should cover your track. The contract should favor you, not the one borrowing the money.
You remember when Buhari went to China? Yeah. And he met with the Chinese premier, Xi Jinping, they call it Xi Jinping, they call the man.
Okay, continue.
What did he say to Buhari? He said, look, you have a blank check. Just say it and we'll come in. I will build anything you want. But
that is a political statement now.
Hold on 1 second. On the Nigeria side, they didn't want to go full house like that. So there was caution not to go too much into depth with the Chinese government. Do you understand? Say, look, we cannot be so much indebted to China, so we have to be smart and sensible in the way we run things with them. So that's why the government pick certain infrastructural projects to invest in with China. Don't forget.
When did Nigerian politicians ever care about not getting to debt? When did they ever care? Really? That's kind of surprising.
No, because if you listen to what Remi said just now, for the other standard gauge lane, that China was supposed to also construct that one, but I think the National Assembly was like, nah, this is too much with China. That was one of the reasons why they stopped it. They didn't want Nigeria to be so much indebted to China. It's not like they were afraid to get into debt. They were just afraid to get into debt, too much debt with China. That was all. So that was why they didn't
Well,
approve.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I actually give them credit for actually thinking not to want to get into debt. That's credit to the Nigerian politicians. That's good.
So there was just that. Nah, this is with China. This is too much. We don't want to get too much in debt with China. So that was it. So those ones, if they can borrow to do it, they will borrow. They will borrow from anything. But it's just that it's just the China effect of it that they were worried about. That was all. So if this high tech, if they had the capacity to construct that road, right, I won't have any issues with it at all. Like I don't. I want them to build the
Akim,
road.
They do have capacity to
they have,
construct.
they can build it. They have done something similar, according to David. That's why they gave it to them. I
They are the
remember.
one that built that
Look,
Atlantic. They have the
you want to
capacity. What are you talking here?
you want to run a hurdle, a 100-meter hurdle race. At the first hurdle, you don't fall a barrier already. Okay, so that one is not a good omen.
Akim, I want to ask you one question. Have you ever seen the 1.4 kilometer of this coastal highway they already constructed? Did you see it? Did
Yes.
you see it? Did you
Yes.
see it? I mean, I'm
I'm
talking
not
to Akim.
talking about engineering capacity. Do you hear what I said? I'm not talking about the engineering capacity. I'm talking about financial capacity.
Don't worry about that one.
They don't have it.
Don't worry yourself about that one at
What do you
all.
mean? Don't worry myself about it.
The
Yeah,
reason
that's
why
what I
I
told
said-
you.
The reason why I said you should
This
not
is
worry
why we
yourself.
came. This is why we came to the
Akim, don't worry.
conclusion.
Remy will provide the fund, the funding.
This is why we
Don't
came to the
worry.
conclusion. This is why we came to the conclusion that it's
You
just
know
a
what?
Lagos. It's a
Because
Lagos project.
if you worry
Akim,
yourself,
no worry. Owo no
don't
kolo.
worry.
Owo no
Just calm
kolo
down.
re mi wa.
So calm down. Má worry.
Owó tó dákù sẹ́gbàá, ó máa
Owo
gbé
àjọ.
jáde.
Owo àjọ àbí.
Àti
It's a
Ìbàdàn.
Lagos project. It's a Lagos project. They're going to do that.
Akim, Remy funding is coming. Don't worry.
Yeah, let me find this coming. Baba Jali Koko, they already look, their plan, they already carry out their plan. It's a Lagos project. They do the Lagos part of it, and that's it. Everybody else go and
Why are you fixated on that one? Is it because you think they will not get across to Edo State or what?
because I have hype and I can see what is happening. So look.
So, but what about if they now started constructing this?
That means you are someone like a devil advocate for
No, don't devil advocate at all.
you call yourself progressive.
Yes, the progressive means that you do the right thing, not the one they are doing with all this shoddiness all over it, man. Being progressive means that you do it the right way. Okay.
You can see the horridness now. They have started 7 days notice. You know that day. And I'm not even happy that you see the way they are doing now. Those people in villages, they are going to crush their eliminate them. I don't mean they are going to but I mean they are going to kick these people out of their ancestral homeland, and they are giving billionaire. What's the name of that guy by the beast?
Dangote.
No, that
guy.
Landmark.
Polo Wani baby.
So that one, they are living. They are leaving him alone. They are leaving his own this thing because maybe I don't know what they are working at. But the poor people, those little people in the village, in those villages around that corridor, they will wipe them out.
No,
what is going on?
Have you seen the plan? No, that's not true.
That is true.
Once you leave the mainland, no, look at the village settlement.
That is true.
Okay.
Let us leave it. You will soon hear now.
Abati, even Umai already said that they will soon start paying compensation. So who are they going to pay compensation to?
Okay. To me, I'm excited about the phase 1 project. I'm happy about it. So that's all I have to say on that one.
I know you're happy about it. You guys, you have badge where everybody is.
What is bad? I think it's that beneath thing. Is it because they didn't come to you? What is okay? Where is this coming from?
No,
I think that is the major reason.
That is the thing. This is what to say.
No, Baba Tito, I couldn't care less which state, as long as they actually built the road. My concern is that if you want to do it, make sure you do it. Don't try to like as if we are stupid. We're not stupid, man. We have brains, we have eyes, we can see. Like if you are beginning to get corny about the whole thing, look, I just made a calculation right now. I said, what is our budget? What was our budget for road construction in this budget, right? And then we are embarking on a 15 trillion 8 years project, which is nearly 2 trillion every year. If you want to insert 2 trillion every year into our budget, that is all our infrastructure project budget gone.
Akim, are you projecting that the generation or the budget will be the same thing every year? Come on, it has to change. We don't know what next year budget have to say. They
Even
have
if
28 trillion. It's not even enough.
Hold on. Let me tell you something. Let's assume the budget. Let me even say I take your position. The budget change, right?
Yeah.
So Coastal Road is the only road in Nigeria that need to work, right?
I'm not saying right now as we are talking. Is it only the coastal road the federal government is building?
So how are we going to that? So we're now going to start putting 2 trillion every year for the next 8 years.
It doesn't matter if we can generate more revenue and expand our budget. Why not?
So what happened to the rest of the roads across the country?
They are still like today now. They are constructing the coastal highway, but they are still
put nearly 2 trillion on top of one road.
I bet this Nigerian self, as we are talking today, they are still constructing road all over the federation. They are rehabilitating. They are building bridges. They are building a lot of things. Does it stop the coastal highway? Does it stop the other road? I don't know why you are thinking this way. I don't see any rationale behind it at all.
Okay, I've already said my piece. I've said my mind.
The most important is that Hail and Babati, we want that thing to be phase 1 completed, and then we start talking about phase 2.
No, you see, this is the problem now. Omar didn't say phase 1 completed. They said it's going to be phase 1, phase 2, they're going to be working simultaneously. Me, I will wait to. If I don't say simultaneously, that was what he said. Side by side. It didn't
say one at all. It did not say simultaneously.
Let me hold on. Listen to yourself. They are telling you that a project of 700 kilometers is going to be built in 8 years. They are saying the 47 kilometers is going to be 3 years. So you mean they will first of all finish 47. So just say they do 47 kilometers every 3 years. Do you know how many years that one is?
Okay, so can I ask you a question? So that means there is possibility that they can source for fund elsewhere for this project. Do you agree?
Let's assume that.
No, I asked you that question.
Let's hope they can do that.
Is there a possibility they can source money from elsewhere?
Let's hope they can do that. Let's hope they can do that.
So why are you now fixated on budget? So they can source money from everywhere to finance this project. They can even talk about this big multinational corporation like what Dangote has been doing and the rest about road construction.
I don't mind. Look. Let them build the road. That's all.
I think to me, what your beef is simple. Your beef is like instead of constructing phase 1, phase 2, and phase 4, why not just say phase 1, 2, 3, so that 3 will also start from your end also. If that is the case,
Remy, no, that's not even the point. My point is that
my friend, let me factual here.
My point is that if you listen, you want to build a road. You said okay. Initially, you came out and say, okay, it's going to be a PPP program, which means it's almost 100% private sector, right? Building the road. Then after you say the company that is going to build this road have problem with funding, they could not source the funding. So if I am a responsible government, I don't give you that project anymore. I'll go and look for somebody else to come and do it. Okay?
So that is why
hold on. From the word go, you've already shown me that you don't have capacity financially. So why would I still carry on with you?
So that is why you are not a government, because in government, there is always a lot of vested interest. And when we talk about vested interest, like for example, when Buhari was there, vested interest was there constructing railway line from Katsina to Maradi. So this present administration we have also
So
have vested
Tinubu interest now is to take our money and give to
every government. Go and ask anybody in the world. There will be always be vested interest, one way, directly or indirectly. What are we talking about here? So you want him, for example, if he has vested interest in Shagori or iTech, then you want him to go and just give the job to Akim Progressive Construction Company of
It's
Nigeria.
not his money. It's not his money. It's our money. So
forget about this your money or your new money.
If he's paying for it, then he can do whatever he wants to do. But he's not paying for it.
Yeah, I think so. I want to also add a follow-up question. Like, just follow your premise that okay, let's look for another company to do it. So if I could not find another company to do it in the next 2 or 3 years, that means we don't do nothing, right? Why are you talking this way? These people are already in agreement, and anything can change if they have not started. And when they want to start, this is what we can put on the ground for the first one. Let's move on. And then let's cancel totally.
I want to build a house for you. I'm an engineer. I want to build a house for you. Okay, so we had a plan. I'm going to bring my money in to build the house. You're going to pay me later, right? That is the plan. Or I'm going to build the house. I'm going to rent it out.
So I will also throw another question to you.
Hold on.
No. Before you can tell me, you want to
let's ask that question first.
And I pay later.
Hold on. So, okay. If you cannot, okay, I'm going to build the house. Okay, the thing is, I'm going to rent it out and collect the rent for certain amount of years. And after I make my money, then I'll not give the house to you. You said, okay, we came and I okay, that's the land. You can build the house on it. Oh, Remy, okay. You know what? Actually, that house, the project we talked about, I don't have money to do it. Can you give me some money first to start the house? What kind of nonsense is that?
Okay, I'm not going to
just build the house myself. Go and look for somebody else to come and build the house with my own money.
Can I respond to you? Before you can tell me that, Remy, I want to build a house for you so that you can pay me. I'll collect the rent for so years. That means we already have an existing relationship. You cannot just come out of the blue and just tell me you are building a house for me. We would have done something together to make me trust you, or you trust me, so that we can do that business. That is what I'm talking about, vested interest. You cannot just come from planet Mars or Jupiter and just tell me blah 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 blah, blah like that. So that's what I'm talking about.
Apart from Eco-Atlantic, what has iTech done? Which road did they construct?
That Eco-Atlantic city alone. Can you compare with any project in Nigeria? We are talking about a project in comparison with those ones we see in developed countries all over the world.
I thought Akin said he wasn't concerned about the technical know, it was more of the financial part. So why are you discussing?
No. It's still about the capacity, financial part.
No,
okay.
Yeah, but when it comes to Eco-Atlantic is a $6 billion project. So if you're going to just talk about capacity, when it comes to actually building, they have built something. The argument we are having is how much government should have or have added to do. That is, we can have that debate. But in terms of actually building stuff, high-tech has done a marvelous job in Nigeria. So I don't think that should even be debated at all.
Okay, so where's the money? Where is the money?
Okay, that one we can have a debate about that one. That is open for discussion. But them being able to build it, the evidence is right to your right there. You can see what they've done. So, but the money part, we need more info about that one.
So, but look at it this way. Now, why can't the government look at it now and say, okay, since it's a 700-kilometer road, right? It's a very big, it's a gigantic project, right? We're talking 5 lanes each side. Okay, look at it and say, okay, you know what? We're going to bring in 2 or 3 other companies to come and partner with iTech so that we section it out.
They're doing progressive. Did you listen to what I was saying? iTech is only dealing with phase 1. There's about 3 more phases. They're not involved with those 3 phases. That will be other companies.
No. There's nothing like that. The company, the whole thing is
No,
The whole thing is high-tech.
no. I'm telling you, just go look at it. They're only doing iTech is only involved in phase 1 of the project. Go look it up.
That's what they are building now.
The other no, listen, Akim. The other phases are going to be other companies, not high tech. So it's already divided between the other ones we don't know yet. But iTech is only doing phase 1, not 2 or 3, 4.
So we
So
don't
what
know the other
you're
companies
saying?
yet.
No, I might have to look that up, but I know iTech is only doing 1 phase. They're not doing 2, 3, or 4. Like I said,
If they do that,
yeah.
if they do that, yes, that makes sense. That can work.
Yeah, because for high tech's sake, their interest is only in phase 1, like I said earlier. So they are only involved in that. Now, the other 2, 3, 4 phases, we need more details from the federal government to look at who they're going to award it to, or who. Now we can talk about the bidding process, or all those kind of things. Yeah, yeah. No. They should have. Don't get me wrong. Progressive. Don't laugh at me. But I get my point. But I'm saying my point is this. This is reality. It's already too late to be discussing bidding at this point, because I think it's already bidding the road. But for the 2, 3, 4 phases, we need to know who is bidding for it, the companies.
Babati, I think there's not going to be that bidding. They are going just to maybe to CCC and buy,
right, maybe
like that.
Because remember, progressive, it's a coastal road. We must know that you have the capacity to build it. Like, don't just like because you put in a bid. What have you done? What is your track record?
We know that, but what we are saying is that, look, we've been told that this road is a 700-kilometer road. It's going to be this. It's going to be that. So now, if iTech is not going to build everything, and iTech have already started phase 1, so, like, do you understand what I'm trying to say? Like, it doesn't really make sense, because at the end of the day, everything should have been like on the table. Every contractors involved should have been on it. So we're going to be negotiating. Now, one side already started. We're going to start negotiating the other side. Look, I don't know anyway. Look, I want them to build a road. I hope they are able to build a road. But I just don't like what I see now. That's all.
I agree. I'm happy about the project, but at the same time, I see your point. I see your point that they need to be more transparent about it. But I think what Tinubu was trying to avoid is the bureaucracy that might stall the project. Because to me, if you build phase 1 of this project, that guarantees him a second term. Because the design, imagine having a 10-lane road with a rail track and lighting. You have all this solar powered street light at night. Imagine just driving down a road and you can see the ocean on the left side and 10-lane road. That will get him second term easy. At least that would get him the vote in the Southwest and South. So, or anything around the area, and what they do in Lagos. I think it was somebody that was talking about where they would do something major halfway, and that will force you to want to vote for them for the second term to complete that project. So if he does that in the Southwest, right? I think it's from Lagos to Bejuleki, whatever. People will answer that.
Look,
keep the guy in. They can finish it. They can finish it, and let's vote them in for second term. So I think, to me, that would be like an evidence-based practice. Like, look at what I've done for phase 1. If you bring me back, I will do 2, 3, and 4. So that helps second term.
If Tinubu is going to win the election on road construction, I think Dave Umahi is already doing a fantastic job on that, because Dave Umahi on his own, like,
but Akim, he needs a signature project. I would say this is my legacy.
Yeah, but is the student loan not a signature project? For me, that is in my opinion,
it's one of many.
That is the single largest how do I call it, a policy that have transformed or affected the life of Nigerians more than any other policy since 1999.
That one still have limitation. It's only for tertiary institution.
So Akim,
it's not for
based on that, are you going to vote? Is that an automatic? What do you call it?
So you're waiting for
automatic,
Tinubu. Waiting for Tinubu. Is that?
yeah, to secure the next election. To you is done enough? Am I mistaken in what you said, Akim?
No, I'm saying what I'm saying is like I don't normally I don't have a vote in it because I don't vote in Nigeria, but I'm like among the three people that contested last time, I think for me I think he was like in a better position to do things. But what I'm trying to say is that they should sing more, they should talk more of that student loan. Okay, for me, I think that's a transformative policy. Do you know? Look, there are a lot. I think people are just underestimating the effect of that student loan. People are not.
You know what? There's one thing progressively should know. An average Nigerian parent, I mean those in the middle income, they will prefer to pay the school fees instead of taking loan. How many people in the Nigerian system, if you look at it very well, in terms of paying their tuition for their work, how many were unable? What is the percentage of those who were unable?
Let me this where you're getting it wrong. It is the look. All of us went to school in Nigeria, right? There were people who gave up just because they didn't see.
But how many percentage of those ones that gave up compared to those ones that graduated and paid school fees? When I was in the university, more than 70%, they already paid the school fees.
No, let me hold on 1 second. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. So I'm talking about from secondary school now. There were a lot of children who've looked around their background and they feel like, what's the point? I'm not going to go further anyway. Why am I doing this? And they'll just drop out. It's not like they couldn't do it, but they just feel like if I go through all this
thing you should put into consideration is that physical structure is different from services. The service is about loans. Majority of people might not even aware of it. Majority of Nigeria. Only people that are in that line will be aware. But what you can see by your eyes is what majority of people can see. For example, I know what this guy will do. They will complete that phase 1 this year and bet it they will start that last phase, that from Calabar. They might not finish that one before these 4 years. They might not finish that one. They might just do maybe 20 or 30% of it. You don't know politics.
Let me hold on. Let me explain something to you. You see, I have cousins that are sponsored through university. Okay, I know.
So it's a chicken cake for you to pay the tuition fee.
Hold on 1 second. So there's a friend of mine as well in the UK. When Tinubu first of all came up with this student loan, this was the guy who supported Peter Obi, and he called me and said, "Oh, look, this guy is going to introduce student loan." He said, "I see that my sister herself." He said, "Thank God, our son is going to go into the university." He said, "I don't even want anybody to disturb me since the student loan is out." Okay, this is look. You yourself you don't understand. It's the burden on people. Like yes, you can say these people can afford it, but do you know what a lot of people go through to even afford it in the first place? You know what they have to do to afford it.
But Chief Hakim, you cannot have too many legacy projects. Like you can't say that okay, just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If he wants to do more than that, it should for him to believe that.
What I'm trying to say, Robert, is the opportunity that student loan give to Nigerians for me is huge. People are underplaying it. You understand?
It is huge, but also Coastal Road also opens up that part of Nigeria. So that is also as even more than student loan in the long term. I mean, okay, maybe long term for education. I get your point.
No,
but they are both good for Nigeria.
Is looking for something to campaign.
No, they are both. No. Progressive. Look at it this way. That student loan appeals to you, so you might vote for Tinubu, right? If you're in Nigeria, the Coastal Road appeals to me. Then, if I was in Nigeria, I would vote for Tinubu based on that. So it depends on who that legacy appeals to. So you cannot have just a few. You have to have many of them. That way it appeals to different sections of the country. So you love student loans. Thank God for this guy. I'm gonna vote for him. I would say, Coastal Road. Thank God for this guy. I'm gonna vote for him. Somebody else will say, you fix power. I'm gonna vote for you. So it depends on who the legacy is appealing to. So you have to do as much as you can when it comes in regards to that. So you can't say you should just do one and that would get him. That might not be enough.
There are cases whereby you don't have that much money. first child go to university, you say, okay, I'm going to struggle, I'm going to put everything to pay. Then another one will join. Before you know, you have 3 children in the university, right? Then it becomes an issue for you. But you see, what I'm trying to say, you see, with this student loan now, it means that the parents can just shift the body to the children. Say, look, you want education, go and pay for it. Take a loan and pay for it. So the money.
In addition to what Babati just said, if you see on social media how other parts, the coastal states in Nigeria, some of these people, they are talking on social media, they love it. And they were even accusing an article that when Buhari wanted to build that rail line from Katsina to Maradi, nobody complained. Why is he complaining now? Is it because it costs all the southern states? The way you are talking, your people love it. They want it to be built. So
I want it to be built.
That will open up all those spaces.
Because it cost the journey that it's about 10 hours, 25 minutes. It cuts it down to about 5 hours, 20 minutes. So you actually that the Lagos to Calabar right now, if you go, it's about 10 hours plus, right? That coastal road, you can literally drive on that road one way from Lagos to Calabar within 5 hours and 20 minutes. So
I have a question. Are you guys debating to pick which one is better between the coastal road and student loan? Is that what it is?
No. I can. He's saying that if Tinubu is doing it to campaign for second term, that the student loan is more appealing to get people to vote for him. And I'm saying that no, student loan might appeal to you. Maybe you will say, okay, Tinubu did the loan, no, I'll give him second term. But me, I can say, now it's because of the So it depends on who that project appeals to. So you must do many of them. You can't just stick to one and say this is my legacy.
As far as appealing. With student loan, to be honest, majority of voters in Nigeria are those market women.
Yeah, so it's not as appealing to as many
people that don't even go to school at all.
But if you do road and they can see, look at this coastal road, you get people to vote for you.
That's if it gets it done before then. If they can feasibly see the road, but if you still under construction. If it's still under construction, no one will vote for you for that too. Because Jonathan was building that one train. Nobody saw it until
Mike, that is the plan. Like, so if you notice, they said 3 years. So before the elections, they would have done phase 1. So people say, look at phase 1 now.
Phase 1 is from where to where?
From
inside Lagos.
Inside Lagos. The whole of Lagos, the coastal road of Lagos will be done within 3 years.
So I don't know. Maybe we now Vito be in Lagos next time, but it doesn't mean
but I'm saying that appeals to some people that will want to vote because of that.
But to me, see that coastal road, I don't think it will really affect vote because the way it really has to keep its vote is in the north, and that coastal road is in the south. I don't think the south people and the southeast will still change their. Whether I build coastal road or no, they are a voting choice, which is PDP or Labour in the next election. Even if you build coastal road, if you complete it in 4 years, they still will go for the Labour or PDP because they're not going to vote for APC.
By the way, Mike, did you come to Boston today for Peter B's? I heard he was in my town today. He was in Boston today. I heard. Sorry, yesterday it was.
I don't have any affiliation with Peter Obi, to be honest. I really don't have any.
Someone asking tough questions now. You should have come to asking tough questions at the.
I don't even connect. I don't relate with the guy, so why would I come? I don't have any kind of. I never related with Obi, man, with any way. I don't even understand the guy, so I don't even follow him. To be honest.
I don't know how anybody listen to Peter Obi and get inspired, and they say they go.
But I can't listen to people that talk boring and things.
But they are smart people. They are. The guy went to. Yes.
Babati, can you hear me? Yeah. Peter Obi always talk like somebody that the egg break inside the stomach. BNT and the common like. I don't even know.
And another thing, he doesn't even answer what they're asking. He starts saying something different. It doesn't even relate to what they're asking. I'm like, this guy. What are people saying in this guy? I mean, they just overhype. It's just hype, man. There's nothing. He's not presenting anything.
He came to Harvard, though, Mike. He came to Harvard. So
Who cares about these? Did this, did that? It's what you are showing me that I care about, man. I don't want to hear about you.
no,
You
you
got
said,
this, you got that.
no, because you said you don't know why people listen to him. So I'm assuming that people that in Harvard are smart people. So if they ask him to come, so maybe they value what he has to say. I'm just saying, it's
You know when this guy talk like Rochas, the guy speak very eloquently, and you ever seen Rochas talk?
How you compare Rocha to Korosha and Bitabi with what are you doing now?
No, I'm not comparing. I'm just saying, like, when Richard talk, I sit and listen to the guy talk. Well, the guy's very eloquent and he
I
speaks
don't know
so.
why they eat
And I don't know why they don't like the guy. I don't know. He's probably one of their best, to be honest.
Guy, I've been watching him since the day of AIT, where he do all this charity stuff across Nigeria. He's been a good guy for the most part, but I don't know why some people don't like him.
Yeah, I don't know why they don't like him. He's the most appealing.
Rogers is a super orator. It's a super. He is very like you can listen to him and get it inspired by him.
Inspired. The guy, when I hear the guy talk,
I don't listen to Peter Obi and say, I don't listen to Peter Obi and say, there's chill all over my body.
I don't like even hearing him talk. Like I'm like, what's this guy saying?
You guys just hate Peter Obi.
No.
No. I'm just joking. Mike, the highest minute I've listened to Peter Obi is 30 minutes.
Even me after 30 seconds, I'm like, okay, I'm out of here, man.
I'm out of
But Thomas, do you know what I don't understand? The obedience space. Where I understand. They said, "Oh, we are going to draft Peter Obi. He's going to be our candidate in 2027." I said, "What happened to party democracy? Even Trump, people still have to vote for him now in the primaries. Why are you anointing somebody in the party?"
No, because when he got to the Labour Party, they gave him automatic tickets now. No competition.
But that does not. Where's democracy in that?
Anybody, if Nigerian politician is telling you about democracy, you need to first of all
go and look at I'm saying, Akim, the obedience speech that claim that they are for due process. So where is the due process in that one?
The same people that were calling for military to take over, is that the same people that you're talking about?
I can't believe about this one. You believe obedience?
People that were calling for the army to take over,
and you believe them.
People that were calling for the army to take over, is that the ones you're saying they believe in?
They lost the election, they're calling for army. Selfish people. They don't give a shit about anybody, man.
Come on, man. Like a Democrat, when you say Democrat, you know a Democrat, okay?
Progressive. I was listening at Rudolph this morning. I can't even stand 5 minutes. I just said, this guy, get it out of here.
I don't even go on the show anymore. It's become completely played out, man. You go there, you are going there to hear the same thing now. I call go the same thing. Yeah, Nigeria, see them, the same crap, man. It's become.
I went there because of Peter. Maybe we have some sense to talk. I know he doesn't have sense, but I just thought this guy is just. I cannot change. It's just the same propaganda. They're asking me question. I don't want to go back. I don't want to talk about the election.
In Egypt, in China. Come on.
No, Akil, do you know what annoys me the most in everything he says? This is the part that annoys me. 45,000 square miles. Without posting number that doesn't know what he's talking about. In Singapore, the land miles, square miles. No, how does that compare to Nigeria? We don't know. So why are you quoting numbers in Egypt or Cairo or whatever? What are you quoting? You're supposed
it's the kind of guy. When you look at, one of the main reason why I never supported it. The main reason, because I know it's the kind of guy where people under his cabinet they will just be looting and they know he won't do anything to them. He's that kind of person, like his minister will just be taking money and they know he won't do anything. It's very similar to Jonathan. Like Jonathan is a better person, but they're kind of people. His personality is like Jonathan. Like when people under his cabinet just looting, he couldn't do anything to them.
Obi can't manage people. He can't manage conflict.
Exactly, he can't manage people. Yeah. That's something I already know from this guy. No. This guy's not a leader. I can't lead.
Like Obi's telling me on Rudolph that he's not in charge of the party. A presidential candidate of a party. He said, I am not leader, I don't have any power. What is this guy talking about? You are a president? Are you telling me Tinubu will be telling me that he doesn't have power? in APC.
Forget Irubu, Atiku. You see, Atiku are weak right now. They are battling it out for PDP. Okay, they're not even. They are battling it out for PDP. You must have some form of say. But Nigeria, look. Or if you can just sit down and watch and evaluate somebody, and then you come to a conclusion and say, okay, nah, he hasn't got it. And I came to that conclusion with Buhari long time ago when you remember when Buhari went to Benue, he said he sent the IG to Benue. Then he said, oh, I didn't know he didn't come here or he left this place. And I'm like, what the hell is wrong with this man? You remember, and then after that, when he sent Magu for confirmation, and the DSS was sending letter to the National Assembly against Magu, and then I'm like, hang on, the president is sending somebody for confirmation. Agency under the presidency is also sending letter against the president, a candidate for EFCC chairman. I said, nah, this is weak. This is a very, very weak human being. From that time on, I wrote Buhari off. Okay, and that was first time, that was in his first time. I wrote him off straight away. So there's nothing good is going to come out from this.
But Akim, when have you heard that Peter Obi said, you know what, all factions, let's sit down and talk this thing through? I mean, that's what you should do, right, as a leader, right? Guys, let's even sit down and talk. Let's have a discussion. You can't just stay a winner and say, I am not. You are the flag bearer of the party with last. You got 6 million votes, right? So sit down with people and talk now.
Said that comment almost 5 times. I'm not in charge. I'm not in charge. What is this guy talking about? You are not in charge. You are a president candidate of a party. You are not in charge. How come? Can Atiku tell me he's not in charge of PDP? How did he get the tickets in for the delegate? How did he buy them all? Because he's in charge. Can Tinubu tell us that he's not in charge in APC? He's just talking like somebody.
At least call him, Thomas. At least call a meeting of the stakeholders. Let's sit down. We can disagree there, fight about. At least we will still sit down. We will meet. You have the power and the pull to call for that meeting, right? As Obi, you can call for that meeting, and people will show up. Let's talk. And you can then take it from there. But to say, okay, then in the next phase, I want to run for office again, and they will not put you there without you.
Already given the ticket now. Say it's an automatic ticket.
What kind of leader are you then? You just want to sit down, lay back, and for them to do all the work, and then you just come and say, I'm ready again in the next 4 years.
But what they don't understand is that they are just exposing a lot of flaws. But you see, before, they were able to hide a lot of things because it was a very short period of time. But what this does now is that they're going to do all of this for the next 4 years, and then they're just going to continue to expose themselves every time. Even people who never saw it this way, you see, people are coming and say, "Okay, so this is how it is."
So, again, let me ask you: how many obedience have Peter Obi ensured that they are registered Labour Party members? How many of them are actually party members that are obedient?
Do they care about Labour Party? What are you talking
about? Because he's a very selfish person. He wants them to
care about Labour Party. Who is Labour Party?
So don't tell me you have 6 million people that voted for you, and 0 of them. How many of that people are actually a party member? How many? Thomas, forget me.
Don't forget, a lot of those votes were religious votes as well.
I know. I thought Akim, look at it too. Let's say you were a founding member of Labour Party, and Obi came to your party and did what he did. How would you feel when a man got 6 million votes, and those guys, they can't even come and register to be a party member? How would you feel as a founding father of a party that one man used your party to run for office and cannot even bring people into the party to register as members? How would you feel?
Obi doesn't have power to control people. You remember anything that happens in the limelight, Peter Obi will be waiting for the reaction of obedience before he reacts. You know that. He doesn't have mind of his own. He can't take both steps of his own. Is that kind of person you will? He can't. Come on now, Babati. Things will be happening. You will keep quiet until you will be waiting for what the reaction of the obedient before you talk. He can't be. He doesn't have mind of his own. What are you talking about?
So the obedience, they don't benefit the Labour Party in any way, shape, or form. Then there's no benefit.
The other, so King Bottom and some big gunny. Do we care about Labour Party? What they care about is the Labour Party can go to hell. What are you talking about? They don't care about Labour Party. What they care about is their ethnic obi. That's what they care about.
Let him go and his own party now.
Imagine 6.5 million people. Let's just say half of them, they are now carry member of PDP of Labour Party. Do you know how that party will go a wire? What are you talking about?
But Thomas, the reason I said that you should join is because if you join the party with that number, then you can transform the party into what you want. You can then, join positions and run for office within the party, then make it what you really want it to be about. That is how you build a political movement, right? You must be involved in the system.
He's an opportunist. He's an opportunist. When they don't cook food finish, he won't go there, go eat the food. He's an opportunist. Forget about him.
Thomas, what about, is it not getting a soft landing at SDP anymore?
Which SDP? Which SDP?
We don't want him. We don't want
they
him.
Don't want him.
We don't want him. Nah, we don't want P2B. We don't want that drama. SDP is not as lenient as Labour. They have, remember, SDP, MKO was in the SDPO, Remy. I hope you remember. They've been here for a long time.
They're one of the longest party.
So they will not tolerate all this obedient nonsense that in here. Oh, it's Labour. So
I think you know what? A lot of these Nigerians, so that they are gullible. He will present to them that he is meek, I'm gentle, I'm holy. Some of them just fall for him just that way. But now everybody, their eyes have opened. You will say that in the next election there will not be religion vote. That one is out, and that is not the end of Yes Daddy table. They are going to play more, and then Nigeria will totally see who he is.
But he's not going to mosque now. Now he has led the church.
Thomas.
Let's go to mosque. You can't tell the mosque. Take your country back.
It's going to be funny. They are just going to play the Yes Daddy tape to man. He has maligned Muslim all over the way. That's what they are going to do. It's so simple and it's over. He does not want to work. He does not. I don't know why he cannot float his own party. If truly you are a political genius and all this your propaganda, float a new party by yourself now.
No, I think if Obi really wants to have an impact, right, it should take this is popularity back into PDP and just hijack the party. That's what he should have done.
PDP.
Akim, I asked that question a while ago on this platform. I said, P2B against Atiku in the primaries, who wins? And people said Atiku. So I don't think he believes he can defeat the Atiku faction.
No,
I don't think he does.
The problem is this, right? When you see how do you win primaries? Wike, if not for Tambuwa, Wike would have been the candidate for PDP. Because Wike did a lot of work years before the primaries.
Well, Wike spend money now. Can your Shishi man spend double?
No, this is what I'm saying. Like, if they are like,
Sarah Akim, I think you know better. Say PDP is all about big money. You know that, and Peter is not going to spend as much as Atiku will ever spend.
Prince,
and apart from money, anyways.
Prince, does he have interest in the PDP? Do you think if he goes back, he has a chance?
He never had a chance. It was like a second-class citizen in PDP. He never had a chance. Atiku was a leader because he had a lot of money. But apart from that, he doesn't know how to play the politics in PDP. Peter B is not that
This is
skillful to play the
something.
politics in PDP.
If he learn how to play the politics, he can go back to PDP. I
It's,
say, look,
I said it.
Atiku
I
has
said it's not in his nature. He gets always want to
yes.
attribute a lot of qualities to Peter B that he doesn't have. He's a
No,
good
he could
man,
have
but he
gone.
doesn't.
He
He's
could have
not
gone
that
to
good.
PDP. He could have gone to PDP and said, look, guys, 6.1 million votes on the table. Okay, I just showed you guys that I can do it. Right? I'm talking from my own side now. I'm not saying Obi have
Akim,
the.
why
I'm
didn't
not
you answer
saying
my
he has the
question?
million.
Wait now, Akim, wait. I asked
Okay,
you earlier.
money talks.
Yes,
BS
now,
walk.
please, hold on now. Akim, Atiku against Obi in the primaries, who wins?
Atiku is going to beat him.
So why are you not discussing all this meeting with them about guys?
This is what I'm trying to say is that he goes there and he goes to Atiku and say, look, you need to step down, okay, so that we can take this party forward. It needs to be, if you want to do that, you need to talk to people in their face and say, look, you need to step down. You don't need none of this running again. Let me handle this party now and let me move this party forward.
Politics. You see,
Prince, are you there, Prince? So imagine Peter Obi will not go to Atiku. Oga, I want you to step down for me. Imagine, Akim, what are you talking about, man?
I was listening to Akim. Yeah.
Imagine if it was Showore that was in his position. Showore will run Atiku out of that party easily. Whether he has money
Stop.
or not.
Okay, Akim, maybe talking loosely this evening or this morning. Let me tell you, even Showore does not even have a clue how Nigerian politics works. He showed in his last election. I actually believe in him. Not his last election, the previous one. You know, the way it was going up and down and galloping. I like this guy. I mean, knows what he's doing. At the end of the day, I know as much as Showore does when it comes to Nigerian politics. That man had no clue. He had no clue. It was a joke.
What I'm saying is his personality.
Forget about the personality. He doesn't know how. If he knew how Nigerian politics works, everybody was just laughing at him. But a lot of like myself, I believed in him. Like, okay, this guy is a change. He's gonna do something, spectacular. But at the end of the day, Nigerian politics, you have to understand. And the reason why Tinubu won was because he understands Nigerian politics and he knows how to strategize. You can't just come from anywhere. You can't come from anywhere and just win and dominate.
You say that now. Don't let Pastor hear you say that now. Okay?
Oh, forget.
Even Pastor, they asked him a question yesterday. Are you not going to go to Obi? Obi is in America. He said, no, I am not obedient. I am Biafra. So you can see the politics is also playing. But it's not too far to where you say, it's a little bit far, but I won't go there because it's not obedient. So the point we are trying to tell you here is that it does not play his politics very well. In 2023.
Remy, you know what you just said that Biafra now? You know what? There was something I saw on X earlier on, right?
Okay.
So I think Simon I don't know if they made it up or if it was actually on Simon Ekpa's page when he was talking that he wrote something. I don't know if he actually did it because I did not verify from his actual handle directly. But it was something that somebody tagged his page on. So and he wrote that Biafra is ready to give 15,000 Biafra, very well trained Biafra army to Israel to support the Israeli troops against Iran and the Islamic war. So to support Israel, so 15,000 troops. So one guy now wrote on it that I don't know why you people are taking somebody that his last name is something they used to drink Gary seriously.
People like Pastor will actually believe him. Like, Biafra. Some of them, they believe these guys, though. Some of them believe it. You think like everybody will see it as a joke, but you will be shocked who believe it.
But that's
do you know when Nnamdi Kanu was doing that Jibril thing? I thought everybody thought it was a joke. Until one guy was actually one Igbo guy, a young guy, was like, is it not true? I was like, yeah. So this guy believe it. They believe all these things, man. Some of their people believe anything they say, like,
and how effective those guys are. You'll be shocked how effective those guys are. Like people you will not even believe. You will not believe. Like who have those kind of mindset. They will come to you, they will start saying certain things, and you'll be looking at them. Is it this guy that is talking, or is it somebody talking through him, or is it
Some of them
is
went
it
to
another
school.
person?
Went to school. Oh. It's not like one guy that
It's not like some idiot, like some you'll be looking at it like, come on, man. You believe all this nonsense? Somebody sits somewhere in Finland is declaring
Let,
himself.
let me apologize, Akim. At one point, just for a brief episode, Mike, let me be honest with you guys. Even I was trying to buy this Jubilee thing just for a while. I'm like, wait a minute.
You feel worried?
No. Just for I'm like, look at the air. The air lobe is this way. I'm like, wait a minute. Mike, do you know why? Back in college, I was into photography, so I'm like, my mind was thinking, maybe Photoshop. It was like doing all the Photoshop things. I'm like, is this thing too? Just for a while. Even I fell for that trap for a minute, briefly for. I'm like, wait. so yeah, even they got me for a minute, man. Just to confess, they got me for a minute, but I recovered.
No. What happened is they say when you repeat lie over and over and over, the brain will begin to accept it as the truth. So I think that's what happened to you.
Buhari is no longer enough. It's no more Jubilee. Now it's Buhari. It's a joke, man.
They like, look at his skin. He's looking fresher, looking younger. Who is that? I'm like,
they dropped the old Jubilee thing. So I was like, okay, so what was that Jubilee strategy all about? What was it to achieve? I don't even understand. Like, Southeasterners, they spent so they didn't know they were going to run for presidency in 2023. They spent the entire 8 years of Buhari talking about Buhari, Jubilee, and Fulani. And
they don't know they are going.
They didn't know Yorubas were going to be their problem. They didn't see it coming. And that 2023 was supposed to be their, when they say turn by turn presidency, that was their turn, to be honest. And so they didn't know it was supposed to be their turn. They didn't see it coming.
Since when was the last time? Since when was the last time you hear hand shake like this?
Akim, I want to ask you a question. I know you are from South. What do you think if the presidency shift to the South again? Are you just going to give it to the Southeast?
To be honest, I don't really care if they play their politics.
I just want your opinion. I know you don't care. I just want. What do you think your people might think about? What do you think they are?
I don't think Southside is one group of people like that. I just
exactly. So it's not a single voice. Like
when we talk about Southside, we always thinking I just want single group of people that see themselves as one.
But I think if that time, if Wike is still relevant, do you think you guys will support it?
Look,
Southside don't. Anyway, go ahead and answer.
It's just a lot of minority voice in Southside. There's no one. It's not like the Southwest or South. Like the whole of the South is just minorities everywhere, man. So
yeah,
you cannot really merge it together. And say no. It's just you go there. It's the Edo, the Shekiri.
So what you're trying to say is that come that time, just let Southeast have it. Then they should wait for 16 years. It's so easy now. Why?
Even if you have to understand the way Southside is, the Southside region, they don't see themselves as Southside, they just see themselves as South, kind of. You understand? They see South. It's only we Southwest and Southeast I really see that Southwest and Southeast.
If you look at it, like that same Southside you're talking about now, it's almost a division. The kind of a division of affiliation between the Yorubas and the Igbos. So you have the Edos and maybe the Shekiris who are more affiliative to the Yoruba, and then you have the other part of it that are more affiliated to the Igbo side. So, so normally politically, what normally used to happen is that anywhere the Southwest go, Edo normally used to go, like even right from them Awolowo time and things like that. Anywhere the Southwest, even when Abiola contested, right? This is how bad this is how close it was then. Oyegun was nobody knows it. Like it came from basically nowhere, but it was under SDP. Lucky Benedion was a household name. Like everybody knew his father. His father was the richest man in town. with airline. Lucky used to be a local government chairman. Like I'm telling you, like a household name. But it was under NROC. Oyegu was under the Abiola's party. Oyegu won the election. He won the election. So if it was the other way around, those goes where the Southwest goes. It was just, I think this was the first time they actually went differently with Peter Obi. And you can sort of understand it because a lot of people in Edo felt like the presidency should go to the Southeast for fairness sake. And I think that was one of the reasons why a lot of them went that way.
So how does your people take it after the election that the Southeast continue to gloat over it? Because I see a lot of people from your South, especially Edo, they were like fighting with the Southern Eastern people every time. So what's your opinion about that one?
No, don't forget when especially you need to understand how the Edos behave, like when it comes to personality wise. So just because a Benin man is your friend today doesn't mean you guys will not fight tomorrow. Do you understand? So that's it. So the friendship is there today, but something happened tomorrow, like you guys will be the worst of enemies. So and the day after you could be friends again. So that is how they rule. So it just because they were lending support to be, I think there were some Southeasterners who wanted to take advantage of that support, not knowing fully well what. Like this just came out of the fair-mindedness of an average Edo man to say, look, let the presidency go to the Southeast this time. Look, these guys have been marginalized. Let's support somebody from that side. So that is what you saw from a lot of the guys who were supporting Obi at the time. So and don't be surprised in the next election, you get different results. It depends on how.
Yeah, but like Akim, this is how I put it. This is the best way to put it. If you want to have a president of Igbo extraction, it is not the Igbo person that they want necessarily that will win. It's the one that we want. The majority of Nigerians want. I think what happens is when they put somebody out there, they want that person to be so Igbo-centric that they forget that they have different group of Nigerians that have different interests. And once that person even attempts to branch out to appeal to the other people's interests, that person is no longer one of them. So they want that person to be so. Yes. So one should attempt to even reach out. Like Akim, this is what I say. Falaye was who we wanted in Southwest. That was Yoruba candidate. Southwest. Falaye was our candidate. But the compromise
was the Nigerian candidate.
Yes, he had a bigger appeal, the broader appeal compared to Falaye. So we had to compromise that, okay, we know we want Falaye, but let's make a deal with you. So the elder sat down with him and made a deal with him. Like, listen, you can do your thing. Then the first time the AD will get, they make deals, you know what I mean? They also have to do the same thing. Peter Obi is who you want, but Soludo is more appealing to Nigeria. You see my point?
Yeah, so
they don't want to do that.
You need to understand each region political strength. Okay,
right?
So you're talking about a situation whereby Oyo State is almost the same size as the whole of Southeast, right?
Not population though.
Not population. I'm talking about size-wise. So, and right. Even if you talk about population, if you really amass the vote in Lagos alone or Ogun State, you're gonna get huge number out of those two states anyway.
Right.
So, and if you look at the way they play their politics, there was a time where them too, when the Southwest was sidelined, especially under the Jonathan government. So the likes of Tinubu and others, they became strategists. They say, okay, you know what? We're going to tell you that we know what to do. We know how to play this game. Ordinarily, Tinubu would not go into an alliance with Buhari. Do you know that? Like normally, he won't do that.
But Akim, that's my point. He had to do that to win. But if anybody from look at it this way. If let's say Peter B joins APC now, and say, okay, Peter B is now our party, whatever in APC. It loses some people in the Southeast. just joining APC. They're like, no, we don't want.
That's not, that doesn't look as long as
That's a problem. You must
no,
compromise. It's politics.
it's not a problem. As long as the party, the entirety of the party can accept him. Look, you can lose election in your own town and still win the presidency. It doesn't matter. The thing is this: if you have a Southeasterner who can be accepted nationwide, right, he's going to win an election. That's the truth.
But
Regardless whether
I agree with you, progressive. But I'm saying that we have like I like Soludo personally. I like Ngozi. I like this former CBN deputy, the young guy in his 50s. What's his name? Yeah, yeah. But those people, for some reason, politically are not appealing to them in the Southeast for the big stage. Which I'm like, if those three go against people, I will vote for them.
Babati, don't kid yourself. Don't let them lie to you. If Okorosha is the ticket holder today, all of them will support Okorosha. Don't let them lie to you.
In the APC?
Anywhere. If Okorosha,
I don't know about that one, no.
I'm telling you now, listen to me.
Wait. APC,
listen to me. If Okorosha is the ticket holder in APC,
right,
against another candidate, Okorosha will win every single southeast state by the same margin. The same one as well. Yes, so it will win by the same margin that Obi won last time in the same southeast. Don't let them lie to you. All those things, the same people have told me before. I've known people who told me, yeah, forget it, Peter Obi, forget this. They're all the same. After they start telling me that Obi will do this, Obi will do that, Obi will do this. I'm like, what happened? You were telling me something different 2 months ago. And no, this, that. People who told me, we don't want Nigeria, we just want our Biafra, we just want to
But you know what? I somebody compared something on Naira land. Peter Obi was not that beloved though when he was in office by these people, by some people. They used to bash him online a lot, on Naira land a lot.
Nnamdi Kanu called him a murderer. Nnamdi Kanu, there's a tape. Nnamdi Kanu has a tape out there. Where Nnamdi Kanu, when that Izo River incident happened.
Is it Masob, right? Was it Masob?
Yes. Nnamdi Kanu say he called Peter Obi a murderer. He say Peter Obi is a murderer. Look, Nnamdi Kanu did not call Peter Obi. Nothing. Okay, so but the same person, it became a messiah. I'm telling you, if Okorosha became APC candidate today against a Yoruba man from PDP or an Hausa man from PDP, he's going to tear it down in the Southeast, landslide. Forget it. Forget all those things they are telling you that, oh, no, forget all those nonsense.
Yeah.
Talk.
Well,
they will vote for him. They will vote for him in huge numbers.
Because I said to them like a year ago, I said, if anybody owes you the presidency or the ticket, it was PDP. PDP has always been your baby. Like, you've always been a PDP area, right? So if anybody owed you a ticket to run for office in this last election, it should have been PDP. But you can't. APC is not the Eastern Southeast alliance.
If somebody had told you that Tinubu was going to give up this ticket, would you not tell the person?
No. For APC is not the Southeastern alliance anyway, so that's not even my issue. It was the PDP on how they fumbled. They fumbled that opportunity. I don't know. They didn't put enough pressure on the party. I know they were having rumblings about.
Look, everybody have to look. PDP themselves were looking at the numbers. Okay, so all this one we are saying now, if Obi had come out under PDP, all the votes Atiku got in the north, Obi will not be able to get those votes. You need to understand that part. Obi will not be able to get. Atiku did very well in the north. He did very, very well in the north. It was just that in state where in the south where he didn't do well, he performed so abysmally. Like, imagine in Lagos, right? Even though Tinubu lost in Lagos, Atiku performed so woefully that it was nearly 500,000 vote margin, right? So you then need like 2-3 states from some northern state to be able to cover up that margin alone. So, and you're talking about place, we're never talking about places like Oyo, places like Ogun, places like Ondo, where the number, where the difference was just too big. But when Atiku did well in the north, but it was just that areas where Tinubu came second, it was coming close second.
But Akim, they say Atiku is still gonna run in 27, right? That is still showing interest. So if Atiku is gonna run in the PDP, and I know Saraki is making a move to become the PDP chairman, right? I think there's only to the south, to the central, right? To North Central.
Yeah, North Central.
Yeah. So what happened to the arrangement of the PDP? You know.
Yeah, but the arrangement didn't work last time. This guy that was the chairman.
The one that was fighting with Wiki.
Ayu was from the North Central as well, and Atiku picked the ticket. That was one of the reasons that quote unquote Wiki said, but I did not believe that nonsense Wiki was coming up with last time, because Wiki had Secondus as the chairman. Because he wanted to run, he looked for a way to kick Secondus out.
Yeah, he kind of messed it up. But let me ask you though, again, do you think Atiku would have done better if he picked Wiki as a VP?
I think the infighting would have not been there, right? But then,
because Wiki said that, I think he was on the short list of people that they were considering, right, for the VP, right?
You know, I suspect Atiku probably would have done better if he had picked Wiki, because for one, he would have won Rivers. I know that one for sure. Probably a couple of more.
Look at the numbers from Rivers. It was so poor. The numbers was nothing to write home about.
What do you mean?
It was about 200,000 votes at the end of the day. Like it was not a big number.
But Okowa, did they win his state?
More people that came for a weekend.
Okowa lost his state to Obi.
Okowa lost?
Yeah.
So he had no value then. Now,
he had no value at all. Okowa was he's not even. He had no value. We probably would have claimed the old South Atiku somehow.
No,
I would say the old South
Obi did too much damage to them in the South as well. That's the problem.
Obi did a lot of damage. Yeah, that's true.
PDP used to do very well in Edo as well when it comes to presidential election. They used to do.
I'll be fair with you. If Obi didn't run, Atiku would have been president of Nigeria today.
Yeah, he probably would have won that election, because you look at.
He would have won that election clear. He would have cleared that Southeast.
You look at Edo, you look at Delta. Those are used to be like strong PDP grounds when it comes to presidential elections. You know.
Yeah.
So
Obi took Atiku's numbers, man.
he destroyed Atiku's.
When Oshimole said Atiku is destined not to be president of Nigeria, that was a fact.
South and Southeast, Obi did a lot of damage to Atiku in those areas, man. Like, you might think that, if Obi was not there, maybe the vote would have gone Tinubu. I don't think so.
No way, impossible.
I don't think so.
Probably Atiku, straight Atiku. Yeah.
I think he was doing well in the Southwest too. You know, like he was having 100K, 200K. Even in Oyo State, he did well in Oyo State now.
He won Oshun.
Yeah, so he got good numbers.
He won Oshun, but even those Oyo you're talking about, the margin was still too big. Look, the margin in the north, right? In places like Zamfara, in places like he lost Zamfara. In places like Katsina, where he won, like Sokoto, where he won, they were talking about 10,000 margin between him and Tinubu. So, like, he was winning. The only state he won with a decent margin was in Kaduna. But this is the problem now. He did so poorly in Kano. It was unprecedented. Like, even Tinubu that came second still had 500,000 vote margin on him in Kano. So.
You know what I'm really thinking, man. Like, in the South, if we don't get our politics, if we don't change our style of politics, I think the Northerners, they're gonna be. In fact, this was a close call where a Northern guy would have taken over again. You know, they'll be winning, because look at the way the thing is so strong. First of all, in the North, for example, if Tinubu didn't play that campaign that he did in the North for so long and built so much alliance, those Northern governors backing him and things like that, if they all didn't back him, there's no way he would have done that well in the North. You understand? No. And the Southern votes, when it's turned on the South, it's always going to be two South guys that will run. It's always going to be a Southwest and a Southeast guy that will run at the same time. whenever it's the turn of the South. But whenever it's the turn of the North, of course, there's only going to be one main northern guy where, you know, the whole North will be behind, you understand, where it's going to do massively well. But when it's turn of the South, we're always going to have two big guys, one from the Southeast, one from the Southwest. And a northerner can easily just win that election because he's going to do very well in North.
No,
And
you
he's just
see,
going to, just like we
the
have
only
right now.
way.
If we, basically, the point I'm making, if we continue with the way we did it last time, and we continue that way, because when it was Buhari's time, there was no main northern guy that was saying, okay, me and you, where they have to split the northern votes, you understand? But when it comes to the turn of the South, we have like two main southern guy, and then one northern guy almost took it off because I
I
think
say
almost took it.
no. I think if Kwankwaso, if somebody like Kwankwaso goes to PDP and they give him a ticket, then Tinubu will struggle for second. It will struggle hard for that second term because Obi will still be there and Obi will still take vote from the South. So and Kwankwaso will be able to do a lot better in places like Kano, in places like Kaduna, in places like Katsina, that areas where Atiku didn't do that well. Apart from Kaduna, where Atiku did very well, but in other areas, Kwankwaso will do much better. But this is the problem now.
I'll be honest with you guys, if Tinubu wants to win that second time, all these coastal highway that is doing in the south, all these southern projects, he needs to hold it and go and do something in the north. Because
No.
if he doesn't
Mike,
perform in the north, those
Mike,
northerners dumping, the guy will lose
Mike,
that second time.
no, Mike. Let me tell you something. I think where we are not looking, where Tinubu actually did very well, North Central. We are all taking our eyes off that. I think Tinubu, if Tinubu can get alliance or form of alliance with Kwankwaso and make them work for him in Kanu, with what Ganduje can bring on the table, just bring North Central into it, and the election is
But
done.
what I'm saying is, this administration, whatever project is doing or whatever he wants to do, he's got to do something in north. Please those northern people, because if he's doing all these southern projects like this
But
highway
they
that
are
will
still
benefit,
continue the railway now to Niger Republic now.
yeah, he's got to do something in the north that please them for that second. Because if the north don't vote for him the same way they vote for him last time, I'm sorry, man, he may not, because he need that north. He needs to maintain that northern support for him to win again.
Yeah,
You know.
I think it did for me. It did very well in that north, in the north central. Because I knew he was going to win Kogi and Kwara, but there were
Yeah,
other
that's
states
more
like
like southwest.
Mike, let me just, maybe you don't know, the same, you have Lagos to Calabar, they also have one coming from Badagry to Sokoto, the same way that same design, like the 555. So they're also doing to the north, from that Badagry area is going to go up to Sokoto. The 5 and 5, like the coastal.
That would take 20 years.
No, that was already approved already by federal government now.
Yeah, but it's not going to be done anytime. It's not going to be completed anytime soon.
Now, how they would begin, I don't know. They might do
To me, this, I'll be honest with you, it's a very good project, something we need, but it looks like a long-term kind of thing, to be honest. I don't think this is a project that can be done in 4 years.
They would do it in phases, like the same way they are doing.
Yeah, but what we need for your administration is lights and immediate. We have a lot of immediate needs in Nigeria right now.
Yeah,
you understand?
The economy for me is a big. If price.
Yeah, economy. We need some immediate. To me, if I were advise him, I would say he should spend energy fixing all the existing road first. You understand? Number one thing to me is that power thing. Take care of that power infrastructure. Things that we are lacking right now, get it all fixed right now. To me, that's the priority. And then
Mike,
that one can be a long term.
That power area of it. If I was the president, I've said it and I've said it again.
Do you have fixing that guy from Ibadan, that power minister?
No. I'm going to push it to the state. I'm going to call all the governors and say, this is your own. This is your business now. Go and deal with it. For me, if I'm the president, that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to call them and say, look, this is your business now. Every state go around your own grid.
That's all. He needs to get involved too. Like, I mean, just get the power thing taken care of. To me, a president that can take care of that power, that guy, that's who Nigeria. Because what we need in that country,
no president will ever be able to take care of power in Nigeria. Let us decentralize the
power. Make it real better. Or involve it. I know decentralize it, but also some useless governor will not do anything now, of course.
Yeah,
but
that's the problem.
But still give some hand in it and make sure you work with the government or whatever, with governors or whatever, and just get power improved. So it's
Mike,
big.
the
So it's,
governors now should now be held accountable electorally when it
how many
comes to power.
Nigerians are even focused on governors? All of them, when
So
there's no life, we all focus on president.
issue of electricity should be state level. Should be a
It's
state
true. We
level.
agree. We agree on that. But it's been on the
So
federal thing for a long time now. We've
yeah,
at this
so
point we've all expecting, even if all the governors fix the power issue, they were able to attribute to the president. The origin is when Nigeria power problem was solved. You understand? You was during your regime is when the power government is power. So what me I would say is put it in the hands of the state, but also get involved. You understand? Get somehow involved. Put some federal support to the state.
The current grid that we have now should be national grid. We'll keep it that way. Don't leave it like that. Then state you go and do your own. Imagine how can you tell me Lagos State cannot power it, cannot generate its own electricity?
Yeah.
Lagos State.
So to me, I think the way Tinubu should approach the power thing is okay. Put the responsibility of the state, but federal government should back them, like be involved, like in a sense, like put, like for example, particular money going to the state allocation should be specifically straight to the power part. No, take your money and do whatever you like with it.
If I'm the president, what the federal government should do now is that you see our gas pipeline, we should now run it across the country. Federal government can do that. If we do that, then state cannot tap into those gas pipeline to generate electricity.
That's what I'm saying. Whatever you have to do to make sure the states handle electricity, whether it's to run a pipeline, gas pipeline, whatever. That's what I mean by getting involved in the power thing, to make sure the power is taken care of within the states or whatever, where it's most needed and everything. So Nigerians can look at it and say, at least during your term, the power problem was solved. But you can't just put it in the hands of governors, because you only have maybe one or two governors that only perform. The rest of them will be useless, because you understand what I'm saying? They won't do anything about the power, and Nigeria will still be in darkness. And guess what? They will say this president. They will blame president at the end.
Yeah, put pressure on make Lagos the showcase of what you want to do. Put pressure on Sanwo-Olu, get this thing done so that you can show. Look at what they are doing in Lagos.
The ones Lagos have been showcasing. How many governors are followed?
You know, Mike, it's very embarrassing. Like me from Ogun now, when I see my
exactly now, even Ogun next door to Lagos, it's not taking anything from one or two things from the book in Lagos.
Do you think they will even come to the ceremony, come and cut it with them? Like, dude, what are you doing there? It's yourself now. But I'm saying that today, maybe you were not here earlier. Listen, the country can actually generate about 20k right now. We can generate power right now.
16k.
16,000 megawatts. But we can barely transmit 4,000. So the issue is transmission. That is what they should be. Tinubu should be focused on. 3 years, get this thing done.
It's so funny in Africa sometimes. Ukraine and Russia have been at war. They've been bombing each other's power grid.
They're making money.
They've been bombing each other's power plant, and they've been rebuilding it back up. Like Russia will bomb the Ukrainian power plant, they will rebuild it back up. Was it not last year when Russia bombed the entire Ukrainian power infrastructure? They built everything back up. We can't even. Good Lord have mercy, man. We can't even get anything up. Like, see, the problem is this and that and that. Come on, let's get it done, man. What is Lord? I don't know why black man just struggle to get things done. I don't know why, man.
That's why I said it should go to state. If the state will be able to organize this thing better, easily.
You're talking about this same state that can't do anything. Come on now.
Akim, let me do this way. So you now go to Dakpa building in Ogun State. Dakpo. You know you have all these companies in your state. You have manufacturing. What will you do? What do you think he will say?
No, you tell him, look, you say, I go to them, all of you, listen, in the next 3 years, all of you are going to be cut off the federal grid. That's all. You're going to be cut off the national grid. So you have 3 years. You have 3 years to either look for investors or you put your money there. You have to start generating your own electricity. Simple as that.
The issue is not
generation. They won't care now. As long as that thing you are cutting won't affect the government house and where they live. Somebody don't even live in their state. You can cut it as long as they care. They will move, go and move their mansion in Lekki.
Ogbeni, I'm leaving this place in 3 years anyway. If you like, don't use
Nigeria, man. I think one of the fundamental problem in that country is just the lack of meritocracy. Like it's just anybody can become governor.
By the time you throw a whole state into darkness for 3 weeks, the governor itself, he too will not understand that there's problem.
Trust me, they won't understand. These people,
won't
they, where
understand.
the government, the state house, they have their big generator there. They have, everything is there.
I mean, I keep thinking about it. Doesn't know the thing that where somebody, a governor, will be flying a chopper, a helicopter because of bad roads, and just be watching you. But you know, we have property in Songwater now. I remember when OBJ was president, he would just fly in his helicopter, and from there he would fly to Lokuta, and that's it. He didn't even care about the roads.
People
Some people will come here to praise him.
Ajaliko will be praising Obasanjo sometimes.
This figures irritate me.
Piss me off so much, man. Like you're praising Obasanjo.
Yeah, Ola too. They will come here exactly praise Obasanjo.
You know,
they
Mike,
say Nigeria didn't improve. They say Nigeria.
You know, in the issue of Nigeria, when you become president, everybody knows that your area will be taken care of in terms of road. That's the way they do it. IBB, Mina, you know what they did. Everybody knows. But for some reason, OBJ was the only different one. I don't know.
We're even talking about the coastal road now for Lagos.
I don't even understand the guy.
OBJ did nothing in Southwest. Well, I don't even know if he did anything anywhere in Nigeria. He did nothing.
Nothing anywhere.
Because we did not vote for him. I was in this university in Fort Worth for a seminar, TCU in Fort Worth years ago, in 08 or 09. He was the guest speaker there. He was just speaking about whatever. And I think you see it on YouTube, you can find it. He's just talking. This guy spent the first 10 minutes or so lamenting about how his own people did not vote for him, that is unheard of in Africa. And he was saying that he was complaining, he was talking about policy in Africa stuff or whatever he was talking about. And he was complaining about Yoruba people not voting for him in his first time. That is, it's unheard of in Africa that your people don't vote for you.
Obachi, do you know the things that happened under Obasanjo? You know when Bola Ige was by. Right?
Oh, the guy from your
You know the Omishore. You know the Omishore. This same Omishore. So this is when I look at Obasanjo that time. I say, you know what, this man is an idiot. Omishore was arrested as one of the culprits who were linked to the buying of Bola Ige at the time. Omishore I think he was the deputy governor in Oyo State at the time. He came from AD to PDP. He was inside police custody. He ran for election for the National Assembly inside police custody, and he won that election inside police custody under Obasanjo government. That was when that happened. You know, so how can somebody run for election inside police inside prison? And he was running for election outside when he was locked up inside prison, and then he still won the election.
That's OBJ. Was it not OBJ? When I go to look at election, presidential election, OBJ organized, I was saying they winning by 80 million or something like that. These beavers really expose.
My people forget that in the state in 03, when they did the election, OBJ got more vote than the whole state election. They got more numbers than the total number of votes. He got more vote, and nobody said anything.
The guy unpicked. He just unpicked OBJ. Hey.
That guy was rigging up and down, and then he tell you about
democracy. Even the Shagari election too. Who's Shagari? The guy just he did some good things, don't get me wrong, but he has this vindictive thing about him, like when he hates you, he goes out to destroy you all the way through. He's a very vindictive person.
See how he impeached Fayose in the state now. See how till today Fayose, if you say OBJ matter where Fayose dey, the guy will kill you. See how he impeached Fayose. Like he will use minority to impeach a governor from office. Minority member of the house. Fewer numbers of the member of the house he will use to impeach. It was because of Obasanjo that governors fought for immunity. The governor never used to have immunity before. It was because of Obasanjo that governors fought to have immunity. They fought for it. say we have to have immunity. Because they will just come, boom, impeachment.
Or just suspend people's the fund for a state, even when the court says you should give them their money.
Yeah.
How do you just hold funds for a state that you just don't like the
No.
president?
When I listen to something, they say, "Oh, Obasanjo did this, he did this." Come on, man. This Theogelico will say that only 1 year, we had it 1 year out of 8 years. Theogelico was using it to sing.
The entire time the guy was, I didn't even see any road. Every road in Nigeria was bad. The country, everything was bad. Lagos airport was dirty. I'm like, come on now, somebody fix something now. It was until Jonathan came where I started fixing road, and then Buhari too came, they fix road. I said, okay, come, do something now. It make Jonathan and Buhari look very good. Like finally, I'm seeing something being fixed in Nigeria.
Lagos, you see that Lagos or to Benin road? That road, other Obasanjo, was so bad. It was one of the worst roads you could ever. Even
Lagos Ibadan. It's just it was Jonathan started the work and then Buhari now finished it.
Many of the roads were so poor. Like it was from Jonathan time, government start fixing federal road, and then Buhari time they continued as well.
Yeah. But during the military abandoned the whole thing, the Babangida Abacha regime, the military just abandoned.
Yeah, those ones they were just putting.
Mike, let's not forget how he easily gave up Bakassi with no fight. He just dashed them like this. I'm
a Western puppet now.
Do something. Just
that's a Western puppet now. He just, he's a master. So I give us a guy wherever America.
Russia is still fighting for Crimea or whatever. They claim him. You just give land up like that, just with oil in it. That guy was, I don't know.
He wanted favor from those Western nations. So from those Western powers.
Yeah, he gave them whatever they want, man.
There was no need. There was no need at all. Cameroon was not going to come and take that land from us or anything like that. He just carry give. They say, "Yeah, I'm gonna carry the go." Guys, I'm gonna leave you guys, man.
All right, fellas, Mike, Kulata, General Thomas, Prince Daddy. Let's run out later, man.
Yeah, ain't gonna happen, man. Thomas, I'll end the show.